Hello and welcome to beautiful Norwalk, Connecticut, where we are sharing with you the June edition 2025 of the National Havoc Robot League Open Qualifying Tournament. I am so happy to be here with you today. We have insane robot action, and for the first time in almost 2 years, a fully stacked field. Every single slot is filled with deadly robots. My name is Kyle Crows. Joining me at the desk is Adam Wrigley. Adam, how are you doing today?
I'm super excited. We're starting off the summer with a bang. The pits are full. The boxes are going to be full soon. And I am ready for some fights.
The bots of summer are ready to go. I am so excited to share this event with you. Let's go ahead and look at the pits right now. Everything is full. Everybody is trying desperately to get through those last moments of safety before they come out. And it is absolute chaos up there. You gotta love it. All right, now let's check out some Havoc 101. If you haven't joined us before, this is how this works. We have 3 weight classes, 3 pound, 12 pound, and 30 pound. Each fight lasts 3 minutes. Your goal, destroy your opponent's robot. If you can't do that, make them tap out, knock them out, or win by judge's decision. Each bot can use 1 unstick per fight provided by the house bot, and the top 4 robots of the event qualify for the World Championships at the end of the season. So much happening today. We have top-ranked robots from all over the world up there in the pits, ready to share their amazing talents and deadly robots with all of you. In the meantime, we are ready for some 3-pound robot action. Let's go to Cage 2, where this fight is already loaded in.
Well, this is Marg versus Nightlight. Marg is a horizontal bar spinner, and Nightlight is a horizontal undercutter here. You can see Nightlight foreground, Marg in the distance.
That's right. Nightlight brought to you by Bam. Bam is one of the best drivers in the game. She's absolutely fun to watch. She's from Team Seems Reasonable out of California. But over on the other side, Marg is brought to you by Emily Baumgardner. She's from Team Defective out of Ohio. I am very excited to see this robot perform. 2 horizontal spinners, but very different profiles on where those weapons hit.
Very different styles. We'll see which one prevails.
Robots fight.
Marg speedy out of the corner, getting the first hits in here, but seems to be taking the worst of the engagements, bouncing off the walls, not moving very well.
No, those hits have really affected their mobility pretty early on, it looks like.
There is debris strewn about the arena. You can see pieces of Nightlight's tire spinning around. But that undercutter doing its thing.
Yeah, exactly where Bam wants to be hitting with that undercutter. Right on the back carriage, right underneath those wheels on Marg, just grinding away at Marg's mobility.
Marg has been hitting Nightlight, but seems to be doing more damage to the arena at this point. As Nightlight's smaller weapon just is reaching under and tearing apart the base plate of Marg.
Yeah, that front armor panel on Nightlight really doing its job. It barely looks nicked after these engagements, and there have been some pretty big hits here.
You can see the front wheels on Nightlight starting to take some damage. I think Marg is coming over the top and nicking those. That could build up. We are a minute into this fight, 2 minutes left. Great pin here by Nightlight.
Beautiful shot there, wow. Marg flying across the arena, and you could see Marg still dealing with those mobility issues. They're pretty much only able to make left turns.
Yeah, that is not optimal. You do like to be able to make turns in both directions.
Yeah, that is the preference, if you can make turns in both directions. Oh, nasty shot there, but it does look like both bots are still mobile.
Both weapons shut down there, and Marg spinning back up. I am not seeing any motion out of Nightlight's weapon. Although they are still driving really well, that is going to cost them in the judge's decision if they can make it another minute in this 3-minute fight.
They're holding up pretty well, all things considered. But yeah, there is debris from wheels everywhere in this arena. The wheels of Marg, the wheels of Nightlight is just scattered across the floor like so much glitter.
Our beautiful, clean, new arena is now so dirty. Wow. Marg is going flying around the arena. You got to hand it to the durability in that weapon to be able to dish out and take these hits for the entire fight. Drive system less so. Nightlight having the opposite issue.
Yeah, you could see two totally different strategies between these robots at this point in the game.
Marg is just, you know, having a little fun dancing here. Wow, that was scary driving by Nightlight there, driving directly into the vertical weapon of Marg.
But very well done. It aimed at full armor plate. Bam, making sure that the right part of the robot hit that weapon. Towards the end of this fight, we see chaos coming from Marg and a lot of control coming from Bam and Nightlight.
So you see Bam spinning up the weapon of Nightlight there at the end, showing it does still work. Now that's going to help them in the damage score, but that can hurt them in the aggression score. As we go to a judge's decision, they chose not to use the weapon, it seemed, for the final minute of that fight, conserving it so they could show it off at the end there. Both robots coming in with functioning weapons. Nightlight's going to come in, fully functioning drive. Marg having significant drive issues. You have to think Nightlight is the favorite here going into the judge's decision.
I have to agree. Now, I have a question, Adam. If you were an undercutter spinner like Nightlight, why wouldn't you fire up that weapon for the last half? What would make you make that decision?
It's a good question. You know, when I'm driving, I try to make sure that I'm showing the weapon fairly consistently throughout the fight. I don't want to appear unaggressive or like there's some sort of intermittent damage issues. I know other drivers have different strategies. If they feel they're winning the fight, they'll turn off the weapon towards the end, maybe for a third, a half of the fight, to conserve it, make sure it still works at the end of the fight, because the damage score that we're going to judge in that rubric is pretty much the last moment of the fight. As you end the fight, you do your checks at the afterward. You show the judges, does your robot work? If the weapon doesn't work then, that's a huge negative in your score. You're going to lose a ton of points. And I think people run that calculation and say, I'm going to save that. I want to make sure it works at the end, so I'm not going to break it in the second half of this fight. I like to try and optimize the control and aggression. Just different strategies there as you try to figure out how you're going to get that judge's points in your favor. But
that makes
we'll
a lot
see
of
how
sense.
it works out.
Really fantastic controlled driving on display there from Bam. Definitely a very ice mentality when she's driving, just keeps everything very under control. I liked that when she was showing aggression without that weapon running, it was always with that front plate directly into the weapon. That's the part of her robot she knows can take those hits, and so she was just forcing that into that weapon every single time. Didn't let up, didn't show any kind of reservation when it came to showing that aggression, just a lot of control about when to do it. Really impressive work.
Yeah, I mean, it was really a well-driven fight all around. There was only, I think, one mistake from Bam that I saw driving into that weapon when it was vertical. I don't know if that was on purpose. I would try to avoid it. That was a scary moment. You know, those big when those bars go vertical, they can hit your top plate and just tear through it like butter. That robot, though, well constructed, looked like it was no worse for wear and kept going. Marg, though, Emily had a tough time. I think the aggression of Bam and Nightlight was a little bit too much to handle there, as they were just getting tossed around the arena, nothing really to do. And then some drive issues on top of it.
All right, we are ready to go back to Cage 2 for more qualifying action in the 3-pound division. We are in the qualifiers now. These bots are fighting for a chance to get into the full tournament this evening in prime time. And we have yet another Seems Reasonable robot loading in. I am actually really excited to see this one. It looks like a relatively normal overhead attack bot, but with some really interesting features.
Yeah, so this is both an overhead and an underhead attack robot?
Yeah, this is one of the strangest kind of concepts I've seen on this overhead attack meta. Now, overhead attack has become extremely popular this year. Boopster, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Yep, that's pretty accurate. Boopster is an invertible overhead attack robot, and there are some really interesting ways that Aaron has put this robot together to make it able to do that. But one of the tricks that it can do, as Adam alluded to, is this really interesting under the belly attack where it can actually lift those forks up and then launch that weapon underneath of it into the belly of its opponent.
It's kind of a transformer. The whole robot sort of folds a little bit to enable it. You can see it kind of doing it there. Enable that weapon to come up underneath the front side, and it's pretty wild. You know, I saw in the pits last night, Aaron was dialing in that whole mechanism, getting it really super precise where he wants it to be. The whole arm is like a precision servo mechanism of sorts. The whole robot kind of folds in half. It is wild. So you see it doing a lot of these traditional overhead hits, but the under hitting is something special.
Now over on the other side of the arena, we have Dustin Van Bursick. He's brought a fully aluminum 6061 beer bar. This is Tomahawk.
Fight, robots,
and he's from Team Defective. Ooh, scary moment there for Tomahawk 2.0. Almost pinned against the wall. Wow, that light kind of weapon, they're able to launch themselves over top of Boopster if they get a right angle on it, almost using Boopster as a ramp. And beautiful shot there, knocking Boopster on their side. If they're able to keep that up, Boopster will not be able to get a good top attack in this fight. I didn't see the weapon spinning up on Boopster there. That
I think I did. It's kind of small. Yeah, getting some decent pins, unable really to get the weapon to bear here.
Yeah, beautiful pin, bringing them all the way over to the corner. And yes, the weapon is fully spinning there. That V-belt inside of the 3D print really holding together, but now it's stopped.
Yeah, I mean, these pins are going to help. You're going to want to see some weapon hits here from one or the other to really cement the victory. But some great driving here from Aaron on Boopster, getting the pins, but not coming down with the hammer. They're just not getting in the position to bring it down.
No, and they're allowed to hold these pins for 10 seconds at a time before they have to break it off, but he's just not able to get that weapon to consistently spin, it seems like.
Dustin here getting away, spinning up, trying to get around to the side, but keeps getting stuck on those large forks of Boopster. Neither driver really getting what they're aiming for here. But I think Aaron's getting a little bit more of what he wants, even if he can't get those pins on the backside to bring the hammer down. 1 minute left in this fight. We'll see if anyone can deliver a hit. Oh, there you go. That's what you want to see. Is the weapon no longer working?
It's been so intermittent this match. Yeah, you may as well just throw it in there. That's exactly right, Aaron. That's all you can really do at this point. Aggressive tapping.
It's now a hammer bot with a hinged hammer hit.
Tomahawk sensing the blood in the water, coming back in with an aggressive weapon spin up there.
Yeah, still unable to do anything against that front end of Boopster. Just perfect defense for the drum here. You see a little bit of damage here on Boopster, the metal pieces coming off of the forks. The weapon not spinning up is going to be a significant damage hit coming into the judge's decision here, but you have to think that the control shown throughout the rest of the fight was pretty good. We'll see. That was closer than I think either of them would have wanted. No one really able to make their mark with some big hits, some big moments. A lot of control out of Boopster, though. What do you think?
I liked it. I think that Aaron Hill is known for making these rather complicated weapon systems with a lot of moving parts. And when it works, it's absolutely miraculous to watch. When it doesn't work, it's a real struggle. And that's definitely where we're at with this Boopster. It's in the doesn't quite work yet category.
Yeah, I was wondering if we are going to see some of those like under hits. I had heard it done. Maybe I misheard. But
was definitely, like, he has intermittent functionality with this, which is the issue that he's dealing with right now. And I feel like that's pretty common when you're trying to do something so new. Like, he was showing me how this bot worked last night, and it is like clockwork in there. I mean, it's really complicated.
There's a lot of gears in that arm.
It's a cool piece. I'm excited to see how it works. And that's the thing. Aaron does eventually get these things working.
Yes.
It just takes a while.
Yeah, I mean, we all remember, Tantrum's first season back in the day.
Yes.
Ramping up.
He's always has these cool ideas, leaf spring flippers, right? The sliding punchers. Does it work every time? No. But once he gets it working, it can be a world champion.
Yeah. It gets scary eventually.
All right, let's talk about what we are doing right now. These are the qualifying rounds. You get to qualify here to make it into the prime time tournament and qualify for the World Championships. The basic name of the game, win 2 fights, and you get to go into the main tournament. Lose 2 fights, and you go home. We're in the first round right now, which means everybody is really trying to get up there onto the cusp, get that momentum going so they don't have to worry too much when they get into that third round, the bubble round, where they might be sent home.
Yeah, basically, double elimination here in the prelims. The bubble round is always an interesting one for me. You have people coming in off of a loss, people coming in off of a win.
Yeah. Win 2 fights and you move on, lose 2 fights and you go home.
Yeah, once you end up in that bottom half, it's a real mental game to get yourself back into the mindset of winning. So we'll see.
I'm very excited to see how these next couple of fights go. We are still going to be doing some 3-pound action for you for the next several hours until we get into these 12-pound and 30-pound divisions. But 30 pounds is the most competitive division here at NHRL, and quite frankly, this is the most competitive 3-pound division in the entire world. And today is a fully stacked roster of some top-name robots, and interestingly enough, some top-name builders who are bringing new and interesting designs today. You just saw one there in Boopster from Aaron Hill. Strange robot, strange design, facing off against another kind of updated design in Tomahawk 2.0.
Back to Cage 2, where we have Reflex going against Actual Size.
Yeah, it's not huge. It's just actual size.
That's just how big it is.
Actual Size is a 2-wheel drive, big-wheeled vert from Max Morningstar. Yeah, that is a really cool name, and yeah, that is his real name. This is a really interesting robot. It's huge, but which are... It's a huge, which are still fairly uncommon. We also have on the other side Reflex. Reflex is, I guess you could say, a more traditional style NHRL robot in that egg beater style drum spinner from John Globe.
It's funny looking at, the like camber on these wheels on Actual Size. It's kind of what happens sometimes to these huge style big wheel robots when the frame starts to go.
Yeah.
They've hit a few too many times, they start bending.
Look at the cleats on those wheels.
That's just how it is. Yeah, those cleats look dangerous in themselves, basically saw blade wheels.
I love that. That's really cool.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Yeah, so to make wheels that big, you're usually making them out of some sort of exotic material. I think originally the huge wheels were made out of UHMW. In more recent years, they've used even more exotic materials than that.
I think Garolite was something they were using recently. Wow. Actual Size really coming in here and getting Reflex where Reflex doesn't want to be hit, peeling up the back corner.
Yeah, this is exactly the type of robot that Actual Size is designed to fight. Low, tight to the ground, and big exposed top plate. I don't know whose belt that is. That's a pretty sizable belt.
The arena is quiet, but it looks like Actual Size is still spinning, so I think that might be Reflex's weapon belt. I don't know if it broke from stress or if Actual Size got in there and clipped it, but that's not good.
Oh, that top plate's coming off right now. Yeah, Actual Size is just actually taking its time, ripping Reflex to pieces.
Looks like Reflex, are those top panels made out of a street sign?
Oh, nasty shot there. Yeah, I think you're right. That is a street sign.
A tap out from Reflex. Everyone keep your eyes on the street signs outside.
Yeah, that, you know, sometimes you get to the tournament, you got to improvise. Max Morningstar taking home the win, making it into the cusp round. Beautiful job there. Sniping the belt early on and then ripping that top plate off. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that Reflex is the type of matchup actual size is built for, and I have to agree that they must have been excited coming into that fight and excited coming out of that fight. They did exactly what they were designed to do.
Amazing job. That was really cool.
They're actually using 3D printed wheels.
With spring cleats. For traction. Yeah, that was a really impressive amount of traction from a big-wheeled robot. We don't normally see that much control.
I don't know if I've seen a big wheel with 3D printed wheels before. That is a really interesting approach. 3D printing is coming so far, and to make these kind of hybrid composite type wheels, you're basically making a plastic metal composite here with the metal core screwed together with the plastic exterior is a really interesting approach.
Look at that safety mechanism Max just put on. Definitely two different types of builders here, right? Max Morningstar, extremely experienced, coming in here with something that looks like a toy right off the shelf, right? Fully printed safety mechanism to help control the bot. And then you see, you know, an improvised safety device here for Reflex.
A Reflex is a nice-looking robot. I think that was a tough matchup for them. Just every weak spot getting exploited by the bar on actual size.
Yeah, on top of that, you know, high school kid versus a fully grown consultant who's been doing this for a few years. You know, it's a little bit of a different matchup there.
Tough. It's tough, but that's what you get at NHRL. You know?
You do. And by the way, that's not to discount the high school kids. We have high school kids that destroy people all day long, right? And people that have been doing this since they were 10, 11 years old. If you're in high school and you've been doing this since you were 9, you've got a full 8 years of experience under your belt, and you're doing really, really well. So it's a very strange sport in the sense that there really isn't an age bracketeering for this sport. It's just a weight class bracket. Yeah. So you can bring whatever you want and whoever you want to drive it.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways, you know, some of the younger kids, I mean, we have kids in middle school or grade school here driving.
Yep.
And they're amazing drivers.
Yeah.
You know, and the building you need the experience to figure out what works and doesn't work. But some of the younger drivers here are just outstanding. Right, yeah,
you have those faster reflexes. You have those kind of intuitive thought processes on what's going to work in the arena and what's not. And you see people who are able to really master that throughout their career, like Lars. Lars is a great example of that. Somebody who's always been a great intuitive driver, and now you're seeing that experience kind of kick in with that high level of intuitive driving and that high level of reflexes. And now he's just one of the deadliest players in the game. He's already won a Golden Dumpster this year, has a great chance of winning another Golden Dumpster before we get to the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, the experience building up for the building as the robots get better and better and match the driving skill, Lars is definitely one to watch.
Amen. All right, let's go over to Cage 2 where we have more 3-pound action loading in. This is a really interesting matchup. This is Silencer versus Stickler. These are really interesting robots. Listen, I think that we have the shuffling, like a weird-looking shuffler design on Stickler.
I am always
It's like asymmetrical shuffler.
Of shufflers. I think it just has one shuffler, right? And then I think it's a bristle on the other side.
You're right, yes. Yeah. Look at how that moves.
Moves surprisingly well.
I kind of love it. Yeah. It just kind of glides. And so, yeah, that's what it is. It's just bristles on that other side, or what we would refer to as bristles. I don't even know
if it's just kind of like an X, but it kind of functions like a bristle, right?
Yeah, and they're able to move pretty straight with the shuffler moving and that weapon going. I love that shuffler design, too.
Yeah. Shuffler design has come a long way.
3,
the last few
2,
years.
1.
And Silencer, one of the many overhead attack robots at the event today. Oh, that's not good. Entire front armor plate off Silencer is gone now. What do you attack with that overhead attack weapon on something like Stickler?
Stickler is so large here, it is almost an overhead attack weapon in itself.
It's basically like a weird combination of full-body drum.
It's a mobile hazard in the arena, I would say.
Very mobile hazard, actually. I don't know how controllable it is, but it's extremely mobile. It's relatively controllable.
It's able to points, I think. Once it gets... Wow.
Oh, now it's facing the wall. That's not necessarily good. How does the driver even tell which way it's facing? That's...
I'm just trying to figure out how this weird bristle system is. It's like a macro bristle, like a single bristle.
Yeah, and those sticks are kind of variable in their length.
I think Silencer is just trying to back in with the spinner now, but they seem to have beached themselves on debris.
Yeah, their own armor plate, which got ripped off in that first engagement. Oh, nasty. You hate to see that kind of sensitive weapon system on Silencer get fed into that huge drum.
There are so many bits and pieces on Silencer that just are begging to be torn apart by the massive Stickler.
Oh, nasty.
Ooh. Stickler, of course, with that shuffling bristle system, qualifies for a 50% weight bonus. Why it's so much larger than Silencer.
Yeah, so what they've given up in mobility, they've kind of added in weapon power and weight.
Now, sometimes, that is a big, juicy system on the side of Stickler. If Silencer is able to get around and hit it, it wouldn't take a lot to disable it. And it looks like the weapon of... Oh, nope, it's back.
Yeah, that is a beefy weapon motor inside of Stickler there. Very impressive.
Yeah, it got me for a second. I thought it might be down. Hadn't spun down for more than a split second the rest of the fight. It does seem like it is having issues, though.
And you could see Silencer trying to get them pinned in the corner.
Yeah, Silencer drive. Oh, the entire side is ripped off of Silencer, and they are going to tap out with that and save the rest of the robot. They are going to have some fun in the pits as there is nothing left on that side.
No, that was absolutely nasty. Two really interesting designs, cool designs at this event. But yeah, you just watch Silencer get discombobulated in that matchup.
Yeah, our first sort of disassembly of the day there. We saw the top plate ripped off earlier, but this is an entire frame member missing, the front armor missing, a wheel, drive side missing. That is destruction. Stickler looking pretty good. They're gonna have to swap out that macro bristle there on the side, and maybe try and dig into the intermittent weapon issues at the end. I don't know if maybe they were conserving the weapon power as well, but quite an impressive fight from Stickler as they were dancing around the arena. Nothing Silencer could do, just couldn't reach the shufflers to get that kill shot in. And they're going to have their work cut out for them in the pits as they try and come back from that first loss. Stickler is going to be looking for that second victory and their way into the bracket. What a fight.
Yeah, congratulations to Jeffrey Schollenberg. That is a really cool robot built by an architect, actually, which is interesting. Very interesting design. You know, last night they had a special photo shoot where they got all of the overhead attack robots in the event together for one photo, and there was like 12 of them in the shot. It was really cool. We have so many overhead attack bots at this event. It really is the year of the hammer saw in so many ways.
It really has shown to be truly effective. Everyone has known for years that top armor is often, thinner than the side front armor is, harder to angle it. So it's a great place to attack. With hammer robots, it's difficult to put that much kinetic energy in, and these overhead kinetic weapons are able to really deliver a big punch to those top panels. So they are scary, of course, when you're going against a robot like Stickler, which doesn't have a top panel.
Yeah.
That does pose challenges. That's where the old school hammer robot could prove more advantageous. Just kind of shove the stick into the spokes, as we used to say with Shatter. So, there's advantages and disadvantages to either style. there, I think, showed some of the weak spots of the overhead attack spinners where they're just a little too fragile to go weapon to weapon. And when you have a robot that's all weapon, it's a difficult matchup.
Yeah, there's nowhere they could have really hit on there except for directly into that shuffler pod. One of the most interesting top armor plates that we've seen yet today was actually a misdemeanor in that road sign. So, you know, that you can use all kinds of materials here.
Yeah, the road sign is a throwback, reminds me of the old school 90s Robot Wars robots when people were just pulling whatever they could to make the bots. And old street signs are a nice source of metal.
Absolutely, yeah. Back in the days of wheelchair motors being the main source of propulsion. Oh, very excited about this matchup.
This is Wayo versus Yoink.
Wayo is the lowest profile 3-pound spinner we have ever seen in the sport, period, the end. It is all custom from head to toe, and that head to toe is basically just over an inch.
I think what's crazy about this is that this is an old school style shell spinner. I mean, that has a full 4-wheel drive, full like axle bearing system in the center, a top plate. This isn't a melty brain, right? You know, they aren't. They have all these different layers here, and somehow they're still making it this thin. Now, you can run into trouble when you make something that thin. Are they going to cut their own wheels off or hit their own top plate? The flexure that can happen can be extreme, but that is a beautiful looking robot. We'll see. Going up against Yoink here, a 4-wheel drive lifter. They look like they have a pretty nice looking wedge on the front there, although it's a bristle wedge. We'll see how that's able to deflect the spinning power of Wahoo, or Wayo. Third time's the charm.
4,
usually
3,
the wedge versus spinner
2,
goes to the wedge,
1.
but we'll see.
Fight.
Classic
Robots
matchup
fight.
here. Wow, what a spin up from Wayo there.
So Wayo brought to you by Tim Bowens. He's a mechatronic engineer from the Netherlands. He comes to this event relatively regularly for somebody from the Netherlands and brings really cool designs.
It is a blur. The top plate is, you just can't even see it, and it's just hockey pucking around the arena as if we're playing air hockey here.
Now, a full-body ring spinner like this is actually, I think, a little bit more of a design challenge than doing, or like an engineering challenge, I should say, than doing a full melty brain.
Yeah, the melty brains tend to be very much on the software side. This style of spinner is an extreme mechanical hardware design challenge. Wild to see them take these hits and just bounce around the arena and keep going. Impressive engineering here to do that.
And you could see the damage just loading up on that front bristle wedge of Yoink.
Yeah. Those bristle wedges are really interesting to me. I feel like it's not necessarily the most optimum matchup against these horizontals, but sometimes we've seen them just flex and take the hits really well. But the power of Wayo here is crazy.
Oh, yeah, bristle is completely removed on the right side of Yoink there.
Oh, but that is not where you want to be if you're Wayo. Are they going to be able to self-right? I don't
They're
know.
not slowing down with that spinner at all. Like, that's insane. What is going on here? They're
you can
like,
hear them kind of ramping up and down. They're trying to bounce around, but if they fall on their lid, I don't see how they could self-right.
no way, and it's leaning in that direction right now. It's super scary.
Ooh, you see a lot of robots will basically have
Oh, nice.
Wow!
Wow, that was beautiful work there.
Incredible. Incredible skill. Yoink staying back. I wonder if they regret not going in and trying to tip them the other way.
Yeah, because Tim really able to pull that out just by kind of adjusting the internal speed of the robot as it spun inside of that ring.
A tense moment there, but Tim able to use some insane skill, dial up and down the shell spinner and get it onto its wheels.
Nice
Coming
shot
in
into
at
the back plate there.
What a fight for Tim and Wayo. Yoink, Ryan having a tough time driving here, losing a side of drive, losing a side of the wedge, staying in this, trying to make anything happen. 18 seconds left. They're going to make it to the bell. This isn't going to be a knockout, but this is an impressive fight from Wayo, and you got to hand it to Ryan and Yoink staying in this fight to the end. making it to the bell.
This is a tough matchup on paper for Wyo, just because this is a robot that can invert them, and there is no way for them to drive when they're flipped over.
Tim at the end there seemed to forget he was fighting Yoink and started fighting the arena.
Yeah, that was, you see those two lights kind of tell Tim when his robot is centered within that ring, and he was definitely having a hard time finding that center.
But wow, that was an impressive performance. The spin up is near instant. You have to think that that near flip was scary, and I wonder, can he go the entire event without flipping? I think that's going to be their weakness in the day. I don't know if they have in the pits a self-righting arm or something they could put on it to help, but wow, other than that potential, that was quite the performance. Wyo. Yoink going to be disappointed in that one. They're going to go 0-1. The robot is going to need some work in the pits. It's not completely torn in half like in the last fight we just saw, but they'll have to do some work and get back in it, see if they can get back into the winning side of the bracket. See him lowering the forks there so he can get the self-righter or the safety lock in.
Ryan Aggie doing a really nice job there with Yoink, but losing that side of drive and that armor package, and not really being able to bring that weapon to bear throughout that matchup is not going to bode too well for them with the judges.
Like I say, I think that was my favorite fight so far. I mean, we've had banger after banger fight here, but
that was really cool.
Watching that spinner teeter on the edge, looked like it was going to go upside down. I thought there was no way he could save it. It must have been 10 degrees at least tipping onto its head before he was able to pull it back.
Yeah, now things are getting frantic up in the pits. People know that their weapons are need to be fully functional. Their drive needs to be fully functional. Their fights are coming. We are now moving through this bracket at a lightning speed.
This is the point in the day you're sitting there. If you haven't fought yet, you really want to get in the arena. You've been sitting there for, you know, at least a couple hours now. You went through safety, you went through the driver's meeting, you've had your matchup, you've been staring at it. We're getting through the 3-pound brackets, but the larger bots are yet to fight. Those 12-pounders, those 30-pounders are sitting there staring at the robot, thinking. If you're still working on it, woo, that's not good.
The pits are open at 6 a.m. and yesterday they were open until 9 p.m. and very many people show up here just with that needing that full amount of time to get their bots ready.
A lot of people will, well, not a lot. Some people will show up more with a bag of parts than with a robot.
Yep.
You know, I've been there. Who hasn't? But it can be a stressful Friday night and Saturday morning. But really what you're aiming, you want to get it in the arena, you want to fight it. You want to get that first fight out of the way and just build up a rhythm. And sometimes the worst part of the day is just the wait before your first fight, as you just stare at the matchup and play with all the possibilities in your head.
Now we see two very different competitors loading into this arena right now. This is Cage 2, and we have Glenn Boxel chilling out over there with Caldera.
I was going to say one of these robots looked a little bit small to me. I think that's a multi-bot, or is that a controller?
That's a controller, yeah.
Okay.
This is Swansaw, brought to you by Keith Tam. Keith's an AI consultant and from Brooklyn, New York. You know where that is.
I do know where Brooklyn is. I was just there yesterday.
Dude, this is a fully custom Sawbot, and look at this interesting weapon guard.
It's basically one of those Swan pedal boats, you know, miniaturized.
It is, yes, exactly. Swans, very often known to be deadly creatures.
Yes, swans are not nice.
No, they are very mean, extremely aggressive. So this is no different than a normal swan in the sense that it will peck you to death.
Is that an abrasive grinder?
That is a grinder saw, yes.
Grinders not known for their durability. They are known for exploding. So maybe we'll see that today. Caldera, on the other side, a veteran. We see a lot of Glenn Boxel here at NHRL. He is switching back to these are metal frame plates holding the weapon. We've seen carbon fiber the last few times we've been seeing Glenn here with Caldera. Switching to metal here, the beautifully machined components holding the weapon up. I think the carbon fiber just wasn't working out in that use case.
5,
a lot of
4,
some delamination we were
3,
seeing in previous events.
2,
See if the metal holds up
1.
better.
Fight, robots, fight.
Caldera.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah, Caldera is definitely a rough matchup for Swansaw. There's not really a horizontal configuration on Swansaw, and that weapon, like we said earlier, is prone to exploding.
This is a horrible matchup for Swansaw. Let's be honest here. Caldera's record is 80-43, and this is the first fight ever for Swansaw.
It's a beautiful robot, fully custom, and Glenn is going to do a really great job testing its durability.
Yeah, Glenn is doing a fully custom job here. Oh boy, you can see just chunks coming out of the grinder disc on Swansaw, chunks coming out of the armor panels, chunks coming out of the wheels. It might have been an entire wheel that flew across. There's the tap out from Swansaw.
Yeah, no surprise there.
Let's hope they get a better matchup in their second fight, as they're going to drop and face another 0-1 robot later on in the day. That is a tough draw for your first fight. Glenn Boxall and Caldera is one of the best robots here.
It's the most veteran in the sport at this point. This is Caldera's 5th year at NHRL. It has competed at more events than any other robot, period. The end. Glenn is consistent. He is here all the time. It's great because this started as a project with his son, Brian, but it has turned into a passion project for Glenn himself. He is here by himself. He is here with his team. He is here regardless to win fights and just improve his driving and his robot. And yeah, that's a tough first draw there for Keith Dam.
That's
Welcome
harsh.
to NHRL.
28 events, ranked 4 overall. And that's your first fight at NHRL. But hey, they came out here and they were valiant. And they kept going until they couldn't go anymore.
And the bot worked and it looked great.
And they're all smiles.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll see that Swan back in the arena later today, and we'll be able to see that weapon come to bear. Because I do like the theme a lot. I think Swans are underutilized as like a mascot in general.
There you see head official Gwen walking them through the procedure for getting out of the box safely. And there you see the big cage. That's where we're going to have 12-pound and 30-pound action later today for you. Fully stacked brackets in both weight classes.
I'm hearing the first big bot fight is going to be at 10:12 Eastern, so that's in about a half hour, 20 minutes, about 20 minutes from now.
Oh, I'm so excited about that fight, too. It's going to be Grim Ripper 12 versus Big Frank. Frank is one of the many walking robots in the event today, and one of the many hammer saw robots in the event today. So I'm very excited to see that. It's going to be 2 really great competitors in that weight class.
So set yourself a reminder for 10:12 a.m. Grim Ripper 12 versus Big Frank in the big box.
Big Frank, I got to see that last night. It is exactly what you would expect. It took 2 full spools to print the body of Big Frank. It is a giant walking robot, and it is it's got the largest set of googly eyes in the event today. And they were originally going to be a lifter bot, but they ended up deciding to go for the saws because they knew their first matchup was going to be against an undercutter in Grim Ripper 12. I'm really interested to see if Frank can walk. Frank was having a few issues with that last night, so we'll see where he's at.
Well, in case you're just joining us, we're in the qualifying rounds right now of our tournament. So tonight we'll be awarding golden dumpsters to whoever wins the tournaments, but first we need to figure out who's going to be in the bracket. So we're in the prelims, we're in the opening round. Everyone is 0-0. A few people have fought already and have their first win or loss. If you win the opening round, you're going to go into the cusp, and if you win again, you are in the brackets. If you lose, you're into the redemption round, and if you lose again, you are eliminated. But if you can get to 1-1, you're going to be in the bubble round. Those are exciting. Win and you're in, lose and you go home fights. The bubble round is one of my favorites. There's a huge mental aspect to that. Who's lost their second fight? Who's lost their first fight? Who's coming in off a win on a high? Who's coming in kind of in the doldrums? We're going to get there soon. But first, let's see who can open their day with a win as we are going back to Cage 2.
Oh man, this is an exciting matchup. This is Liam King and Buzz Thrill down there in the bottom corner. Liam King, one of the best undercutter drivers in the game. Absolutely talented competitor. On the other side, Silver Wind. This is their second event. This is a swerving vert.
5, 4.
This is a
3,
swerve?
Swerving vert?
Oh,
1.
oh boy.
Robots fight.
It's the this is a tangent
Oh.
drive swerve system. And it's custom to minimize weight. Look how tiny that swerve drive is.
Did you see that movement just strafing around the arena? Wow. What I find driving a robot like this, amazing hits right off the bat here, by the way. Just, you can sometimes have a difficulty remembering that you don't need to turn.
Oh yeah, you can just kind of strafe around your opponent.
And remembering that you can do that is half the battle.
Now this is the second event for Silver Wind. Now typically speaking with complex robots like that, your first event's not going to be great, right? You're going to have a lot of issues. You're going to have a lot of things to figure out. It looks like Phoenix Z, the driver of this robot, has really dialed some things in. They're able to really go toe-to-toe with Buzz Thrill here.
This is very impressive. Oh, no.
Rough spot to be. There's a great shot of that swerve drive system underneath. Look at that.
Yeah, beautiful swerve. I don't know if they're trying to call for an unstick.
Tap out.
No,
they've tapped
tapping out. How unfortunate for them. That, what a great showing there in the first minute of that matchup, but tapping out right there without the unstick is really unfortunate.
I would have probably gone for the unstick myself. I don't know if they just kind of forgot in the heat of the moment or if they thought, you know, we're not going to be able to get out from that position. We did get a great shot of that micro swerve they've got going there. It was performing really well. Just
Wow,
a
look at the
tremendous performance
costuming, too.
Buzz Thrill lasting to the end, able to hold out for the tap out victory. I mean, great costumes there too. Yeah, oof, that's gotta hurt for
It
Phoenix
really
Z.
does. Yeah, Silver Wind now losing their third matchup here in NHRL history, but I gotta say that was an excellent showing against a real veteran in Liam King.
Had a little bit of an accidental movement there as they kept the controller. Supposed to put that down before you go in there.
Yeah, that's not supposed to be
That
in
can
your
be
hands.
dangerous.
That is.
But the robot was really impressive in how it performed. We'll see if they can win in the kind of 0-1 battle there. They'll be going up against an easier opponent, someone else who's also lost. So those can be great opportunities to redeem yourself in the redemption round. So they could get a demerit for that.
That's not great. Yeah,
that
really
arena
interesting
movement.
showing for Silver Wind. Great robot by Phoenix Z. Definitely their inexperience showing there at the end. Listen, they come in with great costuming, not necessarily knowing all of the procedures right off the bat.
Yeah. And, you know, you're going to learn that over time. That's why we have the demerit system as well, so to help people learn, you know, the safest ways to operate things. I think they might end up with a hoop of shame later today when we see them. For those unfamiliar, that's when you put a hoop of lightweight, flexible UHMW or other plastic around the top of your robot so it sort of bounces back onto its wheels. I thought there was going to be some sort of articulation to help them get back over just looking at the shape of the robot. Because, you know, as we say in combat robotics, if your robot can get stuck in a position, it will get stuck in that position.
Amen to that. Yeah, interesting design. Very interested to see how they move forward. Obviously, they're taking this very seriously with that really cool design. The swerve drive is not easy to do. But in the meantime, we are moving back
And that was Buzzthrill's first fight here at NHRL, and they're going to take away a victory.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's basically a smaller version of Liam King's Buzz Kill Robot, which he's won events with before. Liam is just one of the best drivers on Team Honeycracked, a really, really talented guy. So I'm really excited to see how he fares in this incredibly competitive 3-pound division.
I am seeing in the YouTube chat people saying that Silverwind does have some sort of servo arm, but it must have died or been inoperable in the fight.
Gotcha. All right, so we have loaded in to Cage 2, Sad Octopus versus the Wheel of Misfortune. This Wheel of Misfortune is one of many full-body multi-brain spinners that we have at the event today. This one's driven by Michelle, an electrical engineering student from Morse Plains, New Jersey. And this is their first event. Something interesting about this bot, it spins real fast. I like those wheels. They look like poker chips.
Yeah, really interesting looking wheel design here as they kind of stick up there at an angle, kind of stanced. I wonder if they're somehow spring-loaded or something, or what would happen if this were to go upside down.
Yeah, really interesting bot. There are so many melty brains here today. That design is really taking off. That challenge of software engineering is really interesting to a lot of builders.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Over on the other side, you've got Sad Octopus by Cameron Guerin.
And just like the last fight, if your robot can get stuck, it will get stuck. Wheel of Misfortune doing the thing. Is a bit of an octagon shape, getting stuck on one of those octasides.
Yeah, that's a lot of places that you can do the thing with that robot there. That's not excellent or optimal in the design.
Sad Octopus, couple hits backing off here, I think waiting for the count out. Wheel of Misfortune just not spinning up. I did see some motion out of the wheels, but not enough.
No, victory dance already happening from Cameron Guerin. Not so sad of an octopus right now.
Knockout.
Sad Octopus's record now going to go to 14-10, making them 9-2 in fights that go to a KO. 5-8 on judges' decisions. So Sad Octopus likes to win by KO. They're going to get another one there.
Yeah, they spun the Wheel of Misfortune and landed on Misfortune.
That is Wheel of Misfortune's first fight and first loss. Hopefully they can get that dialed in for their second fight, and we can see that spin up, as these melty brains are always fun to see when they are working. But sometimes the software can just be a little bit buggy. Getting it to react right off the gate is a little bit different than getting it to react, you know, in your garage as you're messing around and dialing it in. The arena is a tricky space sometimes.
Listen, first fight of their career here at NHRL with that robot. It's probably good to get a loss out of the way, but man, coming in right off the gate with a melty brain, that takes a lot of dedication. That takes a lot of, I'd say, forethought. That's really impressive.
It's funny, you know, people come at this from different directions, right? So Michelle, driving and building Wheel of Misfortune, is in college studying electrical engineering. For people in electrical engineering, maybe building the melty is the easy part, and it's the rest of the bot that's the hard part. For me, you know, I was a mechanical engineering major in school. That's what my degree is in. I love doing the hardware, but the software, the electrical part, yeah, that still confuses me a little bit. I don't like to dive too deep into software, so building a melty just sounds impossible.
Right.
But yeah, for the electrical, for those programmers, maybe that's, you know, that's super simple. That's nothing, but the rest of it can be hard.
Yeah, and you saw some interesting choices there in the physical design of that robot, right? Having hard edges on a melty brain and wide hard edges on a melty brain where it could get stuck on its side doing the thing. And that's a rough choice.
That's the kind of thing that you learn to, you say, oh, well, no one's ever done this, so it'll be pretty unique, and then sometimes you realize why it's never been done. sometimes you stumble into something that's really impressive. So
There you
in
see
that
our
case,
countdown. We've got 16 minutes and 39 seconds until Grim Reaper 12 takes on Big Frank in the big cage. I'm very excited about that first big cage fight of the day today. Two very different robots, but two competitors that respect each other and like each other very much.
So I didn't get to see Big Frank. Seems like you like Big Frank.
Yes. Well, you've seen Little Frank, right? Little Frank is the little walking robot from Tom. It is
Yes.
an interesting design. It's really funny looking. It's got a little helmet on. He's added an actual weapon. It's not just a lifter. It's got two saws on it, so it can do damage. But much in Tom's style, he hasn't, done anything to separate the motor from that weapon. It's just direct motor on weapon. And articulating arms to shove those saws directly down into the opponent.
And of course, Grim Reaper is a deceptive robot, I like to say. Grim Reaper looks old school, kind of almost like a walk with a little saw sticking out the front. But it is 10-3 in KOs. It's 14-10 overall, 13 events. It's really good. And so it's a tough matchup for Big Frank to come out, but I think it'll be a good matchup for us.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And Grim Reaper 12 is it's a newer robot, but it is far more successful than its 3-pound kind of counterpart as far as pure record goes. And I think it just works really well at that weight class, that design. That kind of full bubble shell wedge around the entire robot.
Yeah, the different weight classes have different metas in all areas. From, the overall architecture and strategy of a robot and how physics work, that's going to change it. The materiality and how you design the different parts, the amount of plastic and 3D printing and foam and metal and the different weight classes. And it's really interesting to see these designs where you think there's no way that's going to work. And then somehow it magically does.
This is, by the way, the most ridiculous way to turn on a robot I have ever seen. Yes, that is a giant injector, and that does mean we're going to be looking at Injection taking on Simian Rage. Two very fascinating custom-built robots. Simian Rage is a shuffler drum beater bar from Noah Jankar. Listen, this is a mechanical engineering student from Notre Dame, Indiana. And look at that wide, vicious-looking drum on that thing.
What's the typeface on Simian Rail? Is that Cillian Rail?
I do not know. That's really funny. It is an 8-inch wide, 1,400 kilojoule drum on this robot, just full of death. Now, over on the other side, we have Injection by Pearl Gray. Pearl is a virtual reality software developer, and the feedback on this robot actually causes Pearl some discomfort, which is one of the strangest things that I've seen in the arena.
Fight.
I really like these wide drum boys. I think they're fun. Oh! You can see the disadvantage of the shuffler maneuverability as Injection is literally driving circles around Simian Rage.
Now, I will say Pearl does a great job driving this robot, drives it with a Steam Deck because Pearl's a avid gamer, so that is a control layout that they are very familiar with. And the strangest part about this robot is the feedback actually gives Pearl some electrical shocks when the bot gets damaged. So Pearl is, I guess you could say, intrinsically motivated not to get hurt while driving this robot.
Negative reinforcement. Whew. That was close as Injection's weapon just sort of nicked the drum as they were turning around. What's crazy here is the forks on Injection are so long that even when they get around behind Simian Rage, you could hear them running into the drum.
Scary moment right here. Nice shot into that top plate. Look at that dent. Neither shot into the top plate in the exact same spot. Those dents can add up, and you can see it's kind of cavitating the robots.
Now, it's not piercing that titanium, but it is denting it, and that can crush your electronics inside or your batteries. No movement from Simian Rage at the end, and a tap-out victory for Injection and Pearl Gray.
Pearl Gray just really showing off some phenomenal driving there. You can see Noah Jankar did not want any more of that smoke. It is not necessarily the size of your weapon in this event. It really comes down to where you can deliver it. And you could see those two shots on that plate on Simian Rage were enough to make Noah say, no thank you, I am done with this fight. I do not need you to hurt my robot anymore.
That might have made his controller say no thank you, as I am not seeing any movement out of any of the parts of Simian Rage at the end of that fight. Quite a fight by injection, and Pearl Gray, I guess not getting too many electrical shocks in that fight, doing pretty well.
Yeah, that is, first of all, the strangest kind of control mode that you'd see. Pearl's such a talented engineer, I guess, has to play this game on hard mode by trying to, use that Steam Deck and kind of modify that to work with this control system. And then shocking themselves, it's a very strange setup. And look at that weapon, or that on-off switch made out of the giant injector there. I love that.
Well, I like this. Yeah, some people might think that giant injector power switch is impractical. I would argue that's the most practical power switch I've ever seen, because the number of power switches I've lost is enormous.
We actually have a magnet on the side of the box where we keep an extra power switch just because people lose them so often. So you're right. That is probably Pearl just doesn't want to have to think about that. So Pearl's just like, you know what? Make my power switch something I literally have to carry under my arm. Like a loaf of bread.
Yeah.
Pearl Gray, one of my favorite people to talk to at this event. It's always fun when they can come here and show off their stuff. And that was beautiful functionality out of injection. That is a cool robot. I hope it does very well. Definitely a part of the Overhead Attack clan here today. Awesome showing from them. All right, so we are still doing some 3-pound action for the rest of the morning, but we do have a really cool 12-pound fight coming up for you very soon. It's going to be Frank versus the weirdest-looking undercutter in this this weight class. It is Grim Ripper 12. And Grim Ripper 12 is themed a little bit differently today. Normally, it's a pretty scary-looking robot. Today, they're really getting into the season, so I'm excited to see that.
A summer aesthetic.
Summer aesthetic, if you will, yeah, for sure.
The summer body is
the bots of summer.
In full force.
We are really excited to share more of these 3-pound fights with you in this first round of qualifying matchups. This is the beginning of those qualifying rounds. If these bots are able to win 2 fights within these qualifying rounds, they do qualify for the bracket at the end of the day in prime time. And if they get to the top 4 slots in that prime time bracket, they qualify for the World Championships at the end of the season. A lot on the line today and a lot at stake. And I think because this is the last event before our summer break, it is a stacked roster.
After tonight, we're not back until October.
Absolutely. Spooky season. Yep. Very excited to see that. So we're going to have some interesting kind of bots coming back in October, because people are going to have a lot of time to work on new ideas, to improve the ideas that they already have. So look forward to that event, because that is going to be really cool. Lots of changes around the actual space here, and lots of changes with these bots that'll be coming at that time.
Yeah, it should be a great event in October, but we've got a great event today. Every weight class is full to the brim with robots. We had wait lists coming in every one. So quite the field to get through if you want to get that golden dumpster later tonight. I'm particularly excited about a fully booked out 30-pound class, meaning the primetime 30 fight tonight should be off the hook as we get down there.
And this is like the best looking roster of 30s that we've seen this season, is my opinion. A lot of really, really high kinetic energy weapons, a lot of really cool designs, and some interesting kind of takes on old designs that are coming into this event too. Very interesting design.
We've got an internal combustion engine in the 30-pound class.
That's
tonight.
right.
We've got a melty brain in the 30-pound class tonight.
Hardly ever seen before, and it's a giant billet of aluminum too.
The aluminum is about an inch thick. It's an inch thick
I think
ring
it's thicker
of aluminum.
than that.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, it's huge. The thing's massive. I mean, not compared to other 30s. It's actually quite small and dense, but it's like it's all aluminum. It's just solid. I'm very excited about that.
I think Megatron, JMO's here in the 30s.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. the biggest overhead attack weapon, or sorry, the biggest spinning weapon mass that we've seen in the 30-pound division is going to be here today.
Yep.
Not the biggest weapon. I was corrected on that yesterday. It's not the largest weapon. The largest weapon is actually, brought to you by our co-host Ricky, because it is. But high kinetic energy, it is the largest weapon that we've had in that weight class.
No.
Which I'm really excited to see that. And that's a new take on Chonkiv. So we'll see how that kind of goes for them.
A new Chonkiv.
Yeah, it's a new take on Chonkiv, right? They're instead of the shell spinner, they're going with this bar. It's a really cool idea. Very cool idea. It gives them a lot more reach and possibly a lot more kinetic energy.
Yeah.
The amount of kilojoules at this event is absurd.
So we were just talking about 3-pound bots, just talking about the championship. Let's take a look, see who's qualified for the championships.
That's right. So back in February, Silent Spring, Comet, Pine Victus all qualified for this event. In March, Impact, Counterpunch, The Wall Part 2, and Jackalope qualified. In April, what a win by Chainsaw Kitty, Caldera, Strike Point, and Beam Supreme. And last event, we qualified Sad Octopus, Repeater, Vapor Trail, and returning to this event, the last Golden Dumpster winner, Jelly Baby, a lifter control bot, the third of its kind to win a dumpster in that weight class. Really impressive win from them. I am very excited to see who qualifies for this event, and we do already have a lot of bots here that have already qualified, Sad Octopus being one of them, which we saw earlier today, really great robot. And then, of course, Jelly Baby, one of the best driven lifter bots that we've ever seen, and some really cool improvements from last event to this event. It's so interesting. The improvements that they've been doing on Jelly Baby are so small, but have such a massive impact.
Yep.
The side rails now have a tiny divot on them. That's it. It's literally just a little dot to prevent them from doing the thing. And it's like the problem.
Those are those details that you build up over time. They don't look like much, but that can be the difference in a fight. That can be an unstick or not, which then can be a win or not. It really adds up.
And exactly right. Like they were having a lot of issues originally with the forks falling underneath the robot. So they put these small printed tabs on the top of the forks just to prevent them from ever doing that again.
Yeah.
Tiny little changes, tiny little, you can't really tell by looking at the robot, but as they're pointed out to us and as they build up, it just makes that robot more and more bulletproof.
We have a big fight coming up here in Cage 2. This is today's debut of Mako going up against Paw Print. Mako is the #1 ranked Beetleweight, showing up with a different color scheme today in red. It is 35-12 with a 17-1 knockout record. That is coming from Julian Papazian. Going up against Paw Print, driver is Ellie, 2-wheel drive vert. You can see those paw prints on the top. Nice design. This is the first event for her. She's an artist and streamer coming out of Charlotte, North Carolina. And let's see what she can do against the #1 ranked Beetle.
Yeah,
we've seen a few tough matchups for first fight ever at NHRL, but I think this is statistically the toughest as you draw the #1. An interesting matchup, vert versus overhead. Mako is, of course, an overhead saw. This is not the traditional overhead attack robot with the kinetic energy kind of single-tooth disc. This is an old-school saw. Mako is so powerful, and in this weight class with the materials, is just able to slice completely through robots. Impressive to see. Let's take a look at what happens here.
Now, I will say something interesting about Paw Print. That is a sharpened blade on Paw Print. That is not something you see commonly, but with so much plastic in use in these events, it might be smart to sharpen up your blade before you go in there against these opponents.
Yeah, an interesting couple of bots here. Everyone tries to sharpen up kind of the tips of the impactors, but to really sharpen into a blade is an interesting approach. We'll see how it works.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, Mako really coming out with that box rush.
That is what you need to do when you're Mako. Just box rush and immediately start going away with that saw. And you saw the full release of the pin and then the return of Mako there. Julian really knows how these rules work, that experience showing in his driving style.
Yeah, you hear the ref counting down the time left in the pin. You have to release. If you don't release the pin, it's not going to kind of count in the judge's decision. If you hold it for too long, you actually be disqualified if you really refuse to release. Generally, it ends up in a kind of an unstick situation, though. Mako really controlling this fight early on. You can. This is
nasty.
This is how they win their fights. Wow.
Oh,
look at the depth.
Deep cut there to the side. You can see it cutting all the way into that flag sticker on the bottom. Oh, nasty cut onto that front armor plate. And the side rail holding the weapon.
Tap out.
Ellie made a good call there, tapping out. Paw Print needs to live to fight another day.
The depth of those cuts was just right up to the hub.
Yeah, and so quick, so fast. Not a hammer saw, still able to just take away that material so quickly.
And this is what we were talking about earlier when we were saying that the different weight classes have kind of different metas, different materials, different ideas that work. As much as I would love to see a larger Mako, could it work as well as it works at this scale?
Yeah, not with the kind of more metal and harder armors that you see at those larger weight classes. I'm not sure.
It's just so good in 3 pounds. So impressive. And just as good in red as it is in that kind of neon highlighter, greenish yellow.
Yeah, it's amazing to see how quickly Julian has advanced in this sport, becoming one of the top names here in just a very short period of time, with a relatively unconventional weapon design and a whole lot of copycats that have come in after the fact.
But let's hand it to Ellie and Paw Print coming out here and putting up a good effort against the #1 ranked robot in the weight class. You know, that you can only take so many hits from a bot like Mako, but hopefully they'll get that put back together in their second fight. They'll learn something here and they'll come back, and we could still see them in the bracket later on.
Very much so, yeah. Impressive first fight ever at NHRL, all the way up from Charlotte, North Carolina. All right, we are now going to be moving into some 12-pound action. So let's have a look at the robots that have qualified for the World Championships already in this 12-pound bracket.
So we got a lot of bots qualifying. Some of those bots are here.
Absolutely. So we have Prom, Hetta, Maximizer, Caldera 12, and Buzzkill back in February. Just get the big names out of the way, right? Psycho qualifying in March, Grim Ripper 12, who we'll see later on today, Synthesis 12, who we'll also see later on, Melodious, Cherry, The Void, Budget Boy, Minen, and Plusle. And last event, we had Sievert?
It's a measure of radioactivity.
That's right. Torrent, Battle Tots, so happy to see them in there, and the return of Huge. A one-time world champion in this weight class. So happy that they have qualified. This is going to be a really interesting 12-pound division. It's where the killers come to play. And we're going to see one of those killers in the next matchup, and one really, really cool guy.
The top 4 bots in each weight class tonight will qualify for the championships later this year in December. If one of the top 4 robots has already qualified, then their spot will go to a different robot, a highly ranked robot tonight that didn't manage to make the top 4. So you can't qualify twice. Your spot would go to someone else. We'll see how that all works out later today, as everyone is trying to make it to the World Championships and end up winning that Golden Brett later this year.
One of the most fascinating things about this event that I feel is different from the events we've had previously, there's a lot more experimentation in the 12-pound division today. Some fascinating bots. We saw one, I cannot wait for you guys to see this, Apricot. It is a giant shuffling robot. We saw it and we both said, oh, that looks like a big 30. And they were like, nope, that's a 12.
Yep.
Very excited to see that. Oh, okay. Okay. So we are still going to be giving you guys just a little bit of 3-pound action.
Oh, but this is a really fun 3-pounder.
Yes. This is Candela Foxtrot versus Robbie. I don't know much about Robbie, but I do know something here about Candela Foxtrot. This is a mechanized robot with swerve drive and 2 flamethrowers and a lifter mechanism.
Yes.
It is 100% custom built by Jay Lee.
And it looks like it's out of a video game.
That is Jay Lee's. Jay's like, why build robots unless you're going to build mechs?
It's a little head.
Fully articulated. It is beautiful to look at. Jay Lee builds these robots as kind of one and done things. There are no spares. It is basically like a beautiful ice sculpture or a beautiful cake in the sense that it is art, and part of the art is the transience of that art as it gets destroyed. And the flamethrower on this thing, I saw a couple of videos of this working. It is legit. It is a very high air-powered weapon, which means they are really able to get a lot of distance with the flame.
Let's see how that works out. This is the first event for both of these robots. Robbie from Ben Manzer out of East Hartland, Connecticut, is a 2-wheel drive vert. Much more traditional aesthetic, but if that vert works, then Candela Foxtrot from Jay Lee is going to be in a bit of trouble, but you can see it swerving around. Maybe we'll be able to use that maneuverability and avoid that nasty-looking disc on Robbie.
This is a great-looking first attempt at a combat robot here in Robbie. Look at that.
It's a beautiful-looking weapon. This doesn't, to me, look like an off-the-shelf kind of system there. That looks really nice. They've got the traditional aluminum tape protecting the front and tops, the sides of the main chassis, trying to deflect at least some of the radiant heat from the flames, at least keeping them from directly getting into the robot. It's not going to fully protect. You're going to get a lot of conductive heat through, but it should help. The flip side, it can also contain heat within your robot. You're going to lose that kind of airflow that you might usually depend on. So it is a double-edged sword a little bit when you cover your robot in that tape, but most people take that chance.
5.
Let's see what happens.
3.
Jay Lee is operating 18 channels, I believe, on this controller setup that they have to operate this swerve drive and the flamethrowers, and we see both bots off to a...
both of them not particularly maneuverable here. Candela Foxtrot just kind of floundering around. Robbie
I
stuttering.
See some kind of like red light or maybe flame inside of Candela Foxtrot, but I haven't seen anything come out.
Usually you don't want the flame inside the robot. That wouldn't be where you want. You want it inside the opponent's robot.
Well, okay, so they're getting there. Oh, there we see the attempt at the flame.
One of the hardest things with flamethrowers is getting the ignition reliably.
And the lifter, for some reason, is up. Now it's down. Okay. Yep. And the pivot, but no. Yep. A little bit of attack there.
Oh, no.
There we go. We got some fire kind of. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not okay.
It seems there's a bit of a fuel leak in Candela Foxtrot, as when they got ignition, they've ignited their entire chassis.
Oh, no. Yeah, Icarus flew too close to the sun on that one, and now Candela Foxtrot is ablaze.
Our thermal camera showing all the thermals are inside of Candela Foxtrot right now as it's gradually slowing down. Robbie just unable to deliver the weapon.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the drive is fully functional on Robbie. It's mostly functional on Candela Foxtrot. Now, I will say Candela Foxtrot is a very difficult robot to control.
You can see the right side of the swerve drive there. You can see the servo. Yep, there it goes.
Yeah, it popped right off.
That is not how you want your swerve to look. They're not going to be able to do much swerving anymore.
No. You still have lifter working. You still have articulation on the arms and the body.
And the interesting thing is, even with one functional swerve pod, you can get full directional movement out of that. You're not going to get the rotation anymore, but you can't push your robot around the arena.
And yeah, poor Jay. That's rough.
Yeah, it seems like even the left side swerve is having issues now, as they are not moving as well as you would like to see, and they are potentially going to be counted out if they can't get some movement. They only got 33 seconds here, just need a little bit of movement to avoid that count out, but they might end this fight getting counted out.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to be able to get
I'm not
this thing
seeing
back
really.
up.
Okay, so they're requesting an unstick,
Smart move, yeah.
and that will buy them enough time, most likely, to avoid.
And they are able to move a little bit still. There we go. Yep. So this will go the full distance, and the poor judges are going to have to figure out something with this matchup.
The judges will be in for a treat with that one. I don't know what you do. Both robots couldn't really move and couldn't really work at the end. You are seeing the weapon spin up on Robbie. You see Candela Foxtrot doing little spins. Both of them seem to have lost the side of drive. I don't know how you judge the weapon functionality of Candela Foxtrot's flamethrower there. Man, a lot of flames for a little bit of time until all the fuel leaked out. The lifter was working. Does lighting yourself on fire count as aggression?
No. I mean, self-emulation does not count as aggression.
I like to imagine, like, if I were in a real fight with a real person and this situation happened, how might I feel? And if you were to light yourself on fire and run around in circles in an arena while I was fighting with you, I would feel very intimidated.
I would be terrified. Yeah. You are correct. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Jay Lee just really struggling with the functionality of that flamethrower. One of the hardest things to do in this sport is get a functioning flamethrower. Yeah.
Getting the gas to come out is fairly simple. Getting it to ignite reliably is the hardest part. And if you can get those two things going, then you can start worrying about, okay, what's my fuel-air mixture, and let's get that efficient. We are going to see at some point today someone who has dialed in all of those things.
Yes, yes. We do have a flamethrower master, I suppose you could say, showing up later on today. Alex has brought Dutch Oven. It is a custom-built flamethrower robot from top to bottom, and the actual mechanism that he uses is 100% engineered for combat robotics flamethrower.
And it is astoundingly reliable, and not only does it have an amazing ignition system and fuel delivery system, but it has a fan blowing air through the combustion chamber, and it glows a beautiful, perfect blue. And it's like 3 feet of blue flame coming out of a 3-pound robot. It is brutal, and it is more effective than most 30-pound flamethrowers going up against robots with 1/10 the thermal mass. So that will be really fun when we get a chance to see that later on.
One of the most interesting developments in this sport since the inception of NHRL is how much progression we've seen in flamethrower technology. Flamethrowers used to really not be available very much. Not many events would have them. It's a very big safety risk to be able to put those on. Here at NHRL, we are dedicated to allowing the most creativity and destructive capability in our robots as safely as humanly possible. And that means we do have fully flame-capable cages and all of the mechanisms in place to make that a safe thing for our drivers to participate in. And we've seen so much progression in that technology here. It's absolutely insane.
There are a lot of rules if you try to build a flamethrower robot here. I did that once, and it's tricky. But those are in place for a reason. We have a separate cage that we test them in out back. We have all the cages here, like you mentioned, they're negative pressure to remove all of the fumes that are generated by flames or anything else that flames in the arena. A lot of effort goes into it, and because of that, we can allow these flame robots to exist. And you can see that when they're working, they'll get pins up against the wall, they'll flame the robot. That's really important to allow flames to work. In a lot of other competitions, even when they allow flames, they'll have rules saying, well, you can't use it too close to the walls, you can't use it while you're pinned against the wall, and that really just removes the effectiveness of the design. But here, when you can combine pins and flames, we see flamethrower robots going home with golden dumpsters here. In all weight classes. It is astounding how effective they can be when people dial in the technology and the strategies to allow them to function, and a visual treat for all of us when they work, especially with that new thermal camera we've got.
Amen to that. All right, we are in for a treat. This is Loopy. Coleman Christie has kind of adopted Loopy and started bringing it to events on the West Coast, now bringing it to this event here on the East Coast. This bot was originally designed by Tommy Wong, but Coleman has been operating it now for, I guess, over a year. because I believe this was originally built in 2023. It is a, I guess, gyroscopic walker robot. Those two blades are the weapons.
He's mooning us.
Yeah, that's the booty. They are starting this fight booty first. I don't know why. But this robot is amazingly reliable, and when driven well, one of the deadliest robots in the game. They're going up against Snuggle Muffins, a more traditional four-wheel drive vertical spinner robot.
Whoa. This is brutal out of the gate.
Yeah, that's what you get with these giant weapons. Those weapons can weigh as much of a pound on Loopy, and that's scary in a 3-pound fight.
Yeah. Loopy getting that non-traditional weight bonus here, making them 50% heavier than their opponents, is a huge advantage. Now, they don't qualify as a full walker because they are still using continuous rotation to move the robot. To be a full walker, you kind of need to have sort of articulated feet that go back and forth.
I think it's interesting that Coleman decided to start this matchup kind of upside down. But Coleman's one of the better drivers that we have here. Normally drives control-style robots. In the 12-pound weight class, he's won world championship before.
Yeah, I mean, for me, sometimes it's hard to tell what direction is Loopy. Is it upside down now? Was it upside down the whole fight? I don't even know, but Snuggle Muffins is now upside down, and that's certainly not where Kevin wants it to be. Oh, just driving the weapon directly in, like the weapon frame of Snuggle Muffins directly into the weapon of Loopy. That is going to be painful to look at later in the pits, but they're doing anything they can to damage the weapons on Loopy. Just, oof, and now they're back over. But now it does seem like the weapon has stopped on Snuggle Muffins. That is, of course, the danger going in face first like that.
Now, in order to operate a robot like Loopy, you kind of need to ramp up and ramp down the speed on those blades in a kind of rhythmic pattern in order to progress yourself across the arena.
Yep.
Normally, when we see somebody like Tommy Wong driving it, it's more of these big kind of lumbering walks.
Yeah.
Coleman is much more controlled. These are like small movements, kind of guiding them, these little steps, guiding him where he needs to go.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing the difference in walking style. I mean, on such a unique robot, this is not easy to control Loopy style gyro walkers. Snuggle Muffins not giving him much of a chance to control it, as non-stop aggression, right side up, upside down, just keeps coming at it face first, face to fist here. You can see the weapon on Snuggle Muffins is still kind of spinning. I don't know if that's powered or just the reaction of getting hit by Loopy's weapon so many times. But it's definitely not up to any sort of full speed. Loopy, however, is definitely still up to full speed, as 8 seconds left in this fight. This went by so fast. Wow.
Wow.
Quite the fight. I think with a fully functional, nearly no damaged Loopy at the end of that, you have to expect Loopy's going to take that one home, as Snuggle Muffin's going to come out of the arena without a functioning weapon. And although it was extremely aggressive, I don't even know if I could say that it really controlled the fight, because as much as it would engage with Loopy, it would go flying across the arena just as much. So I wasn't really seeing a ton of control either way. Even with aggression, although Snuggle Muffin was faster, it's not like Loopy was running away or anything.
No, definitely not. And Coleman really able to show a lot of controlled driving with this very unique robot.
Yeah.
It's always fascinating to see a traditionally kind of control-style driver take on a high-kinetic weapon and see how that translates. And Coleman doing that beautifully with this machine.
Yeah. I mean, great drive from Kevin and Snuggle Muffins with the aggression, but when you use that face-to-fist strategy, if the fist is in one piece at the end, you usually end up losing and the fist ends up winning. We'll see how the judges see it, but quite a great performance from both robots. Whoever ends up in that loser's redemption fight, I think their opponent is going to be unhappy.
Yeah. Yeah, excellent showing there by Coleman Christie. The judges are probably going to bode very well for him in that decision.
Yeah, I mean, you never know how the judges are going to see this. You know, did Snuggle Muffins have more control and aggression? I could see arguments either way. Loopy is a slower robot, so sometimes people can see that as a lack of control or a lack of aggression. I think Loopy controlled a lot of the earlier part of the fight clearly. I think as it went on, you saw more of Snuggle Muffins' performance, but then major damage to the weapon of Snuggle Muffins. It's tricky. It's a tricky one to judge. So I could see it going either way, although I probably would go Loopy.
It's a pretty small weapon on Snuggle Muffins there. The driver themselves has said that it's a weapon kind of more designed for a 1-pound robot that they're bringing into this. Everything's a little bit smaller on that robot, so it's not surprising they took so much damage to that weapon system going up against those huge weapon bars on Loopy. Cool machine, incredibly well driven, and it's fascinating to see these kind of different driving styles take over the same robot.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if we'll see the driving evolve over the day. Will the strategies change on Loopy?
Absolutely, yeah. It's going to be a very strange day in that 3-pound weight class. We are getting ready here soon for some big bot action, but in the meantime, let's go back into Cage 2.
This is Summit going up against Unicorn Sparkle.
Great name, by the way. Unicorn Sparkle is a 4-wheel drive flamethrower from Chloe Kent. Chloe's a bank manager who apparently just needs to get some fire out, you know?
And now Unicorn Sparkle has a familiar shape here. It looks a lot like Mixtape. And of course, Mixtape is sort of designed entirely around the gas canister. Inside of it, I imagine Unicorn Sparkle is similar with a big, long butane canister inside of that nice, long, pink chassis.
Yeah, look at that. They're showing the glow plug burning up inside there now.
Oh,
ooh, yeah.
Now that is some nice ignition. We'll see if they can keep that consistent throughout the fight. Going up against Summit, a 4-wheel drive vert from Griffin Chan. This is the second event for Summit. Went 1 and 2 previously. You can see some nice looking dual vertical discs there and some good looking little forks. This is a dense robot. Looks a lot like a larger robot. Looks more like a heavyweight scaled down.
5,
we'll see if they can pierce that tank
3,
on Unicorn Sparkle,
2,
give us a nice explosion,
1.
or can Sparkle flame Summit.
It is amazing how similar Unicorn Sparkle is to Mixtape. Mixtape, the first really successful kind of flamethrower robot here at NHRL.
Look at that thermal cam. All the heat building up, already starting to build up inside of Summit.
Ooh, nasty shot there. Gotta love that. And this flame is not tight and controlled. No, it is just big and nasty.
This is a fuel-rich flame, but boy, are they pretty when you get that that yellow flame there. And either way, it is hot, and you can see Summit is starting to slow down. A lot of the damage from these flamethrowers is not always visible as the internals just start to warm up a bit. Your belts get loose, your bearings get tight, and your electronics start acting a little finicky and sometimes shutting off.
Yeah, you can even see, like, in some of these fights, they'll show entire solder joint connections just de-solder mid-fight when you're taking on a hot flamethrower. Belts get loosey-goosey. And this is a very armored version of a flamethrower robot in Unicorn Sparkle. You know, the wheel guards are on there. That front plate's really significant.
These are some picturesque flames. And, you know, I'm seeing a little bit of trouble driving around from Unicorn Sparkle. I wonder, you know, is it just a little underpowered? Are the batteries having trouble? Are we going to see them start to slow further as the fight goes on? That could be their weakness here.
Look at this floor.
And you can even see the seam in the floor, and Summit and Unicorn Sparkle keep running into it. Stuck on opposite halves of the arena here. Fork's a little bit too low. Unicorn Sparkle able to get over the gap. Yeah, one of the downsides of those low forks is the arena is not perfectly flat, especially less so as the day goes on. You need to consider that in your design.
Ooh, yeah, not able to get a good pin there.
Unicorn Sparkle does feel like, to me, it is slowing down. I feel like you can see it in the turns. The turns are getting tougher for them, it feels like. Flames still working. 1 minute left in this fight. Can they make it to the end? The weapon on Summit not spinning here, so I would think if Unicorn Sparkle can avoid too many of these pins and can still drive around at the end, they got to think this is their fight. That flame is a lot of fun to watch.
Wow, look at this nice pin here from Summit. Keeping that flame facing away from them. They've got the full side plate pinned against the wall. And yeah, with Unicorn Sparkle having trouble with these turns, that really did slow them down last 15 seconds of this match. Ooh, beautiful flame force right here at the end.
That is how the fight going to the judges with the flames.
Yeah, I gotta love that. And another pin here from Summit at the end. This one will go to the judges. Both bots with a lot to show for at the end of this matchup.
Wow.
And a lot to show from our thermal cam. Look at all that residual heat all over the arena.
That was quite a fun visual treat with all those flames. Love the thermal cam reviews as well.
Yeah, Chloe Kent, nice job with this cool four-wheel drive flamethrower. Just a great take on the design. Some cool stuff. Maybe needs a little bit more battery power to keep this thing going, but other than that, I'm really impressed. Nicely done. Griffin Chan coming on here from Forest Hills, New York. Ranked 432nd in the 3-pound division. And we'll see how the judges bode for them in this decision. But yeah, that was really good driving on their part. Pretty evenly matched as far as driving goes. Weapon did die on Summit. But the driving slowed down so significantly on Unicorn Sparkle throughout that matchup. It's going to be difficult to see how the judges call this one. Now, I wonder why it's called Unicorn Sparkle. Is the Unicorn Sparkle the fire of it all? Yeah, that was a great matchup in the 3-pound division. We do have some big bot action coming your way. And speaking of coming your way, joining me at the desk, Richard.
Hello.
Welcome. How you been, buddy?
Been a minute?
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a minute.
I think a month exactly.
Exactly
right?
a month. Yeah,
Exactly a
that's
month.
exactly right. Richard's joining us at the broadcast desk today. He'll be doing some pit reporting later on as well, and looking dapper, I might say.
Yes. You know, I try to dress for the occasion, and these occasions are, you know, certainly require nothing but the best from me. So.
Amen to that. Well, we've seen some fantastic 3-pound action today, Richard.
I was watching in the back. Yes. Fire again. You know,
So
we're looking
much
for
fire
words of the
today.
day, and fire's coming to me early so far.
Yep, lots of flame today, and we also have some really cool overhead attack bots that we've been seeing show up all day long. We are going to be moving into some 12-pound action here pretty soon, where you're going to see, I guess, the first real big walker robot of the day.
Yeah, I was up in the pits, and there were some very impressive bots. But yes, walkers, flamethrowers, and then a lot of overheads, and just a good variety this time. There is a fight coming up, you know. We know him, we love him. JMO, Megatron.
JMO and Megatron, yep, bringing that bot back.
I've known him for a long time. I've waited now 3 events to finally see him in NHRL action. So I am
fascinating. Yeah, you
counting
haven't
down the
seen
minutes.
him here yet. Yeah.
So it's very exciting.
JMO's he's done some interesting stuff in the past year where he's basically he comes to qualify a robot, right? So he's already qualified as 12-pounder. He's already qualified a 3-pounder. Like he's just kind of working his way up the weight classes. So today this is the day for the Megatron, I guess. But in the meantime, we've got a really cool design, former Golden Dumpster winner in Monkfish.
Talked to them last night. Very, very entertaining and fun team there, and they have all the confidence in the world in their bot.
Well, they have every reason to.
Yeah.
Monkfish is just durable, extremely well driven by Rachel de Guzman. It is a cool shuffler-style robot, and it is perfectly designed to take on these small 4-wheel drive verts. Look at this new armor package and different eye setup on Monkfish too.
And a weight bonus because it's a walker, which they take full advantage of that. They like to have fun, and their weapon spins up to about 200. And she says, that's a little slow. And I was like, well, what's fast then if 200's slow?
It's good. It makes for some kind of controlled hits. It's a
Yes.
very interesting robot to watch, and Rachel drives it extremely well. Over on the other side of the cage, we have a 4-wheel drive
four,
overhead
three,
drill from Robert.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Overhead drill robots are relatively unexplored in this weight class. There's really one other one that we've seen, and that's a multi-bot. So it's interesting to see a 4-wheel drive overhead drill as a single unit. We'll see how that stacks up and if they're even going to be able to use that drill against Monkfish.
So far, exchanging blows early. They're really just going hit for hit here. Monkfish, though, I feel like kind of dictating the pace of the fight, and the big hit there delivered by Monkfish.
Shuffler technology has improved so much over the past 3 years. Look at how much faster Monkfish is able to get around the arena and really just strafe around Robert.
Yeah, it looks like a crab on the beach, just scurrying about, back and forth, all directions, and just you're not sure which way it's going to come at you, and then all of a sudden, bam!
Yeah, it is more like a crab. You're right. Monkfish is neither a monk or a fish, so it's a very strange name for that robot.
It is a crustacean.
Yeah, there it is, the tap out. They do not want any more damage to their overhead drill.
Okay.
So nice job, Jackson. That was an interesting take on a robot. This is their first ever event here at NHRL. Oh, that's why they stopped. That's the forks. They're gone.
Yep.
Yeah, not like you could do a whole lot with those forks up against a robot like Monkfish. Monkfish, by the way, one of the many Michigan robots coming from the Merca team. Merca in full effect out here. Merca is another league out in the Midwest, and they do some really cool work. But we have so many Michiganders here today from that Merca team, and you can see their MWO shirts, their Merca World Order shirts that they bring to this event. They're doing a full takeover today.
The wrestling
dozens
fan
and
of
dozens
heart
of robots coming in here. You'll also like that the last time they came, their shirts were white and black, and this time they are red and black because they have evolved to full Wolfpack status.
I love it, love it, love it. So I as I mentioned, talked to them last night, and my wife and I, we lived for a year in Omaha, Nebraska. So they're like, yeah, we kind of represent the Midwest. I was like, well, how Midwest? I was like, I'm Nebraska, and they're like, oh, Michigan, which is Michiganders. Is that what you said?
Michiganders. That's one of there's two ways to describe it.
Okay.
Yes, you could call them Michiganders or Michigonians.
Michigonians. Okay.
Yeah.
I like Michiganders though.
Michiganders more fun to say
for sure.
Yeah, it's much more fun to say.
Speaking of the Midwest, I see we've got representation up at the desk here. Daisy, gracing us with her presence. I heard the whole story about Daisy last night because I was like, please tell me everything I need to know about this right now.
All right, well, speaking of beautifully designed flame-throwing robots, we do have Dutch Oven coming up next. Dutch Oven is the most advanced flamethrower possibly in the world, but definitely in the world of combat robotics. This machine is absurdly designed and engineered to produce beautiful flames, and it has variability in the flame type that it can present. If you need giant orange, fills the whole box flames, no problem. If you need tight, controlled, extremely hot blue flames that extend 3 feet from the robot, and by the way, 3 feet in that 3-pound arena is most of the arena.
Yes.
It's terrifying. It's won a ton of fights by just emulating its opponents. I am so excited to see them. They got through safety last night and then again this morning once the fire marshal came here. And I will say, Alex said that he has basically doubled the efficiency of that flamethrower, making it twice as powerful. And I think that's underselling it.
He walked me through the science of it because I asked if he had taken any notes, so to speak, from Titanium White's cousins, because he really dialed in that flamethrower for his multi-bot. And I said, so you have the napalm-style flamethrower, quite literally throwing the flame out there. And then you have this more concise welding torch-like. I said, so what inspired you? He's like, I wanted to find a happy medium and perfect it. And I was like, okay. And he walked me through the whole, how he experimented with the butane and this. And I mean, he is the utmost confidence in this bot.
It is most people take an existing butane tank system and modify it for combat. That is not the case with this robot. He has built a custom tank system specifically so that he gets the perfect air to fuel ratio for these fights. It is a fascinating design. Alex is one of the most intelligent people out here. Yeah, to say, did you get inspiration from a Titanium White? Titanium White's only really mastered one thing, and that's consistent flames.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all they really got, and it's very effective for them. They've won a lot of fights with just consistent flames. This flame is well past consistent.
Yeah, I said the only thing that he was really worried about was the self-inflicting wounds because, you know, there's a lot of things that can go wrong. I mean, you were calling a fight before I hopped on the desk where the flamethrower became the flame engulfed.
Yeah, Candela Foxtrot did, in fact, become a candle in that matchup. It was pretty rough. Jay Lee builds beautiful, beautiful art pieces that get into fights, and that is definitely what we saw there. That art piece just exploded into a gorgeous flame. Look at these wings coming off the side. This is an anti-huge wheel mechanism on the side of this robot. I've never seen that before.
Just don't call it a bike rack.
No, of course not, but that's a fascinating idea. I really like it. And they're able to stay within, wait for it. And of course, Dutch Oven does have eyeballs because it is an Alex Grant robot.
Yes.
Now, Colossus brought to you by Sam Herman. This is a big-wheeled bot from Massachusetts. It's been to 2 events. It's got a record of 2-1, and it has the largest vertical spinner on any 3-pound combat robot in the world. Will that be enough to save them in this instance?
We'll certainly see. Just looking at the wheel design, though, and it's a very unique wheel design.
Looks like cut titanium.
Yeah, not traditional wheels, but I'm curious to see if they can hop over the bar, if you want to call it that.
So the bear trap mechanism on Dutch Oven is really smart. It's basically designed to grab onto the armor of the opponent, the weapon system of the opponent, and hold them in place while the hottest part of the flame hits their robot. That's definitely something that could be put to great effect in this matchup with those giant gaping kind of holes in the spindles of the Colossus wheel system.
Hey, it's like we all said last night as I talked to various builders. Everything
5,
works in theory.
4,
Yeah,
3,
very much
2,
so.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Colossus has definitely got great geometry for this matchup. Let's see if they're able to bring that weapon to bear and if they're able to really avoid the flames on Dutch Oven.
Climbing all over him early, hopped right over him, and so clearly mobility not an issue. A little hint of that flame now, heating up. There we go.
That's the thing about a tight blue flame. They don't necessarily look the best on camera, but they do the most damage. So it's actually a little bit of a risk to run a hot blue flame because the judges can't see it as well as they can a big orange nasty one that has kind of less heat to it.
Yeah. Oh, and there goes a piece of that little Colossus blocker. And now, still waiting for the flame to do what it was intended to do here. You're seeing hints of it, little teasers. Oh, now back into a corner.
Really waiting for the right moment to deploy that flame, but I think that Alex is going to have to get a little bit more aggressive here.
Agreed, yeah. The aggression clearly on Colossus' side early in this one as we approach the minute 30 mark here.
I got to say, these cleated wheels on Colossus, the metal cleated wheels, really intelligent design.
Yeah, not climbing as much or hopping over the bot as I expected with those kind of grooves in there or indents, but still moving around really without any sort of issue.
Nice pin here from Dutch Oven, and they're getting that flame sparked up, but I mean, they might be having a hard time getting the air mixture right with just that much wind coming from the weapon on Colossus. That was a big shot there.
So now we might see the bear trap mechanism because it seemed like they weren't really using it early on. Now some sparks here as they exchange a little bit. Oh, and some wheels there. A little boat out now.
Oh, you can see the bear trap is cut in half.
Oh!
Yeah, tough matchup for Dutch Oven here. They're really not able to bring their weapon to bear on Colossus. And now they're not able to self-right with that bear trap cut in half.
Oh, it's just a little homemade s'more machine.
And you can see the attempt at self-right, big old flips coming there, and they are now able to be on their, yes, they're on their wheels, they're moving properly, that's great.
Back to it now. Still got 20 seconds left in this one to do something to wow the judges, maybe. Right now, Colossus's fight to lose, I would say. Oh, and a little hung up there.
Oh no, now the
And
body of
tangled.
Colossus stuck inside of the bear trap mechanism, which they split in half earlier in the fight.
But it'll go the distance.
Yeah, this one's going to the judges, but one bot looks a lot worse for the wear. And you know, I know that there's a judging rubric. I know that there's a lot of measurements that these refs look at, but if at the end of the fight, one bot looks like they lost the fight, yeah,
Then they
look
probably
at
lost
all
the
that
fight.
damage. Holy cow, even the googly eyes are gone.
Even the googly eyes are gone. I love it. That's great. Oh, that's the kind of Kyleism I need first thing in the morning.
I'm here for you, man. I'm here for you.
Even the googly eyes are gone.
Yeah, it was rough. And there you could see just struggling to get themselves shuffled over to the wall. They really want to, but they're kind of drifting in that shuffle. Hard turn of events there for Alex, and they're trying to show some functionality with the flamethrower, functionality with the drive for the judges before they finish this matchup and open up those doors. But you could see Colossus,
As
no
if
worse
nothing
for the
happened.
wear,
Yeah.
functional. Everything's looking great, weapons working great, drives working great.
It's like the car that gets rolled over but lands upright. You know, it's got some minor scrapes and a few dents, but it's like, hey, we're just gonna keep trucking.
I think that anti-huge wheel design that Alex wanted to implement in this particular event really did not help him as much as he was hoping. It did kind of do what it was designed, holding those wheels at bay, holding that weapon kind of at distance at the beginning, but once one of those got clipped and ripped off, that was all donezo.
Had the flame gotten going and done what it was intended to do, I think even if they popped off like they did, when they did, that it still they would have served their purpose.
Yeah.
As far as keeping Colossus at bay, okay, I've got time, I'm gonna fire this thing up, here we go, and then if they pop off, it's no harm, no foul, because your weapon is fully functional at that point, and that's not what happened. And so that's why it's like, they did what they needed to do. The rest of the bot, unfortunately, did not.
Yeah, amen to that. All right, so if you are just joining us today, welcome to the National Havoc Robot League. We are currently in our qualifying rounds. We have been watching the first round of qualifiers for the 3-pound bracket all morning. We are about to get to the first round qualifiers for our 12-pound division. This is what our qualifying rounds look like. The basic name of the game: win 2 fights, you move on to the prime time tournament at the end of the day. Lose 2 fights and you go home. You essentially have 3 chances to move on into the full tournament. And yeah, it is high stakes from this point on as we move into our second cusp round or redemption round, and then our third bubble round for all of these competitors.
2 and you are through.
2 and you're through. That's
Which-
exactly right. We're now going to start that bracket system for the kind of double elimination system in the 12-pound division, and this is a long-awaited fight. This is the first 12-pound fight of the day. That's right.
Yep.
We've got Big Frank down there in the blue square. This is a walking, boxy robot with saws. This is just one of my favorite designs of the day. Not for its competitiveness, but for its
3,
silliness.
2,
And they are going up against Grim
Fight,
Ripper
Robots
12.
fight.
Grim Ripper looking to take a big bite out of Big Frank. Let's see what happens. Big Frank walking along. Grim Ripper, boom! First blow delivered.
Grim Ripper fully decked out in rainbow-colored LEDs, looking great for this event. Super stylish, not so grim, just a lot more, I guess you could say, happy, summery, and prideful. And look at these shots coming right in at Frank's poor legs. Poor Frank!
Oh, man.
Oh no, Frank, your feet! His shoes were barely staying on to begin with, and now they're coming off. Poor Frank! Nice, Frank coming in with the saws.
And piece by piece, Grim Ripper is just like, I'm gonna go for this piece now, and okay, let's get a chunk of this now. He really, like, Big Frank is shrinking. He's becoming smaller Frank with every blow.
cutting the legs out from underneath him. Poor Frank.
Quite literally.
Nelson Byros, he is a designer. He is a electrical software engineer from Franklin, Massachusetts. Just one of the coolest guys out there. Its signature armor on this robot is really... Oh, no, both the weapons are gone off Frank. Frank's got no way to defend himself except for the hard hat. Oh, poor Frank.
That hard hat is on every wrong side of the bot right now. It's not going to protect anything that needs protected in this moment.
Tom Fark is one of the most beloved builders in the game. Always builds really interesting and great designs with fascinating walking mechanisms. And the worst matchup he could have possibly had today with Big Frank was a bot like Grim Reaper. Undercutter, powerful weapon, and incredibly well driven by Nelson Byros. Ranked 13th overall in this division. Nelson is an amazing competitor. He's been at 7 events. He's got an overall record of 14 wins, 14-10. And I think he's going to rack another one up here just by taking out the feet from poor Frank.
Oh my goodness.
Now Frank is 100% 3D printed body and feet. The top plate is not 3D printed, the bottom plate is not 3D printed, but the body and the feet are all 3D printed. And Tom told me he does have spare feet. So he will be able to compete in the second matchup. Because the feet are gone now. It's just hinges. It's just hinges.
He's scooting along.
Oh, poor Frank. So big, so Frank.
Jeez, this is... I don't know how to feel about what I'm watching. It's just
I
yellow
know,
chunks
it's just kind of sad.
decorate the cage.
But Tom's having a good time, but I don't think Frank is.
And there it is. Still goes the distance somehow.
I see Nelson giggling at the other side of the cage. I see Tom giggling at his side of the cage. Everybody was having fun, but oh, poor Frank.
Tom was so fun to talk to yesterday because, you know, I asked him, what's the strategy? And he's like, outlast the other guy.
That's it.
And I said, so I said, why do you even have weapons? And he's like, I have them just to have them.
Yeah,
like,
he's got to have them to compete.
It has weapons just to have a weapon.
Tom Farkas is, when he first joined us, he was actually a letter carrier, and he brought a robot that he didn't think would do very well, and he ended up competing very well with it. It was called the First Drink of the Day. And it ended up doing very, very well. And Tom ended up beating a very young kid and making them cry in that event.
Oh.
And at that point, Tom decided that he is no longer building competitive robots. He is now building fun robots.
Wow.
Robots that are going to put on a great show, robots that have interesting design components because Tom wants to inspire, Tom wants to drive the sport forward as far as creativity goes. So that's why you see his robots always have amazing theming, really cool locomotion, and weapons that but like just enough to get him into the competition. You know what I mean? Just enough to get him through the door.
Just enough. He's inspiring me with that shirt. I need to go home and look on Amazon.
Oh yeah, he's
for that
a style
shirt.
icon. Like, let me just tell you right now, his glasses look amazing.
My cats would be all over me with that shirt. They're probably watching at home. I'm probably on the TV that my wife left on at the apartment. They're like, what's happening?
But yeah, all of Tom's robots have a lot of style. And that's just a sad day for poor Frank. I'm glad that we have extra feet so Frank can shuffle again, walk again, shamble again, I guess you could say.
Scuffle around, or however you want to put it. But Big Frank, big entertainment. Tom having big time fun. And if that's your goal, then mission accomplished.
So
really.
all he did was scale up 3-pound Frank. And what he told me was it took 2 full spools just to print the body.
Oh, wow.
That's like 48 hours of printing just to make the body of Frank, that rectangle body of Frank. And that the actual bot itself was way more expensive than he wanted it to be.
Oh, jeez.
That he had to get help from a friend printing the legs because he just didn't have enough time to get both sets of kind of spare legs brought to the event. So that was really fun. And then, of course, Nelson Byros bringing a newly themed kind of pride theme with those big, beautiful lights on it. Grim Ripper 12 looking fantastic and performing as expected.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't really a true test of strength for Grim Ripper, but I mean, when the goal is 2 and you're through, you're already halfway there now.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you get a matchup against the Tom Farkas, you're like, oh, okay, well, you know, I mean, that's one less thing I have to worry about.
Frank is pretty effective against verts just because, you know, you can cut into that body all you want.
Yeah.
You're not really going to hit anything important. But up against big horizontal spinners,
It's just at the perfect height, just
chipping away at those feet. Yeah, you described it perfectly by saying you could watch Frank get shorter as that matchup was going on.
Yellow confetti decorated the cage in that one, and you know, so as I mentioned, I'm talking to Tom last night, and I said, so I mean, you just outlast. He's like, the only fight I've ever won is because my opponent's battery died. I said, okay then. I mean,
With Frank anyway, yes.
Yeah. You know, so I feel if I was on the other side of that, I'd be like, really? Like
Tom builds a lot of fun robots here. We actually have one of his robots over here in Mouse. It is just a 3D printed mouse robot with a deadly tail. He also has Positively Hysterical, a walking cat-themed robot with various different weapon types on it. Positively Hysterical is kind of the unofficial, I guess you could say, mascot of
Very
NHRL.
true. You see him everywhere.
All right, we now have Cage 1 action again. This is RoboCat versus Fluffy.
Is this a battle of metal cuteness?
Metal cuteness is a great way to describe this entire division.
RoboCat and Fluffy. Love it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
We go. Let's
Right,
see.
so Fluffy brought to you by Rob Vitolins from Carmel, Indiana. It's their third event overall.
Nice hit there by RoboCat. And now we're seeing the chunks come off early. Ooh, listen to that weapon.
Oh, nasty shot there from RoboCat. Beautiful hit.
Love it.
RoboCat brought to you by Ben Haas. He's a biomedical engineer from Cincinnati, Ohio. And this is their second event, ranked 41st in the weight class.
And the sparks and the hits just keep coming from RoboCat. As someone who has 4 cats at home, you better bring it if you're going to name it RoboCat. I mean, these are metal baps we're seeing right now in the cage, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, RoboCat is the feature bot from the UCCR Bearcat team.
And now, no movement from Fluffy.
No, Fluffy is not moving at all.
RoboCat still investigating, though, and one more hit for good measure into the corner, and another.
Oh, nasty. That plate is completely
yes.
removed on that bottom section there. Look at all of that damage. And those weapons are not spinning on Fluffy. Unconventional, cool weapon design, but nothing really happening.
Does RoboCat do the booping here? Will we see it? We had
The booping, yeah, this is a pretty vicious booping.
very vicious booping.
You can see those kind of Coulson-style wheels on Fluffy, off-the-shelf Coulsons, and still intact.
Knockout.
And yeah, RoboCat doing the victory dance as the knockout comes his way.
That was a catastrophic display of carnage.
Fluffy, part of the Merca invasion today, that Midwest League that came here to compete at NHRL. They always have kind of 1 or 2 events a year where they bring a ton of robots. They brought dozens of robots to this event. There are so many Merca shirts up there in the pits.
So I'm a fan of RoboCat. I mean, not just the name, but seeing what it's capable of. Yeah, let's see more of that, please.
Absolutely. The University of Cincinnati Combat Robotics team, man, they know what they are doing. Ben Haas, one of the best members of that team, and his robot performing beautifully today. Excellent job, Ben.
Kitty goes meow, and University of Cincinnati 1-0 now.
Gotta love it.
I could do cat puns all day. Don't even challenge me.
I would never think of it. This is a really great division, this 12-pound division. A lot of killers in there. Today we see a lot more kind of experimental robots than we're used to seeing in this division. Really interesting overhead attack bots like Scorpion coming today. Full-on lasagna coming out there today.
Yep.
Just layers of death with that one.
Layers of death.
And returning world champion, former world champion Full Court and Coleman Christie here today with a completely upgraded weapon design on his robot. Very interested to see how that's going to work today. Just all around crazy robots. The big robot that I'm looking for, the strangest robot that I'm looking for in this division is Unstick Please, which is a one-wheel drive melty brain spinner. I don't know if they pass safety. I don't know if they're ready to go, but I do know that that weapon is huge, and the amount of force that it can produce rivals any 30-pounder in the game. So they're going up against Glenn Boxell and Caldera 12. Hopefully later on this morning, we'll have to see if that actually works out for us. But I was fascinated by that robot in the pits last night.
Yeah, it's, you know, everybody loves Glenn. We started a thing last event, and it is carried through.
Amen to that. We also have possibly the largest 12-pounder we've ever seen coming today, and I believe that is what is loaded into the arena right now. This is Minor Threat 5 and the biggest of big boys, Apricot by Eli Davis.
Didn't have a chance to talk with Apricot yesterday, but heard a lot about him. In fact, the entire pit area seemed to be very intrigued and some even impressed by what they could see today.
Eli Davis is an incredibly talented builder and designer. You might know him from Hot Wings, the glow plug hugging robot in the 3-pound division. This 12-pound offering is giant. It is big for a 30-pounder. That weapon blade is huge, and it has a full shuffling mechanism with forked shuffles, I guess you could say. It's got these little pinpoints that actually dig into the arena, and these cool roll bars on top. Excellent design, really strange robot, undercutter spinner. If this works, I mean vicious,
deadly,
vicious machine.
Yeah.
Being that big in the 12-pound division, I have to think this is a little bit of a glass cannon. Like, how do you even fit armor on something that size? That's right.
Look at the size difference.
Yeah, huge size difference here.
Oh my goodness.
Now, it does have an unconventional locomotion bonus, so it is allowed to be big, like heavier in weight, but still, for like an 18-pound robot, which I don't even think it's the full 18 pounds, that's a massive machine. Absolutely huge. Minor Threat 5, the more traditional 4-wheel drive vertical spinner from Luke Grell. It's ranked 9th in the 12-pound division. It's been to 8 events. It's got 18 overall wins behind it. I mean, this thing is incredible.
Crowd is gathering for what looks like a literal David versus Goliath, but I think this time Goliath might actually be favored slightly just because of the weight advantage.
Look at how much surface area that blade takes up. I mean, it is these 2 little tiny pinpoints on the side of that robot that you can actually hit and not get damage to yourself. Maybe not get damage to yourself.
The moment we've been waiting for. Here we go!
Oh,
love it.
Nasty. Minor Threat still functional after that hit.
Wow.
Oh, not good. Apricot is stuck up on the wall. Can they wiggle themselves or shuffle themselves? Luke, the unstick has been called for. Minor Threat says, I'll help you with that.
Minor Threat becoming a major threat to Apricot in the cage right now with those exchanges. It's up against the wall.
Minor Threat is now kind of on its head, trying to self-right in the corner. Apricot trying to get its brain kind of situated and get itself back in the correct direction. There we go. Now they're facing the right direction, but that weapon not up to speed anymore.
Minor Threat just kind of bumping him along like, hey, what you got? You know, come on, come at me, bro.
Yeah, the glass on the cannon might have broken on Apricot there. I'm not seeing a whole lot of weapon spin up, but you can see the huge chunk taken out of the weapon hub right there on the front of it. Minor Threat 5, Luke Grell showing his experience in this weight class and showing that a tightly compact, heavily armored robot is going to help you out even up against a behemoth in Apricot.
How about those two big exchanges early on? I mean, in true David versus Goliath fashion, David-esque comes out on top. The only thing missing, really, a slingshot. But he did throw him across the cage there pretty good.
Eli, incredibly talented designer and builder. This is the second event that he's brought Apricot to. It was 1-1 at its last event. Coming into this first round with a loss is not where he wants to be. But yeah, Luke Grell able to take those hits and keep on dishing them out with Minor Threat 5. Kind of a classic competitor in this weight class. It's been around for years.
Yeah, the name is starting to become more and more familiar. The more events I do, it's like people will talk about Minor Threat. And I'm like, maybe they should change the name to Major Threat, because it seems like when it goes out there, it's a serious threat.
It's a very serious threat, yes. In any division that it's in, it could walk away with a golden dumpster. It's a phenomenal robot. Luke Grell is a great driver, and you saw its durability in that matchup, tanking those 2 hits and still fully functional afterwards. Normally, you get hit like that and launched all the way across the arena, some pieces are going to be missing.
It stayed together pretty well,
But
though.
it stayed together extremely well. Luke Grell, an amazing designer and builder at this event. Just really cool to see. Eli Davis bringing something really unique and magical, though, I think, in Apricot.
Yeah.
Who knows if he'll be able to get it up and running again, but that weapon hug looked sad.
I think we saw potential, a flash of potential early with that first hit. So I really hope that they can, get repaired what needs repaired and figured out, and then bring it back with a vengeance for their second fight. But man, what a good field today. I mean, not only are we at capacity, for those of you that don't know, registration was full for this event for, I think, the first time in like 3 years. But it's a stacked field. So it's not just full, but the competition, even Jameson Go admitted, like, this is a stacked roster of teams.
Yeah, Jameson really likes to focus on one robot per weight class to try to get them qualified for the World Tournament, World Championship, and he really picked a doozy of an event to bring Megatron to. All right, more action here in Cage 1 coming your way. This is
Marlin.
Blue Marlin taking on the Colony.
Ooh.
That's right, straight out of the Colony, where on those shirts.
I love when teams have fun with their, I guess, uniform or their apparel, jerseys, whatever, and it's something that's a play on what their bot or their team is. The soccer-style uniforms, though, those are a big hit. I like seeing those around the pit area.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Colony brought to you by Michael Cross. You gotta love Michael Cross. Just a genuinely, enthusiastic, fun guy in this sport. This is a new offering from him. This is his first event with this robot. Really cool looking custom design. Look at that. Look at them brought together there. I'm very impressed.
Very well put together bots.
And then Blue Marlin from Bob Bellinson.
5,
This is just
4,
a classic
3,
machine in this weight class,
2,
ranked 18th overall, 9-6 record,
Robots fight.
6 knockouts in its career.
There's a nice hit there from Blue Marlin early, and a second little bop, and pieces are flying already.
Bob, just an extremely well-respected builder and driver in this sport, medical device engineer, so he knows how to build things for durability and long-lasting use. Look at those shots.
Wow.
Yeah, there's just a lot of material in this arena to feed that fish. Look at that go. Nice shot there.
Wow, Blue Marlin showing no mercy. Truly a trophy fish of a bot in the cage right now. And another big hit. This started out 2-on-1, and it is now almost like a bully fight on the playground.
Tap out.
Tap out.
Yeah, that is multi-bots gone wrong, and Bob Bellinson celebrating over on his side of the box there. Team Defective, Bob Bellinson. He's from King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, and he is just throwing it out there. That was impressive.
So I don't know if they intended to, but Blue Marlin took out one of the two bots early, as you see right there, thrown into the corner, there was a few pieces that flew off with the first couple of exchanges, and then it just stayed put. So from 2-on-1 to 1-on-1, and then he just bullied the other bot in the cage for the remainder of that fight until they tapped out. That was definitely not how I saw that one going.
No, definitely not. The multi-bot configuration, a really interesting take on the design, but not successful at all against the superior driving and engineering that Bob Bellinson brings to the table. Bob from Team Defective.
Team Defective very effective in their fight here, and I see them in the pits every event, and I know that they're vets and that they know what they're doing, and still, fights like this can impress me. You know, it's like, I should expect nothing less, but yet here we are.
Absolutely. Yeah, two top-notch competitors on the Colony team, but not able to pull out that win there. Michael Cross's robot, right off the bat, just thrown into the corner and not able to get back into the fight. So really leaving the disadvantaged partner bot to go one-on-one with Bob, and coming out way worse for the wear. Top plate's coming off, side panel's coming off, looking rough at the end of that matchup.
Yeah, things definitely turned around quickly there in that one.
So we're just cruising through this 12-pound division, but if you're just joining us, let's go over some Havoc 101. These are the rules of the game. This is what we're doing today. First of all, we've got 3 weight classes today, the 3-pound, 12-pound, and 30-pound division. You got 3-minute fights. The goal, destroy your opponent's robot. You can win by tap out, knockout, or last case scenario, judge's decision. Each bot can use 1 unstick per fight, provided by the house robots, and the top 4 robots in the event today qualify for the World Championships at the end of our season. We've got so many great competitors today. We haven't even gotten into the 30-pound action, and we are currently deep into the first round of the 12-pound qualifying action. Double elimination. You win twice, you get to go into the tournament today. You lose twice, you go home. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at these 12-pound qualified robots. These robots are qualified already for the World Championships at the end of the season. Last event, the return of World Champion Huge coming in here, taking on all of those robots. Not much changing on the robot, but man, that winning record remains. Battletots, Torrent, and Sievert also qualifying last event. We had Cherry, The Void, Budget Boy, and Mining and Plusle in April. Psycho, that's right, Jameson Goes 12-pound offering, winning a dumpster and qualifying back in March with Grim Reaper 12, Synthesis 12, and Melodious also qualifying. And then back in February, first event of the year, Prom, Hetta, Maximizer, Caldera 12, and Buzzkill. That was a death round of an event. All of the biggest names of the 12-pound division there, and you could see all of those names represented right there in those 4 qualifiers.
You know what I love most about seeing some of the names on there is that they're names that I've seen at just about every event that I've been to, this being the 3rd one. And it's not enough that they've qualified. They want to win it all. Or if they have won a golden dumpster, they want to add another one to their collection. Like, I love the competitive spirit of NHRL. That's why they're as good as they are.
You have to be kind of top of the food chain to only show up at one event, qualify a robot, and expect to have a chance at that Golden Brett World Championship title. There are a few people that can do it, right? There are a few bots that know exactly what they need to do, and they show up and they make that happen. But really, to get good at this sport, you have to grind.
And speaking of grinders, 2 entering the cage right now. Prom, Hetta, and Behemoth. Talk about teams to be reckoned with, top of the heap, competitors, elites, all the things. That's what's inside cage 1 right now. This one, I just got chills thinking about it.
Stack, one of the top competitors with Team Honeycracked. He is just an excellent competitor and also a big mentor on that team. This is the first time he has brought Behemoth to an event, but man, it's got side rails. It's got the Energizer hub drum weapon. This is a very Maryland style of robot. Maryland's kind of developing its own design ethos, and a lot of those implementations are in this robot. Now, over on the other side, you have Zach Knight's Prom Hetta. Prom Hetta
5,
is just
4,
operating
3,
at another
2,
level this
1.
season.
Fight,
Zach has a
robots,
determination that is
fight.
rarely seen by competitors here. I cannot wait to see how this matchup goes. He is one of the biggest names on Team Defective for very good reasons.
So Behemoth got flipped over early, but now is upright, and now it's weapon on weapon, which is what both didn't want at all. But here we are. It's what we wanted, but not them. So more exchanges here. Really a pushing and shoving match. Oh!
And that's where you see the experience factor come in. No, that's a fire. That is smoke coming out of Prom Hetta. I'm not sure where smoke is coming from. There's either looks like we have a weapon motor a drive motor that burned out on Prom Hetta.
Wow.
That's not good. That's going to really limit Zach's ability to perform in this matchup. But we did lose one of those tread systems on Behemoth, so if he doesn't have cleats, that's also going to limit his mobility. There you can see he's hopping around too. So that exchange severely limited both competitors' ability to move around the arena. That's going to just change this strategy entirely.
That one, if I may, stung a little bit.
There you go. Yes,
That was
absolutely.
huge, man. Oh, I love it.
And you can see Gyro walking backwards for Behemoth is the fastest way they can get around. It's just very hard to deliver the weapon effectively doing that. And Zach keeping it controlled. It is a small gyro walk, hoping to get a good angle to deliver that weapon into the side panel, perhaps corner plate of Behemoth.
Just about there. Come on. Whole
Yeah,
crowd.
what a frustrating portion of this matchup. Both bots severely limited in their mobility.
Still
Really,
got
it would be
over a
better
minute.
for Behemoth to lose that other belt system so that all of their kind of wheels, if you will, or pulleys are on the ground, but that's not where they are right now.
The whole crowd
Ooh, dangerously
waiting
close
for one
there.
more big exchange.
Is that weapon? Nope, weapon is not up to speed on Prom Hetta.
Oh, we're getting closer here.
That's not good with the weapon down and the drive side down on Prom Hetta. That is not going to bode well for the judges. Behemoth is also down a drive side, but their weapon fully functioning and humming away, buzzing away, if you will.
Oh yes, that thing is buzzing, man, and I'm just like so anxious for one more hit from Behemoth. That might be all that we get, but man, what an exchange early in this fight. Definitely worth it, even though it happened early, and this is what we've seen for the last minute and a half. Still, though, man, those are the hits that make the highlights. Prom Hetta moving around better upside down than they were right side up.
All right.
It'll go to the judges, but I think you and I can both agree on
Yeah,
who we think came out
really
with that
great
one.
showing for Stack and Behemoth. Just an upset victory here probably when we get that judge's decision. Don't worry, Zach Knight has 2 more chances in this event to qualify for the tournament. So we'll see if he's able to do it, but it would be really upsetting to see Zach Knight not qualify for this tournament.
Well, it's a stacked field today. I mean,
Yeah, 12 pound is full of killers.
How many times can we say that, like, this, if you wanted just to qualify at one of the tournaments, this may not have been the best choice. Or if you did, you wanted to prove that you are one of the forces to be reckoned with inside that cage. So props to anybody that got into the June competition and said, yeah, we're doing this. Let's go. Let's run the gauntlet. Let's test this thing out, both its weapon, its functionality, me as a driver, as a team member, whoever, captain, and let's just see how we measure up to what's one of the best fields we've had.
All right, let's see how these qualifying rounds work. So these are the advancing preliminary rounds. We're currently in round 1 of the 12-pound division. The basic name of the game, win 2 to move on to the primetime tournament this evening, lose 2, and you go home. Everybody wants to get that round 1 win so that they have a lot less stress going into that round 2 cusp round. But man, if you're down there in the redemption, that is a stressful fight. If you lose it, you go home. If you win it, you get to go into that bubble round against one of those cusp competitors and see if you are able to advance to the actual tournament at the end of the day. It's double elimination to qualify, single elimination for the prime time tournament, and the winner takes home a cash prize, a golden dumpster, and a chance at the World Championship at the end of the season.
I love those bubble fights because it's pins 2 teams against each other that one, they can't lose again. So this is it. It's like you can't hold anything back. The other one just lost. And so now they're like, uh-oh. So you get 2 very similar but different sort of feelings on either side of the cage in there, and it makes for such a good fight.
So much stress in those fights as well. People invest a lot of time, a lot of money into this competition, and a lot of just personal well-being. They lose a lot of sleep, they lose a lot of nights trying to get these bots ready. The common theme I heard yesterday in the pits, when I asked everybody how they were feeling, it was sleep deprived. This really does become a tournament of attrition, especially later on in the day when parts are wearing thin, your body is wearing thin, your ability to focus is wearing thin. This is not a multi-day event. This is one shot. People get here at 6 in the morning, and many times they don't go home until the very last fights at 9:30, 10:30 at night. So it is a long day. It is a hard day for these competitors, and you can see that wear and tear as the event goes on, even in these advancing preliminary rounds.
There are 144 robots at this event, as we mentioned, at capacity, so to speak. So, you go into a movie theater or a conference room and it says maximum this number. That's the number that we're at here for the June event of NHRL. And it is a beautiful thing. Holy cow.
This is 96 3-pound robots, 36 12-pound robots, and 16 30-pound robots at the event today.
And every 30-pound team and captain that I talked to yesterday is just like, I'm stoked. I'm excited. I mean, the last 2 events, 30-pound hasn't quite gone the way that we would hope the heavier weights would go. But this one, I got a really good feeling about prime time tonight when we finally get our field and see just who's ready to bring it at the 30-pound weight class.
All right, well, let's look at the robots that have already qualified for the World Championship in that 30-pound weight class. Back in February, we had Chonky, Undertaker, who will see both of them here today. Well, a version of Chonky. Goose and Vorion. In March, it was Kazaa, Light, Ares, Synthesis 30, and Emulsifier. In April, we saw Anxiety, Little Lash, Allen, and Emperor all qualified. And last event, that's right, the return of MIT. Waddles qualified, Colossal Avian, Dead Rise, and Kratos. Really amazing robots for some great college teams last time around. Today, as you pointed out, we have some heavy hitters in that 30-pound division. It is looking to be the scariest version of the 30-pound division we have had yet.
And now in Cage 1, somebody that I personally have been so excited to finally see in NHRL action, Jameson Go and Megatron.
You gotta love Megatron, just the kind of epitome of this overhead attack hammer saw design. Jameson Go has made so many interesting upgrades to this robot over the last few years. You're about to see one of the strangest upgrades to it. That's right, tank treads.
I love it.
Joining the trend, right? He's gone up against enough competitors that just were able to outpush him. He decided to just upgrade the bot himself to that. He also has the ability to switch from a hub drive weapon to a belt drive weapon on that weapon system, whichever way he wants to go with it. But he's going up against Jacob Painter and Kill Switch. This is a shuffler drum robot from Urbana, Illinois. This is their first time here. And it's a single cam shuffler mechanism. Really cool robot.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, not a great way to start. You were pinned and you were hit right on the hub of the weapon. So not on the weapon itself, but the actual hub where a lot of the control mechanisms and possibly belt drive for the weapon is. Just got smacked by the weapon on Jameson Go's Megatron.
He is just picking his spots, pinning them against the corner.
Yeah, that's the belt right there. That's Gonzo.
Wow.
I believe that was the weapon belt for Kill Switch. So right off the bat, just chop the belt off. No more threat from Killswitch. He can pick his shots.
Wow.
Another hit right into that same location at the hub of the weapon motor. And there is smoke. I believe that's coming from JMO, actually.
That is emulating from Megatron all the way up to the point of tap out. Like,
and you can see how wedged in that weapon system is. Yeah, it's stuck right there in the kind of mount for the hub of the weapon on Killswitch.
Jameson Go is a surgeon of the combat robotics world. I mean, just from the way that he started that fight, pinned his opponent into the corner, and then proceeded to pick his shots with an overhead saw. I mean, wow.
He also is able to bring a lot of kind of drama to these events. You know, he'll hold that pin for a second, just make you wait for the impact.
Yep.
Sometimes he'll just kind of adjust his body a little bit on Megatron before he brings it down. Megatron is just a very well-built, optimized machine. There are very few competitors at this event that can go toe-to-toe with them. Their biggest nemesis is not at this event, that being Emulsifier, 2-time world champion in this weight class.
But even Jameson was like, I am really impressed with the field of competition at 30 pounds today. I mean, to hear those words from a vet like that, I mean, that's got to mean something, you know?
Yeah.
Especially if you are one of those competitors, which I'm personally excited to see Professor Wasp. Talked to them yesterday, and utmost confidence. I mean, they know the field is stacked.
This like wedge of the blade in there. They got the safety crowbars out. They're desperately trying to get these robots separated. I'm not sure they're going to be able to separate them in the box. This might have to be a removal and take them to the shop and try to get them removed in a separate way, because look how deeply embedded that blade is in the hub there.
Do we have a Jaws of Life for robots here?
We do, actually.
Okay,
yeah, we have
excellent.
several ways that we can get these things apart and a fully functional machine shop back there. But look at the 2 sets of safety crowbars.
Wow.
A full attempt to get this robot separated.
Shout out
First
to our
30-pound
crew,
fight of the day. Wow.
Big shout out to our crew. I mean, not only are we stacked in the pits and competition-wise, but our crew has been just on it the last competition and this one, and there they get them separated. A round of applause for them. But every event that I've been to, this being the 3rd one, the crew, as far as the refs and the technicians and the safety, everybody is just so on point and on top of it. It makes for such a well-oiled machine, such a smooth event, and just everybody wins when you have a great crew like we do here at NHRL.
Amen to that. Man, Jameson Go really executing a perfect strategy in that matchup, sniping the belt in the first exchange, and then embedding the weapon so deep into the weapon hub that the opponent tapped out.
Wow.
2 shots pretty much in the exact same spot on the opponent. That's not a fluke. That's not a luck. That is skill. That is 100% skill in driving and picking your shot and picking your moment. And what was luck was having that puff of smoke come out of Megatron at the end of that fight, but the tap out had already been called.
Yep.
We do have a really interesting lifter bot coming up next, brought by NHRL founder Austin McCord.
Oh, yes, we've heard a lot about
So I'm
jump
very excited to see this. Our own Sam Hansen, who normally joins us up here on the broadcast desk, put a lot of work into this robot. Austin always brings fascinating designs to these tournaments. He loves being a competitor here, and he doesn't necessarily bring robots that can win the whole event, right? That's not his goal. That would be absurd for the founder to bring the robots that would do that. He brings really cool designs. He brings unique types of lifters. He brings jet engine weapon designs. That's a real thing he brought. Yep, that happened. Just a really cool, like, all-around competitor, and it's really fun to watch his robots work here. So they'll be up probably in the next fight, and I'm very excited to see that.
I'd love to see him and Tom Farkas in a room together. Just
They get along pretty well.
just to see, because they're both similar tracks, but just different trains on those tracks as far as what they're looking to accomplish.
Very much so, yes. Very much so. Yeah, Austin likes to kind of push the bounds of technology.
Yes.
And the idea of like, well, what would happen if we put a jet engine on a robot and called it a weapon? Everybody's like, yeah, I want to see that. I mean, why wouldn't you want to see that?
And Tom's like, I'll take Frank and make it bigger.
We literally had to pass like earplugs out to the entire audience for that event because the weapon was so loud it would have caused damage. So everybody in this event had to wear earplugs in order for that to work out. Now you can see Austin there on the left. He's looking a little stressed.
Uh-oh, that's not good. I mean, the bot, when I saw it in the pits, looked impressive. You know, he was going over everything and looked good, but we'll see here as he zooms in, if you will. Waiting for word from the cage.
So Jump Rope, which is Austin's robot, apparently has motors from a humanoid robot inside of it. I don't know why that would happen, but they're very strong motors made for like a long-lasting effect. Yep, and there's the clamp mechanism.
Okay. Looks like we're up and running. All right, the bot is moving. That's a big step. We've got movement.
They're going up against Mirage. Mirage is a shuffling vert from Panama City, Florida. Ranked 16 overall in this weight class. And it is one of the loudest robots you will hear in the event.
Yes.
And the shuffler
very much.
works, and I say that with a question mark intentionally. It works. Sometimes. It works.
Sometimes. Wow, just listening to that. And it doesn't help that it's right here in front of us. But, man, Jump Rope now testing out its features, if you want to call it that. And looks like it's ready to go. Okay, so the stress may be subsided for the moment for Austin as we get ready to see Jump Rope jump into action here in cage number 1.
Oh, wow. Look at him go. That is an interesting design.
Yes.
Look how big that motor is, too. Austin is just giddily standing next to the cage, excited for this to start. Look at that. One side goes and the other one. Oh, I love this thing. Okay, yeah, and it's got quite a bit of oomph. It's oomphy.
It's UHMW umphy for those arms there on Jump Rope. Very interesting choice.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Okay, the moment we've been waiting for. Jump Rope is across the cage first.
Yeah, very mobile weapon on Jump Rope.
Mirage, though, weapon is spinning up to speed, but okay, and now we're going to see a little bit of mobility. Both, I think, kind of waiting, picking their spot, perhaps. And there's a little exchange from Mirage to Jump Rope. And Jump Rope trying to get in there, get under Mirage, not quite working. Mirage a little too low for that. Oh, and there goes the blue arm of Jump Rope. So down to just one. Can still do what it was designed to do, and that's hopefully get under maybe the back of Mirage here. But right now, both bots just kind of moving at a slower pace than I think we were expecting for this one. Jump Rope again, moving around. Maybe he's going to try and flip it from the backside. Can't quite get around Mirage, though. The weapon, I don't know if that's full speed for Mirage, but it is spinning. That's the important thing. Austin looking on as he watches his bot with one of two arms out there. And we are at the 90-second mark for this one. Mirage now looks like it's backing towards Jump Rope and now flips around. I don't think it wants to leave its backside vulnerable, and there's an exchange, and now Mirage is on top of its head. My, how the turntables in this one. The tables have turned.
I leave you alone for a little while. I come back, and you're trying to jump rope with one leg.
I needed a challenge today. You know?
Mirage has got itself in a pickle. It's not running great today, for starters, and that is a bad place for it to be in as a robot without a dedicated self-rider.
Yeah. I feel like it's moving around more upside down than it was right side up. But now jump rope. I feel like momentum has shifted severely to that side.
Jump rope, though, not taking advantage of some of these opportunities it has. It can get in any which way.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by the lack of aggression we're seeing here.
Of course, this is a new robot, so driving experience is a little on the low end. That is a great position to get your opponent into, though.
Oh, it's going to come to a countdown. We had just seconds left in the fight. In fact, 4 left over.
Knockout.
But it is a knockout, so congratulations to Austin and Jump Rope in its debut fight. Even with half of its arms, it was still able to get out there and do what he wanted it to do, I believe.
We got to give some credit here as well. Of course, this is Austin's robot, but Henchman Colin definitely coming in as a key part of this equation. This robot may have been Austin's brainchild, but I would say that it is Colin's baby. Ton of work, both in the testing and the fabrication. Really interesting to see them apply. I don't know if you got the whole background on this, but these kind of motors are pretty unique in combat robots. Not a lot of people have played around with them yet. Very high torque, very high power, very compact, and use a lot of, we'll call them smarts, a lot of intricate programming. I was told just to move those arms, it's over 4,000 lines of code.
Sounds like you were describing the Tim Taylor engine there from Tool Time. More power, more torque. Ricky with the grunts. Love it.
Yeah, it's really going to be interesting to see what they can do with it. Of course, the arm is not supposed to fall off like that.
No.
Looks like they, I'm looking here, they sheared. It's not that the bolts came loose, it's that whole end of that motor sheared right out of its holding bracket.
Nice look inside, though, right there.
Yeah,
not supposed to see that, but you're seeing it.
They're just displaying those highly precise metal gears on the inside of the gear motor. Yeah, I'd be really interested to see what the arm looks like and the part that was detached. Where did it break? How did it break? Why did it break?
So yes, there were 2 arms. Where you see one, there was another one on the other side of Austin's bot. But so what started out as a look of stress and, dare I say, anxiety for Austin while he was, I guess, looking at his bot in the cage, making sure everything was going to function correctly, turned into elation and victory. My.
No, but look at that. That's the look of an Austin McCord who wants to go fix things. Yeah, see, he's looking very skeptically. Why did this shear? I thought this was supposed to be good for a bajillion foot-pounds of force.
He's a true competitor, because I feel like that's when you ask a person, how long can you enjoy this victory? And for builders, it's like, until the bot is back within my arms.
Approximately 1 second.
Yeah. And then I can take it back up to the pits and start working away at it.
Speaking of anxiety, we've got anxiety going up against Overlord here in Cage 4. Oh, anxiety is tapped out. Yeah, Overlord has taken home a win.
That is a big upset. I mean, I talked to the team for anxiety yesterday, and they were like, we want to do some new tests in this round, because they have qualified, but they didn't feel like they really earned it in their words. Their words, not mine. They said, there's kind of an asterisk next to our qualifying victory, and so we really want to earn one this time. And so now they've got an uphill climb early to earn it. But if they do, they will feel resolved.
So many of these new robots, that's kind of where the hit or miss feeling comes from is, yeah, you can continue to have great fights, you can do wins. If your reliability never gets put to the test, if you never have that fluke failure, you don't know in your first event if your robot's prone to fluke failures because you might only have 6 fights. And, you know, say there's a 1 in 10 chance. Well, 6 fights, 1 in 10 chance each time, that might not catch up to you in your first event or even your second event. It's this point when you really got to say, does my robot have not just the potential to do well, but the potential to do well consistently from here forward?
Well, there you have it. The voice you know and love. The man whose shirt game is unmatched, Ricky Willems. Welcome, man, and a happy Pride Month as well as men's
I
mental
felt
health.
it was in spirit with the season, let's
Yes.
say. It's been a great day so far. I don't know about you. I've been incredibly busy. We have a lot of fun robots. We have a bunch of flame robots. We've got a gasoline-powered engine robot upstairs that's been needing a little extra tender loving care to make its way into the cage. A bunch of high tip speed robots, all these wonderful things that keep me up at night and keep you guys excited to watch the fights. That's what we've been dealing with all morning. And on top of that, we've had a lot of good fights.
We have, and the conversation of the day has been that we are at capacity, but we are also stacked as far as the competition in each weight class goes, which is something, I mean, we have a summer break. I don't think you could have mapped it out any better to have the competition we do to sort of get us through that break before we get back to more competition in the fall.
Everybody is trying to squeeze in, get those early in the year tickets punched, let's say, to the championships at the end of the year. If you wait till September or October to earn your space in the championship, it's way less time to fine-tune your design if you make it there. So people want to get that win now. They want to get it as soon as possible so that they have time to iterate, to fine-tune, to spit and polish, whatever it's going to take to put on the best show and have the most competitive shot come the end of the year. They're going to want to do that right now. So that's what we're seeing, a rush of robots, and not just a rush of robots, a rush of really impressive robots.
Yeah, and, you know, it's summer break, so we're not seeing the number of college teams we normally do. So maybe people feel like, oh, this is my window. I don't have to compete against the WPI or a Georgia Tech or an MIT. I can compete against, you know, the founding fathers, so to speak, of combat robotics, the guys that did it out of their garage.
Yeah, they're taking their breaks right now, and they are well-earned, and everyone else is going to try and take advantage of their absence. We are going to go to Cage 1 now. Demon Core is loading up. I can't quite see who they're facing at the moment, but Undertaker is who they're facing at the moment. Demon Core, really fun robot. Love the lab coats.
Yes, yes. I love when teams have a theme that they really get into, and uniforms aren't uniforms necessarily. Now, I did mention I do love the soccer-style uniforms that we see with like Team Pandemonium, Defective, and Honeycracked. But yeah, the lab coats are a nice touch. I love it.
It is definitely a vibe. Now, Undertaker, pretty traditional four-wheel drive.
Yes.
That is a mean robot. It is a tried and true design. RoboCore, I believe this is Demon Core, I believe this is their first outing with this robot at all, not just here at NHRL. This is a full-body spinner that is, well, let's just say it's going to do a lot of damage or it's going to take a lot of damage. And I'm going to be interested to see what happens. Just based on the geometry of these two robots, there's a pretty good chance that that giant hunk of steel is going to go flying into the arena wall, bounce around like a hockey puck, and much as that's a lot of work for us, it's also really worth every moment of effort we got to put into repairing the box.
I secretly hope that a bot like Undertaker makes it all the way to, you know, the Golden Dumpster finals tonight so that they can have like a full-on 15-minute entrance like WWE's Undertaker.
Yeah.
Complete with smoke and the gong. It would just be very fitting for the last event before the break.
You can see the Melty Brain action for Demon Core spinning up. That is a good spin up for a Melty Brain.
And for you to say that, that means something because you know your spinners and your bots. And I was impressed, but I was like, is Ricky impressed? And you are.
No, take a look at this shot here, too. Those are some very sharp wheels. This is something that has been really developed here at NHRL. We run wooden floors. These wooden floors are perfect for someone running these toothy wheels to dig into.
2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Away we
fight.
go. Wow, that is a fast spin up on Demon Core.
Wow.
That thing is cranking. Oh, huge hit.
Wow. Demon Core caught up on the edge right now. Undertaker still moving around, so probably going to get an unstick, but it's lifeless right now.
What a massive hit. You can see the wheels are spinning just fine. They're going to get an unstick. I'm sure that'll go fine for them, but will they be able to spin up again?
I don't know. Undertaker placed second in February's event and showing why right now.
There it goes again! Another. No!
Wow.
But look, Demon Core is spinning
Still
back up
going.
effortlessly. Richard, that is so much metal around the outside of Demon Core. If you want to get to the cushy nougat center, it's going to take some work.
Here we go. They're lining up. And
There it goes again. Oh, Richard,
Wow.
I think Demon Core may have done the thing. Those are some big flats on the side of their robot. That's going to be really hard for them to get
Man.
unstuck.
That robot, for all intents and purposes, is round except for 2 sides, and that is one of the sides it is upright on right now.
Richard, in combat robots, 2 sides to get stuck on is 2 sides too many.
Knockout.
All right, knockout, and over to cage 4. Let's do that one again. Oh.
We've got plenty of action in cage 4. Synthesis 30 going up against Professor Wasp.
Oh!
That is a big hit. Professor Wasp, this is their first time here at NHRL.
Yes.
And I am so impressed with this robot. Look, Synthesis 30 is stuck. They may be down for the count.
Wow. Was not expecting that, especially with pieces dangling from Professor Wasp and a fork that is torqued.
But you can see a big crack in the bottom of Synthesis 30. The whole chassis of this robot is out of sorts.
Jeez. Flowbot trying to do something for Synthesis 30.
Oh, Flowbot facing down a little with Professor Wasp. Professor Wasp doing a little bit of a victory dance. This is going to be a count out and a huge upset.
Knockout!
Knockout.
Yeah! Impressive. Probably not the way that fight was going when we joined, but man, still, that is something I did not expect to see early on. Because I talked with Professor Wasp last night, and you know, they were very confident in their bot. It's got a 251, AR-600 weapon, and I said, "Your first fight is against Synthesis 30. How do you feel?" And he said, "It's going to be a true test of what my bot's capable of." So they may have just gotten a little bit of luck on their side with that victory, because now it seems like the hard part's over. But still, the 30-pound weight class has a share of contenders today.
Yeah, there is really no easy path through the 30-pound bracket today at all. But to see Synthesis 30 heading into a redemption round, that's
Did not
something.
expect that.
Especially
Yeah.
not against a newcomer like Professor Wasp. I can't help but be a little distracted. We are still cleaning up the remnants of Demon Core in Cage 1 from that second to last fight.
We have had some highlight reel hits today in the prelims, and that is the makings of a great tournament.
I took one look at the roster for this event
Yeah.
when it became public, however many weeks ago, and I was like, we are going to have to replace everything in these cages. Every one of us is going to be sore tomorrow from the work that we have to do to keep these things safe. And they're built to take a punishment, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean they don't take upkeep to stay that way.
Yes, exactly.
Whew.
Your car is meant to drive many, many miles, but it still needs its oil changes, the tires rotated, all that good maintenance stuff, and that's no different here at NHRL.
I'm seeing just blocks of metal being picked up from around cage 1.
And one of our crew members on a ladder going up, and I don't know if they're fixing or replacing something or maybe digging something out of the cage that's been embedded. There was just so much that happened in such little time that I'm glad I was able to keep my eyes open, because it was literally blink and you would miss some of that action. But wow, there you have it. There's cage 1 and the just everything that went on in there.
Yeah, it's going to be a long, long day, and I hope you folks enjoy it, because we certainly will. We talked a little bit earlier about how Synthesis 30 is heading into a redemption round. Let's walk you through how that works. We're in the qualifying rounds for the bracket today. That means that robots are going to show up, and they're going to get 2 chances to make it into the bracket.
Yes.
First thing, they open up. What happens, Richard?
Open up, and if you win, you are on the cusp. You're looking for 2 wins, 2 and you're through, as we say. But if you lose, you drop down to the redemption round. And now you must win, because 2 losses, and you are packing your things and going home, hoping to qualify at maybe the next event if you haven't yet. But if you win from redemption, and if you lose from the cusp, you go to the bubble. It's quite literally as it sounds. You are on the bubble, you win, you move on, you lose, and then you are sent home. So there's a few chances in there, and you're going to need maybe every one of them in a field of competition like this today.
That is exactly right. And of course, if you're through from that, you get seeded into a traditional bracket-style championship formula, trying to make your way single elimination to the end of the day. Winner takes all, beat all comers, take home a golden dumpster and a big cash prize.
Love it. The golden dumpster is one of those trophies that it's like, if you have one of those, that's a talking point. You know, that's a conversation starter at the house.
It's true. It's true. You put it right up there with your other major life achievements, in between like your diploma and your like wedding photos. That's where that sits on your shelf. At least, you know, if you love robots as much as we do here.
I would absolutely put that next to a wedding photo without hesitation, and my wife would just have to deal with it. I'd be like,
your wife, if the wedding photos are between you and the golden dumpster, then it's fair for her to come in and have something to say about it. But short of that, I'm right there with you.
Yep.
Man, they are still repairing cage 1. A lot of work had to happen there. There you can see them pushing around our house robot. For those of you who maybe haven't joined us before, each cage has a house robot. These robots are used for a variety of purposes. First and foremost, if you get stuck in the arena, you get one and only one unstick. This is when the house robot will attempt to push you off of something that you're hung up on, or, you know, maybe jumpstart you with some percussive maintenance if your robot has failed to move. You can see rare inner look at the house robot. It's loaded with a fire extinguisher. So if we have a fire in the cage, it'll sneak up on you and blast you with some cold CO2 and see what you can do.
I haven't seen carnage and cleanup like this since Brock Lesnar's superplex Big Show off the top rope and the ring imploded. I mean, that's what comes to mind when I see the effort they're going through to try to clean this mess up.
Well, I'm predicting a lot more moments like that today.
Yes.
You can see we're joined here at the desk by Daisy. Daisy, one of our favorite flamethrowers. They're going to potentially be having a little special appearance in the cage later. But Daisy's older, bolder brother, Dutch Oven, also joining us in the arena today. Horrifying flames on this machine. We had to do some extensive. They came by and said, you know, everything's the same as it's always been. And then last night they came up and they're like, listen, we fixed it. I was like, well, it seemed like it worked really well. I was like, no, we fixed it and it's better than ever. Wow. And I was like, that's great, but the way you're telling me this makes it sound like it's a bad thing. And they, in about a little less than 30 seconds, charred a good quarter-inch just through the floor. And the robot will burn for much longer than that. So we have to deal with some real We had to do some extensive late-night testing to make sure it was actually safe to run here in the arena. Thankfully, it is. As long as they can get their robot into the right spot in the bracket, we're going to see some amazing fire from them later today.
Yeah, and Ricky's not kidding. Like, he was extremely busy yesterday with safety. I mean, it seemed like 1 minute they're like, oh, we didn't pass safety, and then the next, hey, we might pass safety, and then they're like, oh, we passed it. And, oh, no, there's been some changes. Like, he had to cut away from me as we were going around the pits. He's like, I'm needed, and then I never saw you again.
Yeah, it was, and I was here till like 11 o'clock. Yeah. But all for the sake of more fire in the world.
Yeah, there's a Ricky signal that goes up in the pits when he's needed, and then you answer the call.
And then I'm gone. Speaking of the pits, you can see a lot of activity. I'm going to say a general sense of calm. Everybody's working, but I don't see a lot of frantic activity. That's usually a good sign for good fights coming up.
Yes, and if you're just joining us, let's go through Havoc 101. There are 3 weight classes, the 3-pound, 12-pound, and the big 30-pound bots. Each fight 3 minutes in length. But the goal, to destroy your opponent by any means necessary. They can tap out, they want no more of the smoke. You can knock them out, which is the intent, or you can leave it to the judge's decision, which we don't advise because who knows how they're gonna see it. Each bot can use 1 unstick per fight. If they do the thing, like Ricky mentioned, well, they can help right you. And the top 4 bots qualify for the World Championships.
And take home a nice prize.
The Golden Dumpster.
The Golden Dumpster and a pile of cash.
And a pile of cash.
Let's talk for a minute about those judges' decisions. So these are a cabal of mysterious and wise entities are locked away in a, secure location to decide what happens if the match goes the full 3 minutes. There are 3 main things that these judges are looking for. They're going to evaluate, first and foremost, the damage that has been done from one robot on another robot.
Yes.
How well is that robot working? How much of that robot still does what it was designed to do? Next up, they're going to look at control. So, is a robot able to dictate the pace of the match? Can you put your opponent where you want them? Can you prevent your opponent from putting you where they want you? And then, of course, last is aggression. I should say last but not least. It's equally weighted with control. Aggression is basically, how mean were you? How much did you want it? How hard did you go at your opponent? And how brave were you with how much you used your weapon to try to inflict the damage and control that we talked about early in the rubric? Those 3 things combine through a judging rubric and basically a score sheet that you add up points for. Each judge gets a little bit of interpretation on what those categories, how they shook out. But they will produce a score, and those 3 scores are used to say who won the judge's decision.
So when it comes to the judging, I always imagine the timekeepers from the Loki series, just 3 mysterious beings that have the final say of everything.
This is maybe a deeper cut. I picture the Skeksis from the Dark Crystal.
Oh, okay.
Just
That's
like
a good one.
like
Yeah,
large
yeah.
crow creatures with big cloaks that are kind of cawing about their. Oh boy. Okay, here's a match for you. In Cage 1, we've got Apache. Oh boy. So Apache is one of these robots that just.
We heard a lot about.
Yes.
The pits were buzzing about Apache. No belts, made out of trash.
Apache's going up against Red Storm. Apache is the largest spinning weapon we have ever had here at NHRL, with one of the most powerful motors behind it. That is a 3-foot diameter weapon. That's so much steel. And they are a shuffler bot, so the robot itself
Gets a weight advantage.
gets a weight advantage.
5, 4,
These are going to be some big hits,
2,
Richard.
1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Wow, Red Storm taking it on the chin, immediately pushing their opponent into a wall.
It's solid strategy. I mean, don't let them get up to full speed. I like the approach by Red Storm.
Red Storm is one of the speediest control robots we have and the most durable, and they've just done exactly what they set out to do, put Apache into a wall. They're going to have to use their unstick more than likely. Oh, Richard, you know what's happening next.
Yeah, they're waiting. They're waiting.
So, if you are brave enough and maybe dumb enough, you can take on our house robot. Your robot can try to interfere with the process of unsticking your opponent.
Wow.
And Kevin Milcheski, the builder of Red Storm, is one of the few builders who has been able to successfully and consistently use this strategy.
Strategy is strategy is strategy, Ricky, and I love what I'm seeing here.
No, that is a failed unstick attempt. They are going to be counted out. Red Storm taking home a relatively easy win.
I mean, that was just impressive by Red Storm. I mean, you have the biggest spinner in the weight class, and we saw it getting up to speed, and we're like, that could be vicious. And the blow that it took wasn't enough to knock it back, so it kind of pinned it, it wedged its way in there and stopped it from spinning, and then proceeded to turn it over, and I was like, that is beautiful strategy.
Kevin has a really fantastic design philosophy and a lot of experience in building Red Storm's grabbing assembly such that it doesn't explode, it gradually breaks.
Yeah.
So if we get a close-up, you'll be able to see that did some serious damage to Red Storm. It blew a couple pieces out of that whole lifter assembly,
Yep.
but the lifter assembly still functions. It's
Yes.
still there. They're not one and done. They're very much can come back and tell you, bite me, I'll bite you in the kneecaps. It's a durable and compliant robot design, and that's what makes it perfect for going up against robots like Apache.
I mean, talking with Georgia Tech last night and Apache, they're like, it's made out of trash, you know, but we've got this giant weapon. There's no belts, but our goal is just to hit something. They did, but Red Storm, man, they took it. And then it was their match after that, and that was just, like, for me, really impressive to watch, because would you be brave enough to just go in at that size weapon as it's spinning up to speed, be like, if I can stop it, I can stop it?
So that's part of my design philosophy of robots also. I'm in that same boat of full violence, let's charge in as quickly as we can and stop them before they get going. I wouldn't necessarily call it brave in my case. It's more devil may care, but I would do that. I don't know that it would go as well for me as it was for Kevin, because Kevin designs for it. He's prepared for it. He's ready for it, and he knows how to do it in a way that sets him up for success.
Yes.
So.
Well,
if you're just joining us, we're working our way through the qualifying matches for the June NHRL qualifying event. We are about to jump into the second round of 3-pound qualifying matches.
I love it. I love it. And yes, we have talked all morning long about the field of competition. We're at capacity, and today's hashtag, stacked. That is the competition is stacked today. I've had a hashtag every time I've done an event here at NHRL. Didn't want to miss the opportunity this time. Feels like that really fits the vibe and the mood, is that we are seeing stacked competition today.
Absolutely is. We had a really interesting year of people ramping up. We had a big rules change.
Yeah.
And so it took a little time for some of the builders to adapt their robots. They've adapted, man. They're here.
Yes. Let's
Fight.
go.
Robots fight.
Okay.
Hold on this. This is Bardic, or are we... You know, I didn't ask the builder if we're supposed to spell it out or if we're pronouncing it.
We probably should have done that.
Yeah. Is it an acronym or an initialism?
Either way, they're taking it to Horridus. And pieces coming off.
Bardic is getting completely disassembled. Chunks of the robot littering the arena, but that hammer saw is still doing its best to self-right. Oh, look at the battery, Richard, is just shredded. How is that not on fire?
I don't know, but this is a loser goes home fight, and both really not holding back.
Now, as a redemption round fight, only one person is going to be moving on, and it's sure looking a lot like that's going to be Horridus. Belts are hanging off the side of Bardic. Huge gashes in the carbon fiber underbelly, a battery hanging out that's halfway shredded, and a victory dance from their opponent.
Knockout.
Really decisive victory.
I love a good victory dance from a bot, you know? Because you just never know like how they're going to do it, and then that one has its own little victory dance. You know, Huge does like the bot tornado. All right, so unfortunately, one will go home, and the other, redemption, is achieved, and now we'll have to go and be on the bubble and see if they can get one more win to advance them to tonight's tournament, which we are just really starting to set tone for what prime time is going to be tonight.
There's your fun fact saying the same. I don't dive as deep into some of the driver backgrounds, but I want to call out Heridas, Tim Bogert, I believe. Again, I should have checked on that particular name, and I didn't today. It just wasn't on my radar. I feel bad, but man, they're doing great.
Go with what you feel.
Yeah, going with what I feel. They have one of the most interesting job descriptions I've ever heard.
Really?
They make life support systems for fish, for like exotic fish, and frogs and other sorts of research or animals that are being studied by scientists. And it's just, I don't know, you would imagine being, I'm picturing people in like white lab coats and they're hanging out in some sort of scientific research facility, and then Tim just casually drops that he's going to go be fighting robots all weekend while they're playing with test tubes. And that's really trivializing, I'm sure, the important work they do with the zebrafish and the Xenopus frogs and such.
Those fish aren't cheap, man. I worked at a pet store for a hot minute, and you would probably want to be able to secure your investment.
I spent years breeding fish, actually.
Wow. Fun fact for Ricky.
Yeah, there's not as much like Ricky Job lore. It was a thing for a while. But it can be really hard sometimes, even with the hardy ones. Yeah. Trying to build like a complex environment that reproduces maybe deep sea fish biome. That just sounds crazy to me. We get so many wild people. The people that come to NHRL, it's one of the most interesting and diverse places that I've ever been. And I've been some weird places. And just the consistency that I am amazed with. You'd think you'd get to a point where it's like I've seen everything and nothing really phases me, and it just hasn't happened yet. And I'm just thankful for that every day. I'm just kind of gushing a little bit. The people that we get to spend time with are just wonderful.
I do love when there's a curveball thrown as far as the backgrounds go for people that are in certain competitions. I mean, obviously I'm a huge wrestling fan, and there's a Hall of Famer now just this year, Michelle McCool. She was a school teacher before she became a wrestler, and clearly did well enough in the ring to earn a Hall of Fame nod and induction. So you just never know where these people are and what they're going to see as a passion project that they turn into
a lot of hidden
more.
Passions. People keep this this passion buried deep, and then suddenly it gets to come out here before us, and we get to see it in all its glory. It's just wonderful. So.
All right, Brute Force and Marg in the cage right now. Cage number 2, which all the cages at about this hour start to kind of look the same. They've seen some fights. They've seen some action. So Brute Force squaring up here. This one, I like the matchup as far as bot design.
Yeah, this is a bit of a classic matchup, your horizontal spinner versus your vert. Both of these good examples of their archetype. It's all going to come down to how well these things are built, and, of course, how well they're driven.
4, 3, 2, 1.
It's fight
time. Robots, fight.
That's a nasty weapon on Marg, but a little bit of a slow spin up.
Yeah. Oh! And the exchange throws Marg against the wall. some self-inflicted damage there, but Brute Force drive ability seems to be a little...
Yeah, Brute Force really missed an opportunity there to hit Marg while they were down. That's going to be a big part of this match.
Ooh, there we go. Brute Force finally showing some of that Brute Force, gets under Marg and launches him, and now Marg kind of erratic all over the cage. And another one.
Yeah, they are getting tossed. And on the one hand, Brute Force not capitalizing very quickly, but Marg really struggling to center themselves after each of these exchanges. You can see drive side issues on the left side of Marg.
A little crab walking, and now Brute Force's weapon has stopped spinning.
Emily Baumgartner, the driver and builder of Marg, they're relatively new here with this design, but it sure looks competent. That weapon is not letting up at all.
No. Uh-oh. Ricky,
Interesting.
you see
yeah,
it?
I see it. It's thinging pretty hard right now. Well, you can see too, Richard, just there was a little bit of motion on the belt. That belt might be loose enough that it just can't quite push itself out of those sort of positions anymore.
So this one, I feel like it's been very down the middle as far as each bot with the damage.
Yeah,
it's
but
inflicted.
check it out. The weapon is down on Brute Force. This could go south for Brute Force very quickly if Marg just gets one good lucky or skill-based shot.
Marg was doing a little bit of self-inflicting damage, though, trying to get a hit, but then launching itself off the side of the cage.
Oh, the weapon is back on Brute Force. That is going to be a game changer.
Still over 30 seconds.
Anything could happen.
So Marg trying to kind of whip that weapon into Brute Force and again tumbles across the cage.
Yeah, that robot just is not stable during hits. Brute Force standing back a little bit, letting the countdown happen. You can see the weapons spinning up. They're going to show off a little for the judges and for the folks at home.
Wow. Tap out when that one.
Interesting.
I don't know. If that would have gone judge's decision, I'm not sure how I would have scored that because both you and I were mentioning had their moments.
Well, Marg is going to be headed home, and Brute Force is going to be moving on to the bubble.
Surprising.
Interesting to see them call for a tap out mid count out when their opponent didn't seem to be trying to engage. Normally you let the tap out play through. I don't know if there was some strategy to that or if they just wanted to, get back to the pits and move on with their life and don't want to draw it out.
Well, it's interesting. You and I talked about that, before the show started today. I was like, what's with the tapping out when there's, the knockout imminent,
There's a whole wide range of reasons, and it can vary between strategic and cost sensitivities down to rivalry between builders, or even just a sense of respect and a nod of your hat to say that somebody's going to get a knockout instead of a judge's decision. Lots of reasons. Without having the cage side mics going right now, we're never going to know the details, but it is fun to speculate.
I do love that aspect of our league here, the competition and everything. There's a lot of sort of not necessarily gentlemen's agreements, but mutual respect. Because I think when it comes to the do we continue to be the aggressor in times where the bot is motionless or whatever, everybody up in those pits probably has a similar account balance the week of a competition. So they get it. They're like, if we can save them from having to spend more money on a bot, then we should probably grant them that.
No, it's one of the wonderful things, and you see this in like lower levels of motorsport, but when you get to higher, I compare combat robots to motorsport a lot. I've never seen a Formula One team lean over and say like, oh, I'll jump in there and help you. No problem. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen with Formula One. It doesn't happen with NASCAR. None of the like high-level stuff. It doesn't even really happen with community leagues once you get above just pure recreation level experiences. Literally everyone in the pits that I have ever spoken to will lend you money so that your opponent can better destroy you.
Yeah.
They will actively help you hurt them if it makes for a better and more authentic and just, we'll call it, more optimized fight between two given robots. And it's such just a magic shared sense of joy in these robots fighting.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It reminds me of a lot when I was a sports reporter in Montana, where I'm at now, and we would see our competition, all the time. Like we're 2 feet away from each other on the sidelines, or and we would help each other out, you know. But when we talked to people that came from bigger markets or worked in bigger markets, they're like, that's so unheard of. Like at the like the Orlandos and the New York Cities and the LAs of the world. They're like, your competition is competition, and you give them no quarter, no help whatsoever.
At best, they might treat you fairly and respectfully, but with suspicion and distance.
Yeah, but if your camera battery's dead, they're like, well, sucks for you. Like,
no, it's the sense of community and the cooperation that we see here is just unmatched. It's one of the things that I really think the combat robot world is lucky for, and thankfully everyone seems appreciative of. I don't think that any builder I don't think it goes unnoticed with any builder that we have just a wonderful group, community, and just kind of baseline mindset that drives this sport.
Yeah, it's great to have, and I think it makes for a great spirit of competition. I mean, in the pits, when I talk to the teams and the captains and the builders, there's still that spirit of competition. Even the Toms and the Big Franks of the pits, who are here strictly just to have fun and try something new, they still get competitive once it's fight robots fight. And so I don't think you can ever take that fully away from someone, but to be able to lend a wrench or a battery, or even, hey, your controller's not working, let's see if we can program ours to help you out. I think that's such a huge thing that helps what makes this sport special and different from the rest.
Speaking of controllers not working, if you're wondering what's going on, that's exactly the trouble we're having in Cage 2. A transmitter seems to be under the weather. We've got some Cage officials coming by. When a robot shows up to an arena and does not work, they are generally allowed a little bit of time to do what we call a power cycle, which is just a fancy way of saying turn it off and turn it back on again. They can fidget with a couple little things if they're easy to do, but it's a very short period of time. Unfortunately, if they're not able to get their robot working with that, a referee is going to come by, start timing them, and they will be disqualified. It looks like we are either at that point or very close to that point in Cage 2.
Not something you look forward to seeing, but it is still an aspect of this, sport. It is part of sports in general. Sometimes you just can't compete. You want to, but sometimes you can't. We don't want you to not compete. We want to see it. We want to see your bot get torn apart, more or less words. But this is the one of the unfortunate sides of robot competition or any sport. It is no different. It is not special as far as being immune to this kind of thing. So here we are.
So it goes. So we will see. That'll be an easy win. I didn't actually catch the name of who was the source of the forfeit there, but one of them will be sailing through. When you're in the second round of the qualifying matches for the 3-pound bracket, honestly, you're going to kind of want to see that. I know everybody wants to fight, but very few people are going to be upset at the fact that they got a freebie win with no damage, and all they have to do is charge their robot up and get ready for the next fight.
So let's talk about how the prelims work here real quickly as we get ready for our next fight.
Yeah, we'll jump through again. We'll see if we can get the graphic up there, but basically,
there we go.
We are working our way through the preliminary fights. You have to win twice to make your way into the bracket. So everyone's going to start off with a fresh 0-0 record. You win one, you're on the cusp. You win two, you've advanced. You lose one, you're put into the redemption round, and if you lose again, you're headed home. If you won one and then lost, or you lost one and then won, you are headed into the bubble. This is now effectively a single elimination fight. You have one more chance to prove yourself and decide whether or not you are headed to the bracket and advancing, or if you are headed home and about to be eliminated. That's how it works. Then we head into a normal, traditional single elimination bracket. Win and you move on, lose and you go home, with everyone trying to work their way up to the finals for the day and take home a golden dumpster and a sizable cash prize.
Yeah, and what people might not realize at home is these prelims, just like the first week of the NFL, half the field, half the league will have a loss and half will have a win. So we lose half of our field of competition in these prelims.
Yeah, right off the bat.
That's crazy. we start stacked and at capacity, and then half of them are headed home.
And that is a big reason that we are so happy that you can join us here in the Brett Zone YouTube channel, watching the preliminary fights.
Yep.
Some of these robots don't get seen other than highlights later in the day. And man, you just get so much NHRL Havoc-y magic in some of these fights.
Havoc-y magic, I love it.
No, we try hard here to preserve the Havoc-y feeling, the zany robots, the let's try something new. Half the time they explode, and it's still great to watch. The other half of the time they don't explode, but they do something cool, and we get to see more of them later. Either way, these are some of my favorite fights of the day.
Yes, agreed. And I want Montana to be part of that Havoc-y magic. We got all summer, Big Sky Country, to come up with a bot to represent the 406 and bring it here and compete. I think we're working towards it.
Richard, I don't mean to brag, but while we're talking about state pride, the Maryland representation here at NHRL is off the charts. I'm always the Team Honeycracked, the Bone Dead Robotics, the Leatherbacks Robotics, several other groups, Chainsaw Kitty, the Sleepy Anime Girl Club team, all of these robots hailing from Maryland. For a small state that traditionally hasn't had a lot of our own competitions, I am so proud of what these teams have been able to do and how well they show up here at NHRL. Maybe we can do a little bit of celebrity spotting here in the pits, Richard. What do you see?
Oh, you know who I see. Down in the bottom right corner, tinkering away with his bot, is none other than the living legend himself, Jameson Go. What do you think he's working on?
Well, it looks like he's doing a little weapon work on Megatron. I think Jameson heard a couple of rumors about today's event and decided that he wanted to bring out the big guns and bring back the world champion Megatron to NHRL. And
stacked competition, you say?
Yeah.
Well then, say less. I'm there. Okay, but what I really wanted to know is if you were in his position and you saw your bot with smoke right at the very end, like the decision had been made, you had won your fight, but now there's smoke. What are you doing when you get up to the pits first?
Well, I'll give you a little insight. If his robot's smoking, it's not going right up to the pits. It's going back to the fire safety station at the back of the building.
Detour.
And it is, it's going to suffer a detour. And what I'm hoping is that smoke goes away. Because if it doesn't go away, that robot could catch on fire. It might have to go outside and sit on fire until we can put it out, and that can do a lot of damage. So I'm hoping that smoke is brief, quickly contained, and doesn't do any more damage than it has to do. Not a lot of smoke going on here, which is a good thing. This is our robot, what are we calling this these days? The robot driving experience, I believe.
Yes.
You get to show up if you've never driven a robot before. We give you some hearing protection. We slap a controller in your hand, and you're allowed to drive a deadly fighting robot machine in a safe and well-supervised manner.
Yeah, we say go wild, and now we have the next generation is always being inspired and built right before your very eyes, because at NHRL we have the tools to make that happen. Look at Sam down there interacting with the fans. I mean, who, if not him, would you want as your pseudo spokesperson?
Sam is a sweetheart. We're jumping into cage 2. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Terror is going up against 5 microliters of blood.
Exactly
I'm really
5? Exactly 5?
Exactly 5.
Exactly 5. Okay.
I don't know how many significant digits. It's not 5.0, so I guess it could be 5.4 or 4.6 in theory. Interesting. I don't love that. So this robot that's not in the corner, that's Terror. Looks like they're being fidgeted with. This is a flamethrower robot. They had a little bit of a late start earlier today. So they've been having some, I don't want to say reliability issues. They've been a little rushed through their day. So they're doing a bit of a power cycle to see if their robot will respond to its controls.
We were having too much fun today, Ricky.
Yeah.
Just too much fun.
Listen, Richard, a flamethrower robot gets in the arena. I want to see a flamethrower robot throw flames.
Yes.
So I'm really rooting here, hoping for the best. We will find out soon enough. 5 microliters of blood made its way into the corner, so they're ready to go.
That's one of those names that's so specific, you know there has to be a story behind it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a pop culture reference that I'm missing. I probably could have asked, but I was pretty enthusiastic. They're a family team.
Oh.
And really seem on top of things. I am consistently amazed, impressed, and frankly envious of these teams that show up with young kids who get to fight at all, let alone fight in a venue like this. Really just amazing what kids are able to do.
It is a redemption round fight if it happens, which right now there's some serious question marks around the cage as far as just what we're seeing, or I guess not seeing here from the two teams. There were 2 bots in there and one who's now been removed.
Well, usually when one is removed, unfortunately, that equates to a forfeit. Yes, I'm hearing now that Terror has, in fact, forfeited. Really unfortunate.
So 5 microliters of blood will have to give no more blood to move on to the next round. So they live to literally fight another day.
Let's do a little special treat today, Richard.
Okay.
We're going to go back to the robot driving experience, and we're going to give these young folks the experience they might be hoping to get later on, which have a professionally called fight for their Eric kits. The Eric kits, if you don't know, are our robot entry instructional video series and robot kits where you can get started, and away they go.
Yeah, let's see some action.
Quick start. I didn't catch the names, but the green robot here is really off to a quick start and doing some great control work.
And the blue and black bot, or the NHRL colored bot right there, needing to flip the script here, get some ground made up, and swing the momentum.
You know, the green robot, I should have guessed this, well known amongst Eric kits, is called Bingo. This is a highly customized Eric kit. No wonder it was so quick off the draw. But coming back, their opponent able to get a good lift in and a bit of a pin.
And now a tango of bots happening in the cage.
Quite a dance.
And some more spinning around. I want to see it throw Bingo across the cage.
Richard, it is impressive to have a robot like Bingo be able to work as a control bot while backing up. That's what you saw just a minute ago.
Yeah.
They were able to use the butt of the robot to push their opponent around. Being able to switch like that on the fly is something that drivers sometimes take years to master.
Wow, and a nice pin there by Bingo. You can hear the counting, so we'll see if they let him go. They do. Got to do it before the count of 10.
No,
and another pin.
Yeah, incredible work here.
And a release. So Bingo really dictating the pace of this fight in the cage.
Looks like Eric, number 2, the pink and blue robot, is really starting to have some drive issues on the left-hand side. Getting a little tired over there. Maybe some stripped out gears. Hard to say for sure.
Not sure how many seconds or minutes we have left in this fight, but I'm going to say probably not a lot.
I believe we are down to just under a minute.
Bingo still taking it to the pink and blue bot. Another pin for him.
Yeah, we are at 48 seconds left in the match. Excellent. Sorry. Yeah, 45 seconds. Excellent pin there.
One more for good measure. And it looks like that may be all that we see from the pink and blue bot as the mobility gets less and less as time goes on. And another pin.
Doing their absolute best. This is also a wonderful driving skill that you might not master until later in your career. You can see how Bingo stands back, waits for their opponent to move. Yep. It's this kind of back and forth. It's like, yeah, I dare you to move. Yep. I give you the shot. And what this does when you're fighting against or fighting in front of a group of judges is it really maximizes your display of aggression and control while still protecting your own robot, not risking breakage. These are advanced driving strategies for someone who's just getting started in the sport. Very impressive.
Yeah, the fight does go the distance. I'm not sure who's going to judge this, but if you and I were, I'd say that it goes to the way of Bingo. Great driving by both of them.
That's a bingo.
That is.
We're going to head over to cage 2, moving from fresh and green drivers to some folks with a little more experience. I see we've got a team defective robot. Snuggle Muffins is going up against Tomahawk 2.0.
Snuggle Muffins.
Yeah.
All right.
Snuggle Muffins, for decades, has struck terror into the hearts of its opponents. You chuckle, but really something to be reckoned with. Snuggle Muffins being brought by Kevin Kane.
Okay.
Coming up from Charlotte, North Carolina. This is his first event with Snuggle Muffins, at least for us, I should say. Normal four-wheel drive vert, but seemingly very well constructed. Tomahawk, on the other hand, they've got a little bit of experience under their belt. They've been to NHRL before. They're a team defective robot, so there's a lot behind it. There's everything to suggest that Tomahawk should be able to walk this fight just based on experience alone. But looking at Snuggle Muffins, I'm not counting them out by any means.
No. In fact, this is a bot that I want to see rip another bot to shreds. And I don't have that urge to see that often. I usually like a good competitive fight. But with a name like that, I want to see it charge across the cage and just relentlessly pick apart its opponent.
Rich, we talked about interesting background on people.
Yes.
Snuggle Muffins builder, Kevin, he's a college student studying Japanese business. Or Japanese and business, rather. I don't think specifically Japanese businesses. I don't know if that's something you can study. But the jump from that to say, I'm going to work on my linguistics and I'm going to work on my spreadsheets, balancing the books, and then I'm going to work on disassembling killer robots.
5, 4, 3.
I love these stories.
2, 1.
Fight.
All right,
Robots
let's see it in
fight.
action.
Off to a good start.
Nice hit there.
That
by
is a
Snuggle.
fast spinning weapon. You can hear it squealing on
Jeez.
Snuggle Muffins.
I have not heard that sound in the cage before, but it means business.
Oh, that's a good spin
Another
up.
hit. Listen to that hum. Ooh.
Oh, excellent hit.
There we go.
Snuggle Muffins packs a punch, and Tomahawk is left on its nose. Kevin not giving Dustin any space to breathe there. They called for an unstick, and immediately Snuggle Muffins gets brave and tries to hold back a house bot.
Wow. Still going at it, though. Props to Tomahawk 2.0 for sticking in this thing. Snuggle Muffins, though, taking no prisoners in the cage.
Listen, just for the fact that we get to say Snuggle Muffins over and over again, I'm hoping they go all the way today, Richard. Oh, the weapon on Tomahawk is back up. Don't count him out just yet. Ooh, a big hit on Snuggle Muffins.
Here we
Two
go.
big hits. Snuggle Muffins' weapon is no longer spinning, and they're losing these engagements. The tide is turned at about halfway through the match, but neither robot able to win the pushing match right now.
No, kind of doing that bot tango in the middle of the cage, and now over in the corner and off the wall. They are finally separated.
Locking horn. Snuggle Muffins still upside down. Doing an excellent job of bullying their opponent around.
There's a good exchange there.
The front forks, those little toothy protrusions on the front of Snuggle Muffins, doing an excellent job getting under Tomahawk. The weapon down again on Tomahawk. Neither one of these robots spinning up, but both of them driving fairly well.
Yeah, not a true pushing match yet, but still, Snuggle Muffins, though, clearly the aggressor.
Tomahawk's weapon back up, but they're not able to use it effectively.
It's been a little intermittent, and it has stopped now. So Tomahawk back to no weapon, while Snuggle Muffins is continuing to be the bully in the cage. And now pins them in the corner, and you hear the count.
Yeah, excellent sign of control. Doing a great job here.
And just seconds left in the fight as a whole. So this one will go to the judges, Ricky.
Yeah, great way for Snuggle Muffins to leave that match in the eyes of the judges. Then they reset immediately by the arena wall. However, Tomahawk's showing off. Their weapon works just fine. That's going to be a big damage advantage to Tomahawk. So the question is going to be, Tomahawk might not have taken as much damage, but did they effectively control the match? Which one of these is going to be worth more in the rubric? Is it going to be the aggression and control of Snuggle Muffins, or the raw damage of Tomahawk 2.0? Neither of us can answer that question.
No, thankfully it's not on us.
Not on us. It is going to the judges, and we will find out very soon who took home the win and who is headed home.
There was nothing Snuggle or Muffins about that fight.
Oh, I felt pretty muffiny. Yeah, I'm
Ricky felt
starving.
muffiny.
No, it was. I enjoyed that fight quite a lot. I really love to see a robot like Snuggle Muffins. First off, I just love saying it, but I also really love to see a robot design like that because it can be effective throughout the entire fight, even when things go wrong. They're going to be headed back up to the pits and try and fix as much as they can, as quickly as they can, while we talk about how NHRL and the National Havoc Robot League and combat robots in general works. Here at NHRL, we have 3 weight classes, the 3-pound, the 12-pound, and the big boys, the 30-pound robots. They fight for 3 minutes at a time. This is a no-holds-barred slugfest. You are trying to destroy your opponent's robot and make it so that they can no longer move. You can win either by getting a tap out where your robot's opponent begs for mercy, a knockout where they are dead in the water, or a judge's decision. If it goes the full 3 minutes, a panel of judges will say and decide who won and who lost based on a variety of factors. Each robot gets the chance to have an unstick per fight. This is when our house robot, the big brick in the corner, comes and frees you if you get stuck or hung up on the arena, but you only get one. If you make it through that and you end up as one of the top 4 robots today or at any other qualifying match, you will punch your ticket for the World Championships At the end of the year, you will walk home with a cash prize and the coveted Golden Dumpster Trophy. Let's, speaking of qualifications, let's see who is qualified for the end of the year so far. Richard, you want to take us through this?
Yeah, 3-pound. Again, the word is stacked. We've got a great field so far. February, Silent Spring, Basics, and Pinevictus, Comet, March Impact, Counterpunch, The Wall Part 2, Jackalope, and then April, when I showed up, Chainsaw Kitty. What a moment that was. Still a highlight of the season, of the year, really. Caldera, Strike Point, Bean Supreme was another hot bot that we were talking about. And May, Jelly Baby, Vapor Trail, Repeater, and Sad Octopus. And guess what? Jelly Baby is back to try and add another Golden Dumpster this time around.
And they have every ability to do it. We'll see how that works later in the day. In the meantime, let's talk about the 12-pound World Championship qualifiers. We'll just keep saying that this is a stacked list. The championships at the end of the year are going to be incredible. In February, Prom, Hetta, Maximizer, Caldera 12, and Buzzkill punched their tickets. What an all-star list right there. Not to be outdone, March brought us Psycho, Grim Ripper, Synthesis 12, and Meliodas. April brought Cherry, Void, Budget Boy, and Minen and Plusle, the adorable multi-bot team. I'm especially excited about Budget Boy making its way. And then May, Huge, Battletots, Torrent, and Sievert bringing up the May Championship qualifying robots. Not a single robot to be trifled with on this list of winners.
And for the 30-pound, Ricky, you want to split this one? Do February, March?
Yeah, I'll come
May?
in. Chonky, Undertaker, Goose, and Vorion, some of the biggest and heaviest hitting robots in the sport, bar none. March, this incredible moment where Kazaa Light, the dual flamethrower robot, upset the entire meta of the sport, punched their ticket. Ares, an incredibly vicious and frankly frightening spinner. Synthesis 30, who we saw outgunned and outmatched earlier today somehow. And Emulsifier, the multi-time world champion 30-pound robot.
And we didn't stop there. April, Anxiety and Lil Ash, a matchup I hope we get later on in the World Tournament. And then Alan, Emperor, to round out that month. May, Waddles, Colossal Avion, Dead Rise, and Kratos. And now we're going to add 4 more to that already stacked 30-pound field today, and
5,
I cannot wait.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
And
fight.
here we go. We got Neil S. taking on Performance Anxiety. Neil S. with that undercutter, 4 wheels, very well put together bot. Let's see how it fares against Performance Anxiety as they both look for their moment, pick their shots, and now Neil S. is upside down, Ricky.
Yeah, well, I mean, Neil S., though, is such a stout robot. It can function just fine while upside down. Maybe a little less wedgy, but frankly, against the lifting bar of Performance Anxiety, upside down might be a better choice to begin with.
Yeah, a little bit more ground clearance for that spinner, but man, Neil S. really, I'm waiting for the big hit moment because the weapon is functioning as expected, but we're just not hearing or seeing the contact that we would like to see from
No,
these two.
it's really tough. A robot like Performance Anxiety is practically the kryptonite to a robot like Neil S. That wedge on the front of Performance Anxiety is perfectly shaped to absorb the hits of Neil S. If they want to do damage, if Neil S. wants to do damage, they need to get around to the, well, really just the back of Performance Anxiety. Even the sides are armored very well with wedges.
Yeah, this is the first NHRL competition for Neil S. And when I talk to Ryan, he's looking for experience. He's getting it right now. But he's got control, which is what he set out to do with 4 wheels. Now let's see the weapon. I'm really hoping that they can find a way around.
Well, the weapon is no longer spinning at all on Neil S. But it seems like performance anxiety may have... No, it is not. I thought it was stuck against a wall, but they were just pinning their opponent. Some fantastic driving from George Manning, the pilot of performance anxiety. He's coming all the way from Indiana. This is his second event here, and that robot really seems dialed in. It may not be a heavy hitter, but it is stout, it is well built, it is well driven. It is not to be underestimated.
No, it's not, and I think performance anxiety really has dictated the pace of this fight, which I think Neil S. was looking for an opportunity to get around behind them when the weapon was spinning up to full speed. But performance anxiety just not giving them that opportunity at all, and has really sort of controlled this fight from start to finish.
Coming down, this is almost certainly going to a judge's decision as we come in on 10 seconds left in the match. The only thing I can hold against performance anxiety so far is they have barely used their weapon.
Yeah.
And remember, if you want to control the match, or rather, if you want to score aggression points, you need to be using your weapon. Now, granted, their weapon works, and that was great. They preserved it by holding it up and out of the way and away from that spinner on Neil S. But if that robot's up in the air, that means it is not functioning towards their opponent. And unfortunately, that's going to hurt them in the judging rubric, at least in some ways. Was it worth it? Probably. It looked like it was worth it to me. We'll see what the judges have to say. But that is not, we cannot call that a perfectly driven match, at least from terms of the scoring rubric.
No, and I agree. It's not the perfect fight for performance anxiety, but I think it was enough that you're going to win the judge's decision. I mean, if I was one of the judges, I'm looking at, well, what bot was really sort of setting the terms of the fight for those 3 minutes? And for me, it was performance anxiety. I would have really loved, whether right side up or upside down, to see the kind of damage that I know Neil S. could inflict and that they hoped to inflict, but we just never got that moment. And, you know, Ryan said that undercutters have a high win percentage against or versus, you know, mid cutters, but I think that was the perfect / worst opponent that they could have as far as what they're hoping their bot can do. So, you know,
yeah.
I don't think back to the drawing board, but
No, not at all. This is, both of these robots have solid designs. They're kind of proven silhouettes, let's call it, you know. The construction techniques seem well executed. They've done their homework. This is the point where it's going to be experience. It's going to be revisions on the design, little tweaks that make a big difference, all that sort of work. Again, I don't think they need to go back to the drawing board, but they definitely need to come back and fight again.
And hello to our viewers. Thank you all for tuning in for us. Another great event today. It's been kind of an ebb and flow of its own. Stacked competition. We've got at capacity for registration, but there's been a few forfeits and a couple of pauses, but we look like we're back to action. Thanks to everybody back home tuning in, you first-time NHRL viewers.
Yeah, or returning once.
Or returning, you know. It's the more
we
the merrier.
only welcome the first-timers.
Only welcome the first-timers.
If you've been here before, go home. No, it's we're happy to see you again tuning in. You can see this lovely shot of the arenas. I love the sky cams, Richard.
Yeah, they're definitely a welcomed addition. And to see the kind of ground that they cover from the sky, but it's just beautiful shots. Like, look at this right here as we go and take you through the bowl where the action happens, or where the magic happens, really, to borrow a cliche. But this is just such a well laid out production here at NHRL, constantly improving. It's not the kind of production where they look at it and they go, yep, that works, and just sort of move on. Like, I've been here for 3 events now, and every time there has been something different. And I'm not talking about, like, you know, I have a different wireless microphone from one event to the next. I'm talking about full-on, like, it's different here at the desk this time. The sky cams, there's 2 new ones. There was one added up in the pits for my first event. Like, it's always wanting to improve, and I think the viewers and the fans and the crews and teams participating deserve that.
The world of combat robots changing so rapidly, we got to keep up,
2,
Richard.
1.
Fight, robots,
Away
fight.
we go. This is going to be a fun matchup. Silencer going up against Lunatic. Silencer, a really potent overhead hammer saw. Whoa! At least they were a potent overhead hammer saw till they exploded into a wall and lodged themselves in the arena floor.
Wow.
3 of the 4 forks on the front of Silencer have been obliterated.
And it's just sort of laying there, and we have a house bot trying to resuscitate it, I guess, but that was the kind of hit in driving where if you're in traffic, you roll down your window and you yell, "You lunatic!" And how fitting by the bot.
Absolutely on vibe. What a fight. That was explosive. I talked a little bit earlier to the... Sorry, I really love how that fight went. Bravo.
If I can make Ricky laugh even a little bit, I know that I've done my job properly here at the desk.
Lunatic is, Silencer, I have been so impressed by. This is a first-time builder coming up from Virginia, and I have to give them a little bit of, as a Marylander, I have to bust on them just a little bit, anger. But this is a first-time builder, I believe 12 years old. Around that age, Joshua Murrell. He has never been to a competition before. He's never fought robots before. He's bringing a robot with laser cut parts. He's bringing 3D printed aluminum, like laser sintered aluminum parts that he designed himself in Tinkercad. A group of us, of BattleBots alumni, NHRL alumni, are just gathered around in absolute awe of what he's put together for a first-time entry. It is mind-blowing what some of the builders, including Joshua, are bringing here to NHRL, period, let alone for their first time, and absolutely incredible.
And I did talk to Josh a little bit in the pits last night. I was like, there's a new face, very, very new face. And he was shy but excited, and I feel like that's the right sort of balance to have, the eve of your first competition.
It's overwhelming. I mean, I can understand the people who show up here and are just high on life and able to lean into the excitement. But if you're overwhelmed, if this is too much for you, I completely get it. You're surrounded by the best builders. You're surrounded by production equipment that rivals a Hollywood studio. You're surrounded by competition that's literally here to break your toys.
Yeah.
And you've potentially traveled halfway across the world to get here. That's a lot to take in.
And add on top, you got guys like you and me buzzing around. Hi, how's it work?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Hey, no,
tell
look
me
at me.
about,
Look at me.
Like, tell me about this. Like, walk me through this thing. Is it going to work?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's true. I try not to ask those questions because what's your greatest fear? Tell me about your nightmares.
Yeah.
If the worst thing could happen to you tomorrow, what would that be? What's something that you cannot prepare for that would ruin your day? I try not to. Those are questions I want to ask, and sometimes I do ask if it's, the right person, but I have to remind myself, the first timer who may or may not be 12 years old, who maybe not ask them right off the bat.
We've got two very different sides of the coin between me and Ricky when approaching the builders in the pit. I'm like, hey, this looks great. Tell me how it works. And Ricky's like, what's your biggest fear in the cage?
You can see them, just a little overhead view of someone's phone. Oh, we got some people in the stands. We have an incredible tool available. It's primarily a builder tool, but if you want to jump into it at home, feel free. We have a tool called Brett Zone. The link is in the YouTube chat. That will let you go back, review all of the camera angles, review every fight. You can slow-mo, you can reverse, you can scroll forward, you can look at the reactions on the builders' faces, you can look at the view. I think we still got the point of view camera inside the house robots if you want to watch it from the perspective of a house robot.
Yeah.
We capture so much information, and if you are a hyper enthusiast the way some of us are, definitely check out Brett Zone. You can get a whole nother, almost unlimited view of every single fight here that you watch today at NHRL.
And now it looks like we're setting up for another flamethrower fight here, Ricky. We've got the flames hopefully throwing.
Oh, Unicorn Sparkle.
4.
We've seen a lot of sparkle from
2,
Unicorn
1.
going up against
Fight,
Monkfish,
robots,
a very
fight.
metallically armored Monkfish.
Okay, Monkfish coming out hot.
Yeah, the fire started for a brief moment on Unicorn Sparkle and then stopped. There it is!
Yes!
That is a powerful flame. This design based heavily on the Robot mixtape, one of the pioneers here of flame robots.
Monkfish, though, hanging in there. Weapon still spinning up to what I imagine is close to 100%, if not 100, and still maneuvering around. But that flame is something from Unicorn Sparkle.
Monkfish is a durable robot. I mean, they can take a beating. And if Unicorn Sparkle wants to win this, they're going to have to start bullying their opponent into the arena walls. And right now, they're just not doing it.
Wow. Oh, one of the 4 wheels is gone from Unicorn Sparkle, so 75% mobility at best right
The
now.
other 3 aren't working so hot either. Well, they might be working a little too hot. Yeah, that one wheel's not a wheel anymore, Richard. It's a oblong accoutrement to the side of the robot. But hey, the flame's going. They're going to get counted out soon if they're not unstuck, or if Monkfish decides not to leave them alone. I think the fight will keep going.
Wow.
But yeah, you can see maybe they made those spider-like wheels a little bit too thin. They're not circles anymore.
No, what was a round circle is now a lemon drop looking wheel.
Knockout.
And there it is, a KO in Cage 2. So impressive, I think is the appropriate word for Monkfish. When you have a flame like that coming at you, you just kind of hold on for dear life and hope something happens to your opponent, and they hung in there.
They did. They truly did. It's kind of what we've come to expect from Monkfish. That robot is so durable. They were one of the builders that took TPU durability kind of to the next level.
Yep.
2-ish years ago. And they have been coming out swinging ever since. You throw in the fact that they're a shuffle robot that has a weight advantage,
Yeah.
and they have a massive weapon. Definitely do not mess around with Monkfish.
They're very proud of that weight advantage. As I talked to the team last night, they're just like, we love it, you know, and I looked at the shuffling feet, if you will, very closely and had some questions about that. But this is a team that they have gone all in on this design, and I think it shows.
Absolutely. I also just want to take, the science-minded at home. Monkfish is a real fish. And it is something to look at. I don't really know why they decided Monkfish was what they were going to name their robot after. It's one of those things that maybe doesn't get the limelight that some other kinds of fish might have got. We've got Mako and we've got other aquatic-themed robots. Go home, take a picture, or take a moment to look up a picture of a monkfish. It's an intimidating creature.
Yeah, Ricky is giving you a Google assignment. So Google monkfish. Maybe angry crab was taken or just too easy, but you're not going to forget monkfish, though.
No, absolutely not.
If you fight monkfish, you're not going to forget it. So they're going to do some cleanup on some of the cages as we get ready for more NHRL action here.
Yeah, as we work our way through the brackets, I think we're seeing a lot of robots that took a lot of damage earlier in the day. A lot of people calling in their repair extensions. For those of you that don't know, so you get a guaranteed amount of time between your fights, right?
Yes.
You get, depending on your weight class, depending on your weight class, you might get 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 30 minutes to repair your robot. Once per day, you can kind of call in a little bit extra. You say, this I need my repair extension, and you will get a little bit of extra time to repair your robot. This usually happens throughout a day, but when you have an incredibly stacked field, sometimes it pushes it up earlier in the day. There's so many heavy hitters, there's so many wild robots, and there's so many impressive and dangerous robots to face down. that damage happens earlier, and those people want to make it into the championship bracket, and so they're going to call in their repair extensions early. And that can cause a little bit longer period of time in between fights earlier in the day.
Understandable.
Flip side is that means things are a little more wham, bam, wham, bam later in the day. So.
Wham, bam, and back to Cage 2 now for action as we resume the fights today. Let's see what we've got going on in here.
Self-esteem engine is going to be going up against Boom Shakalaka on toe.
Oh, come on. You can get a little bit more into it than that.
Boom Shakalaka.
Yeah,
There you go.
that's what I'm talking about.
I was going to wait until it won or lost, took a hit. I've really been excited to see Self-Esteem Engine, which is the other reason I didn't want to undersell Boom Shakalaka. Yeah, love the name. They're coming from Wisconsin. This is a first time out for both of these robots. And yeah, I'm just excited to see them. Really well built. They're clearly taking a lot of inspiration from successful designs that we've seen here at NHRL this year and in years past. But who knows how they implemented, who knows how well they can deliver on their design intent. That's what we're going to find out in this fight. Really neat impactor on the end of Boom Shakalaka. You don't see a lot of hammer bots in at NHRL in combat robotics in general, and you especially don't see them in the 3-pound class, but that is a lot of weight on the end of that hammer. Maybe they can put it to good use. Maybe they can use it to attack Self-Esteem Engine's vertical spinner and take them out with some precision blows. We're going to find out soon enough. But, ladies and gentlemen, really everyone who's watching, robot fans of all shapes, sizes, I am really excited because we've got our first hammer bot fight that I'm calling today, and we have a hammer bot expert joining us on the mic right now. Adam Wrigley is joining me at the desk. Welcome, Adam.
Thank you. Glad to be here, Ricky. I'm excited to be joining back on the desk for a Hammerbot fight.
Right? Have you seen Boom Shakalaka? Have you checked in with the builders?
I have not gotten a chance to see this robot in person, but I'm very excited to see it fight here. It looks quite aggressive.
Five,
am really eager to see. We'll see how aggressive that hammer is. I saw them upstairs, but I didn't see them put it to use, of course.
Good speed. Little twitchy on the controls.
Whoa.
Oh!
Double backflip on Boom Shakalaka.
And it looks like the hammer is completely dislodged.
Yeah, pieces are flying.
Oh.
That is a quick tap. Self-esteem issue. Excuse me. Self-esteem engine tearing apart Boom Shakalaka in just a couple of hits.
Yeah, I heard you mentioning as I sat down, we don't see a lot of hammer bots in the 3-pound class. Perhaps that is why it is quite difficult to make a powerful hammer and still have enough weight left over for your chassis, your frame, your armor. That got a bit discombobulated there.
Well, you can see sometimes a new build, you just want to make something in the shape of what you had in mind, and it looks like that might be the case with Boom Shakalaka. I saw a lot of pieces go flying, and we call that brittle failure, when these pieces blow apart into little pieces that may not have been the piece that actually got hit.
I'm seeing brittle failure, I'm seeing plastic failure, I'm seeing all sorts of failures there. That was the shape they intended at the start. I don't even know if it counts as a shape anymore at this point.
Oh, interesting. Did you see there, that's a spring-loaded hammer on Boom Shakalaka.
Interesting.
We didn't really get to see it come into play, but oh, wow, look at that. The electronics have been ingested.
That's not what you want your electronics to look like.
Self-esteem engine just munching down.
Whew. Yeah, I mean, there's probably some bits salvageable in there, but let's hope they have a second robot if they intend to get another fight in today, because that is a tough loss. It looked so sleek coming out of the corner. It was aggressive. It was a little twitchy. But they did manage to point the front at the other robot, and they just lost the ground game on that encounter.
Yeah. Not only lost the ground game, but given the way that failed, I have to assume that was going to explode after a few hits, regardless of who was the hitter and who was the hittee.
Yeah, one way or the other, that seemed like it was going to come apart.
Right. But let's take a moment. I welcomed him auditorily only, but welcome to the desk, Adam Wrigley. Just to reintroduce myself, I'm Ricky Willems. We're hosting for you today at the June NHRL qualifying event. Welcome, people at home, people here, builders, everyone in between. Adam, how are you doing? How's the day been for you so far?
I mean, I've been doing great. I think it's been an exciting day of fights. Some big hitters, some rookie bots coming out and getting destroyed.
Yeah, a lot of destruction today. A lot of big destructive matches. That's been fun to watch. Pieces cast strewn. Any big surprises, upsets, highlights for you that you've seen so far?
Well, Chonky is fighting here as, what was it, Apache?
Well,
right, with the bar?
Chonky is here also.
Okay.
Chonky, in all its Chonky glory, is here. Apache is a robot that takes some of Chonky's parts and repurposes them, but both robots are actually here today.
I didn't get to see the beginning of that fight, but I did see it just kind of stuck upside down on the wall, and I thought that was kind of surprising.
I agree. They went up against Kevin Milcheski and Red Storm, and boy, did that robot just take it on the chin, shrugged off one of the biggest hits we've seen today, and kept going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I was kind of shocked by that myself.
Yeah, I was speaking with Kevin about that, and I said, oh, is there anything new on the robot? He said, no. Just got it out of the storage unit, haven't looked at it since I put it in there. He was basically checking out the parts for the first time in months at the pit table.
It consistently amuses me, surprises me, intrigues me if Kevin, he always does that. And you never know if it's going to work for him or not till he gets into his first couple fights. In the meantime, we're going to go to Cage 2. We've got another 3-pound fight for you right now. Wascally Rabbit is going up. Sorry, I added a hard pronunciation there. Wascally Wabbit. There's no R in the second.
Wascally Wabbit.
Yes.
Well, I guess it's Wascally Wab 3T.
Sure. I believe the pronunciation is Wabbit, but we can find out a little bit later. They're going up against Silver Wind, which is one of the sleekest, sexiest robots that we have here today. Such a cool design.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
Away
Robots
we
fight.
go. Wascally Wabbit, a first-time entry from Lars Lear. Coming out from Michigan. Wow, huge hit. That Wabbit packs a punch at him.
Silver Wind had this issue earlier today where it was looking great and then got flipped on its head, and it didn't seem to have a way to self-right. But you can see Wascally Wabbit there flipping him back over.
Oh, that is a bad place to be if you're Silver Wind.
Able to get themselves back that time, but they got to watch out. Their self-righting kind of seems finicky on Silver Wind. Wascally Wabbit backing off here, letting them get counted out. Did they use their unstick yet?
Don't believe.
Oh, they tapped out again without attempting the unstick. I would have thought they would try for it. That's going to be, I believe, their second loss.
I believe so, yeah.
Today, so I'll send them out of the competition. But Wascally Wabbit will be going into a third fight to see if they can make the bracket.
Yeah, Phoenix, the driver of Silver Wind, will be headed home, I believe.
Oof, yeah, you can see a lot of what probably would have been the self-righting system not there anymore, kind of disintegrated.
Oh, you can see they've added some wood screws to the UHMW parts of the plastic uprights to keep it from getting into a disadvantageous position.
Yeah.
I think that may have been part of the reason they didn't get stuck earlier in the fight, but it was not enough to save them and bring them through the match.
Yeah, and those are the things that you will dial in over time. Only their second events, but some impressive hits. Let's take a look at the pits here.
Yeah, talking about people dialing things in. Oh boy, I imagine that's an interesting conversation. The bottom right, you have Jameson Go hashing it out with Brandon Bennett Young. Talking shop or talking strategy, it's hard to tell. But a lot of busy builders doing their best to prepare or repair from their last fight or for their next fight.
Did J-Mo pick that table because he knew he'd be on camera?
I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, a lot of, I gotta say, the builders have it dialed in. I go through, I usually have some, I won't say complaints. I usually have some safety tips, some organizational tips, some that sort of thing.
It's
People
funny
knew what they were doing this time around.
Yeah, it's funny to look at different pit tables. Who's super organized with a bin for everything? Who has it strewn about across the table, but still knows where all the pieces are? And then who doesn't know where anything is, and it's just all over the place?
I actually got poked fun of years and years ago when I started coming to events again after a hiatus. I showed up with metal milk pails. That's what I would carry all my tools and my parts in. I don't know why. That's just what I happen to have. I've never owned a cow, so I don't know why I have metal milk pails. It was mind-blowing to me at the time that someone would have a rolling tool chest or something. Meanwhile, now we've got people showing up like they're, you know, a Formula One pit crew.
Yeah. Completely different game these days. If you don't have a rolling tool chest of stacking
what
bins,
are you even doing?
Yeah. I show up with a Home Depot bin if I'm feeling organized. But yeah, this is the time of the day where the pits are kind of the most crowded, the most hectic, because we're only just now seeing those second fights, people getting eliminated. Most people are still in the competition. They're still working on their robots. As the day goes on and people's robots get knocked out and they pack up and go home, we're going to see this pit get a little bit less crowded. People are going to spread out a little more. Eventually, we're going to move over to the primetime pits later tonight, where you get a nice wood table, more space. But for right now, it's the hectic preliminary round pits. But let's take a look at Cage 2.
Let's do that. I also just want to take a moment to call out. I saw across the banner at the bottom, Snuggle Muffins, one of my favorite robots to say the name of, took home the win a little bit earlier, won a judge's decision. I think we all kind of saw that coming, but...
Right now, sorry to cut you off there, we've got Dutch Oven loading into Cage 2. They're going to be fighting Broadside.
Dutch Oven. Have you followed Dutch Oven today and yesterday, Adam?
I saw a video of Dutch Oven and the flame system that's been dialed in. We talk a lot about flamethrowers here, but boy, does Dutch Oven have a top-tier flamethrower. This isn't a can of butane shooting over a glow plug. This is a completely engineered combustion chamber. It's more of a rocket.
Dutch Oven has a air turbine oxygenated, custom combustion chamber powered, fuel preheating flamethrower of doom that I cannot emphasize enough is completely game-changing and leveled up from literally anyone else who runs a flamethrower.
It's going to shoot about a 3-4 foot solid blue, perfectly
4, 3,
designed
2,
flame.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Oh, interesting. They torched for a moment and then spun down. I can see their glow plug is running, but they're not currently torching. There it is. That's the fire they need. This is many. You can see our
We're peaking.
Yeah. Our camera can't even detect flames this hot. This is a robot that, if it wants to, can burn its way directly through the floor of the arena.
You can see the air inlet on the back there that they're using to create this jet. Wow.
The flame-proof coating is now on fire and being melted off
Oh, boy.
The tires have been glued to the floor, melting almost instantaneously. That is a tap out.
The tap out. He's going to back off here. Probably a little difficult to hear that over the crowd cheering.
I just cannot emphasize enough. There are two types of flame robots that show up. There's the precision hot flame, and there's the giant billowing flame. And you know, Dutch Oven said, I want to do both.
Yeah, why do I have to choose anyway? Boy, I don't think I've seen the flame-proof tape light on fire before.
Incredible. Look at this. The floor of our arena, not the flames, not the robot, just the floor of our arena is maxing out the temperature sensing equipment.
We are above 320 on
Centigrade.
the floor.
Just to put that in perspective to the people at home, the floor of our arena is 600 degrees. I just want to put that in perspective.
A little hot. A lot.
We'll cool that down. The arena's floor is double layered. It's backed with steel. It can handle it, but it is going to make my cage crew and safety personnel work a little extra hard today.
That was everything I hoped it would be. I was a little concerned there.
Have you ever seen a more decisive flamethrower fight? I don't think I have.
We talk a lot about the hidden damage that flames can do, how it can kind of, loosen your belts, tighten your bearings.
Nothing hidden about this,
This
Adam.
is, it's like a lump now.
Yeah, it's every edge that was squared off is now rounded.
You know when you pick up an ice cream sandwich, it's still wrapped, but it's kind of melty inside, and it just squished. That's what happened.
If you
with the
put
robot.
a weight on top of this robot right now, it would squish out around the edges like it's an Oreo being pushed with too much cream in the center.
I was stunned it lasted as long as it did. These SSP kits are quite durable. But Dutch Oven.
Whew. Bravo. Yeah, Broadside, of course, is the SSP kit, the lifter kit that Dutch Oven was facing down. This is their first event. Congratulations. I hope that you look at this as the honorable sacrifice that it is.
I mean, it's quite something to get to face off against Dutch Oven. That is the best. I mean, it's probably the best flame that's ever existed in any weight class. The power of that flame is...
There are only a couple of flame robot builders I know who could pull this off. Like, probably 3 other ones in existence.
I've seen, in the heavyweights, you can kind of just overwhelm with fuel and get some pretty big hot flames, and they'll try to use different ways to blow them. But with that turbine they've got blowing this one, oxygenated, the preheated... like fuel tank so it doesn't frost over and lose pressure is just...
And not just that. I'll take this another step. They've added a flame cradle inside of this design. And what this does is it holds the flame back inside of the turbine for longer. And that allows them to add more oxygen before the flame escapes outside of the robot, which makes it burn hotter and brighter and just all around better.
We were a little concerned. We were chatting earlier that it might be so bright, so clean burning, you wouldn't be able to see it.
That does happen, yes. But no, they just add more fuel.
We can see it. Yeah, we can see it.
We can see it. I wouldn't be surprised. I know there's been some talk. You can add additives to the fuel itself, make it burn all sorts of pretty colors. And as more people and more of these highly oxygenated flame systems come online, I wouldn't be surprised if we get some people trying to differentiate themselves with a whole rainbow of flames.
Just really showing the power that a well-engineered flame system can do. Just brute forcing the flames. It's like if someone built, like when you look at a melty brain and you're kind of brute forcing kinetic energy by putting all your mass into it. That's what they're doing here with the flames. And waiting for the robots to cool down, but let's look at Cage 4 here in progress.
Prom Hetta going up against Nova. Prom Hetta in a corner. That's not something you usually see. flow, trying to free them. They're going for an unstick. That's what we call the messy unstick. It's a situation where you kind of smack into the arena wall. It's not the preferred way to get a robot free, but sometimes it'll jiggle someone off a wall.
People often ask us, why don't the house robots have arms and manipulators to unstick? And if you're that stuck, then you're stuck, you know?
The idea with the unstick is that it's going to free you
if you're not that stuck, you know. But if you're really stuck, then
Knockout.
yeah, you're stuck. That is going to be a KO victory. So Prom Hetta is going to go to the bubble with that loss. That means they're 1-1. They'll fight a third fight in the preliminary rounds to decide if they make it into the brackets. It's a must-win for them. And if they lose, they'll be going home without making the bracket. That would be a huge disappointment for Prom Hetta, who's coming into this ranked 2 in the 12-pound class. They just lost to Nova, ranked 130. This is the second event for Nova. That'll mean they're moving on. So quite a win for Nova. And I have to think Prom Hetta's a bit disappointed.
Yeah, they certainly have a good chance going into a bubble. They are Prom Hetta. They've got, I wouldn't say that they're quite on their back foot yet, but not the place that they want to be.
I mean, they do have, let me see here, 32 knockouts.
That said, it didn't look like they were shredded by any means. I'm sure they'll be able to get that robot back in fighting shape in the pits in no time.
Yeah, just kind of an unlucky bounce there, getting stuck, unable to.
Everybody
to
has
get
them.
off.
It doesn't matter if you're, heaven-sent builder with mythological powers. You're going to have a loss in the qualifiers sometimes. So I'm sure they'll bounce back. I hope we do get to see them in the bracket. They always put on a good show, and they always bring a level of competition that's something to be aspired to. So we'll have to see. In the meantime, again, thank you for joining us. This is the NHRL June qualifying event. A happy Pride to you at home and to those, of course, here in the building. We have had so many fights. As one of our announcers was saying earlier, this event can be summed up in one word, and that word is stacked. So many impressive robots. We have a full roster, a full house, every single slot, every wait list is full, and that is translating into a lot of good fights.
Quite an exciting day of qualifiers leading up to, I am sure, a very exciting prime time later tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern on the main NHRL YouTube channel. Make sure to be there. But in the meantime, we are duking it out to decide who's going to make those primetime fights.
Yeah,
and
we'll
there
find
have been
out.
some brutal ones. There's robots going home in bags, basically.
Yeah, there are so many robots, just spontaneous, unexpected, rapid disassembly. It just pieces everywhere. And there's also been some upsets and then some surprises in the match, in the matches that we've seen so far today. We've seen earlier, one of the things I was most excited, we had a record-breaking robot, Apache, the largest spinning weapon, high-speed spinning weapon that we've ever seen here at NHRL. And they put a full-force hit on one of our other competitors with a really unexpected victory. I think everybody expected that hit to just blow someone out of the water.
Yeah.
But shrugged off, continued. We've seen flamethrowers burst into flames from their own doing. We've had, like we said, just Prom Hetta, someone that you don't usually expect to see knocked out in the early rounds. It's been a day full of unexpected surprises, lots of exciting fights, lots more to come.
Yeah. Quite an exciting day. The big bots have been laying on big hits, and the small bots keep hitting the ceiling. So a lot of fun to see, and I've just been really impressed with, I just can't stop thinking about Dutch Oven.
And they're going to come back bigger and brighter. I'm also excited to see, we've got Daisy here waiting for us up on the host desk.
So yeah, this is a flamethrower robot as well for those
It is, yeah.
unaware.
It looks inconspicuous and cute and adorable, but of course there's no fuel in it
this
now.
is just a head.
But right out of these nostrils, big billowing. This isn't just a head. Let me actually fill you in here. These waggly ears, self-writers. These are important design considerations.
I guess it does hold the fuel tank too. Probably.
It does,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
We're going to go to cage 2 for you and get a little more 3-pound fire action for you right now. Ooh, Paw Print going up against Candela Foxtrot. Talking about fire robots, Candela Foxtrot is a swerve drive mech-inspired robot. One of the most aesthetic robots here with dual flamethrowers. Super cool, but they have been having some reliability issues so far throughout the day. They're going up against Paw Print. Ellie from Charlotte, South Carolina. This is her first event. Small-time artist and streamer. Yeah, that is a fun-looking... Wow, it has fur, Adam. Look, it's got...
Fur against a flamethrower robot is a choice. Now, in the last fight, we saw Candela Foxtrot light themselves on fire. We'll see if they can light their opponent on fire here. Both robots sitting at 0-1 on the day. Winner is going to make it at least to the bubble. Loser is going to go home.
Fight.
See how they do.
Robots fight.
Good start from Candela Foxtrot, and then pieces going flying everywhere. The right-hand pod just gone.
Now,
There's the flames. They're going. Now, will they be able to get a fireball, or is it just that little spark?
I was told that Jay Lee does not bring any spare parts for his robots. They kind of come one and done. So anything that breaks is just part of the art.
Yeah, truly an artistic endeavor every time Jay brings a robot. And I think right now Paw Print is feeling pretty happy about that. As a new robot, they want to punch their ticket more than most, perhaps.
Oh boy, that is just getting destroyed. I think we can see the inside guts of a servo motor there. There's wires dangling. The fuel cables are unplugged. The swerve pod is entirely just disintegrated. This unstick is kind of just mushing it around at this point. Paw Print has turned off their weapon, I think just waiting for the count out here. I think I heard the crowd chanting Foxtrot, but Paw Print is going to take the knockout victory. They're going to be 1-1 on the day after that. One knockout victory, one knockout loss. So Paw Print still with a chance to make it into the bracket. But Jay Lee and Candela Foxtrots will be going home.
I would say that I'd expect to see Jay Lee fighting in, some sort of grudge match or other sort of thing, but I think that robot's going home in a body bag or several small body bags.
I think someone could make a decent profit selling bot bags here near the arena. You need a bot bag. The price goes up after the fight, so you want to pre-buy it. But
get ready ahead of time. I'm always impressed with the enterprising young ones who crowd around the exits to the arenas with signs that say, "I collect robot scruff," or bot parts,
detritus.
or yeah, exactly. Hopefully they're not picking up like halfway exploded batteries and it's just metal parts.
Yeah, you don't want to get any lithium on your debris.
Yeah, if you need lithium, please go to a doctor to have it prescribed. Don't absorb it through robots here.
Yeah, and a lot of the kids asking for those robot parts are tomorrow's builders and drivers. So
Frankly, some of them are today's builders and drivers.
they're
I don't
just
think
taking
anyone
those parts to measure them.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're just going to find our weak spots.
We're going to head over to Cage 1. We got another big bot fight for you coming up. Pretty excited. I haven't gotten a chance to see this fight. Behemoth. I've seen them in the pits. I've seen them in the test box. I haven't seen them in the ring today. They're going to be going up against Powerball, another robot that I haven't gotten a chance to see in action. Of course, seen it test and spin up, but there's only so much that can tell you about how the robot is going to fare in the arena.
Oh,
Interesting. I hear Apricot and Weather Report also loading up.
yeah, so we're going to take a look at Apricot and Weather Report here. Now, Weather Report is a shuffling vert.
Oh, yeah, I see. Sorry, folks.
And
I didn't mean to mislead you.
Yeah.
The screen that you're seeing now is Apricot versus Weather
Yeah.
Report. You're quite right.
Now, both of these robots actually are shufflers. That means both of them have a 50% weight bonus, so we're actually going to be looking at, I guess, an 18-pound fight here.
Correct, yeah.
So a little in-between weight class. We've got vert versus horizontal. Some nice compact shuffler pods on each of these robots. Looks like Weather Report's a bit more exposed. A lot of armor around Apricots.
This is a bubble fight.
Yeah. So
Sorry.
that means that the winner
5, 4,
is in the bracket.
3,
The loser
2,
is going home.
1.
Fight.
Away
Robots
we
fight.
go. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It is a redemption fight.
Oh!
So, wow! A lot of kinetic energy on
Ouch.
display there.
Look at the wedge. That is completely tangled. You could hear them hitting their own wedge, it sounded like there, with that kind of high-pitched metallic clang.
Yeah, they're going to call for an unstick, but I don't think this is going to work out for
Oh,
him,
that is
Adam.
going to be a difficult spot for Floop to...
Oh, wow! I don't know who's piloting Floop today, but give him a raise. That was a fantastic unstick.
That was amazing. You can hear them hitting their own wedge. The supports have been destroyed.
But the weapon on Apricot is down.
Able to do enough, and now Apricot is upside. Are they going to request the unstick? Can Floop do it twice in a row?
Yeah, let's see if they can recreate the magic.
Wow. Here comes the unstick attempt by Floop. And this is a difficult position. I think...
I want to call it advice, but
Oh.
after that last unstick, I feel like I'm outgunned here.
It looks... It looks like to me they might have a top panel damage that is what's propping them like this. I don't... Oh, wait, no.
No, that's just the geometry of it.
That's an interesting choice to put large plastic pieces that prevent your wheels or feet from touching the ground on the top of your robot.
Oh, they just shot their
needs it?
own. They chewed through their own face to make their weapon work better. And they're going to try and do it again. Why not?
Get off! Get off!
Knockout.
We like to call that self-clearancing.
That is a disappointing loss, I think, for Apricot. This is their second event. I have to imagine they're going to have a different top panel shape for the third event, as they're unable to self-right there. I don't know, did they lose their little ears? They usually have ears attached to that. Did they not have them in this fight, or did they come off?
I mean, I didn't see them come off in this fight, so it's a question of whether they decided to not run them or if they had no choice.
Yeah, that's actually what those pieces are for, right? They hold those large sort of hoops of shame.
What
What
I'd venture to guess here, Adam, is Apricot has several weapons that they can run. Those weapons may have different weights associated with them, and they may not have the weight to run those self-rider bars when they run
Okay.
the disc weapon rather than the bar
Too much
weapon.
weight in the weapon. That is difficult. Well, sometimes you learn the hard way which setups work and which setups don't. They're going to be going home. That was a redemption battle. Both robots at 0-1. That means Weather Report is going to go into the bubble, has the opportunity to get in the bracket after an amazing come-from-behind victory. Looked like they were going to be stuck upside down, get a miraculous self-righting unstick from, was it Floop?
Yes.
Floop, who's in there. Apricot, unfortunately, unable to get the same self-righting magic and counted out for the Weather Report victory.
You know, I will give this to Apricot. They, that robot and that disc did substantial damage to the front wedge of Weather Report.
Yeah.
So their gamble of let's throw more weight at the weapon and hope that it can break the wedge, that part worked.
Yeah.
The follow-up strategy of let's not have our anti...
Yeah, it almost paid off. Let's take another look at the pits here. It seems like it's starting to get a little less crowded, as people are losing their second fight, packing up. I don't see JMO there anymore. Maybe he's got a fight coming up.
Perhaps, although I do see a robot. Oh, it could be a decoy.
He's got spares.
Remember, too, we're getting into the point of the day where some of these builders are going to start moving their way over to the prime time pits.
Soon. Certainly with the big robots, those positions are decided sooner in the day. I'm sure people still around are scoping out which one of those beautiful wooden bench tops they want.
Yeah, for those of you who are just joining us and may not have tuned into a primetime event in the past, there is a whole nother section of the pits just for people who make it to the championship bracket at the end of the day. We call that the primetime pits. The tables are nicer. You got a little more space. You have a much better camera angle to capture the work that you're doing. And we have a floating, how shall we call it?
Skycam?
Yeah, definitely a skycam, but I was going to say a group of adventurous reporters who will make their way into the primetime pits to do constant interviews and help us find out exactly what's going on.
We should call them the pit crew.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that. I wanted to call them rascals or ne'er-do-wells or, something befitting
Misfits.
their bravery.
Yeah.
We'll find out later.
Pit pirates.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, it's an exciting part of the day as people are securing their position in the bracket. You're starting to see these elimination fights with more on the line. That first fight of the day is nerve-wracking, but win or lose, you're still here. As you get into the second, third fights of the day, it's not that way anymore. It's win or go home pretty much from now on. And that gets tense. Plays into the mental aspect of the sport, which is big. We talk a lot about driver skill. We talk a lot about bot design. We talk a lot about, pit preparation, making sure you can repair your robot. I mean, all the design that even goes into design for repairability. A major aspect of the sport, but the mental game, getting prepared for your opponent, making sure you can bounce back from a loss, not get too excited after a win, come in ready to go with the appropriate strategy and then execute it without panicking. That's a big part of it, and this part of the day is when you dial that in because it is elimination time.
And it really does. There are some builders where it's a factor for everyone, don't get me wrong. There are some builders who can manage that pretty well, and it's just their nature to be able to roll with that sort of stress, pressure. There's some who really have never gone up against it, and it's a big learning curve and one of the biggest achievements that you can get as a builder to figure out how to deal with it. And then there are the people who have figured out how to deal with it and have it under control and are doing just an amazing job. And those are the people I think I am always a bit in awe of.
Yeah.
We're going to go to cage 1 now, another big robot fight for you.
We've got unidentified fighting object going up against inertial. This is a 12-pound fight. We've got UFO, a two-wheel drive vert from Ian Smith, going up against Lily Lynn and her robot inertial.
Inertial, a very neat design. Although it is a full body spinner, this is almost a ring spinner in effect. It has a big wide blade on the bottom and kind of a protective
style. Yeah, like it's a counterbalanced big long tooth on one side.
Yeah, very unusual design. We have seen it work in the past, but it takes a lot of effort to get dialed in. We're going to have to figure out if Lily has it dialed in or if she's going to need a little bit more time to do that. Of course, UFO is going to hope that that time is not now.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow.
Excellent spin up on inertial. Unidentified fighting object off to a very slow and cautious start.
Yeah, very tentative. I wonder if that's going to cost them. Ooh.
Oh, big pieces out of UFO.
Wow. So UFO's shell seems to have shattered, and now, what is that? Is that a battery on the floor?
There is definitely a battery that has belched its way out from the belly of unidentified fighting object.
Is that the shell of UFO, or is that just a component of inertial?
It's a component of UFO, I believe.
Oh, yeah, UFO. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, UFO, it's come right out of the belly.
So they've just ejected their battery.
Yes.
Straight
and torn it up.
The robot.
That needs to be handled very carefully. That's going to be a sand bucket.
Got a spicy pillow there.
Mm-hmm. This is actually one of those moments in combat robotics that looks, you know, relatively innocuous, but could become dangerous very quickly.
I gotta say, when one of the robots is named UFO and one of the robots is a shell spinner, I keep wanting to call the shell spinner UFO.
It is tough, yeah. One of these robots looks like a UFO, and it's not the one named UFO.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a tricky situation, just sitting on top of the battery there. I wonder, did it kind of just explode its sort of like front plate? How did that
What I believe happened is inertial delivered this hit on the front of unidentified fighting object that pushed unidentified flying object back. That battery was not secured transversely, so front to back it wasn't secured very well. It popped right out of the hole that's in the middle of that robot. Somehow, miraculously went past the spinning weapon without hitting it, and the robot landed on top of it. Wild luck. Normally, that would be a nice big fireball or at least an energetic smoke bomb.
I gotta say, I feel like this could be, you know, not quite true, but it feels like the batteries are getting better.
Absolutely.
Over time.
Without a doubt.
We had to breathe on them and they'd light into flames.
You know, I've got actually some story. My grandfather worked with lithium batteries in torpedoes. What, like 60 years ago now?
This sounds made up.
It does not. Yeah, it does. It does sound made up. But apparently, they couldn't get the manufacturing such that they didn't have iron filings in the batteries, and so the torpedoes would turn on and explode before they left the before they even left the gates on the submarines, and so they just swore them off for like 30 years.
Yeah.
It's fits and starts, but there have just been monumental battery game developments to the point where, like, I've seen videos of children in certain countries putting together these things and building them to a better state of reliability than you used to be able to get from the most pristine clean rooms and amazing manufacturing facilities in the world.
It's wild how far the technology has come with the cells, their ability to resist this kind of just natural tendency to want to explode is quite impressive. So we didn't see on screen the knockout designation. That is a KO victory, not a tap out. I don't know who Mr. California is.
Oh, that's Mako.
Oh.
Yeah, that's an up-and-coming, very popular robot fighting league that feeds a tremendous amount of competitors to here at NHRL.
Well, that's great.
So we love to see MRCA well represented here. They've brought an incredible bevy of robots, but right now we're going to look at Invisible Hand going up against Honeyfied.
What a hit! Uh-oh. Has the same thing happened in this fight? We've got a high-centered vertical drum here. Are they high-centered on their own battery? This is a pause in the match. I don't know if there's been a gash in the cage. They're going to inspect some other reason to pause it. Well, that was a massive hit.
Really
as
was.
we switched to this fight. So Honeyfied, of course, is out of Team Honeycracked, Dominic Mussolino. And the Invisible Hand is from Aaron Taggart. Four-wheel drive drum that seems to be stuck. Honeyfied, the horizontal bar spinner. Honeycracked coming to us from Lexington Park, Maryland. The Invisible Hand is actually out of Winter Haven, Florida. So trip up the East Coast for them. We'll let you know as soon as we know why this fight is paused. It does look like maybe they're inspecting the wall in the back corner there. That was a big hit. I think it kind of sent Honeyfied into the wall. We'll see if anyone is actually stuck or if they're just stopped after that big hit for safety reasons.
We do have a cage inspection process. If there is a hole in the arena wall, they're going to figure out if that hole is too big to continue or not. Of course, these are double-walled arenas. Even if you do have a big hole, it is just in the inside layer of the arena. But, you know, that's why it's there, to take up those hits. And if the hole's big enough, well, we're going to make sure that the fight stops, because what if you get hit there again a second time?
And that inner wall is thinner than the outer wall. The outer wall is the thicker layer. Inner wall is kind of the thinner protective layer for that outer wall. Looks like they've brought the robots back to the door. I feel like they're going to be ending this fight. It's usually why they do that. And I am hearing that one of the Lexan panels, those internal panels we were talking about, is damaged to the point where they're going to end this match, bring it to the judges. They'll do a full internal inspection on that panel and see if they need to replace it, but it is too damaged to continue the fight right now. Again, safe for anyone outside the arena. Two-layer walls, thicker outer layer is totally fine, but they're going to take a look at that inner layer.
Yeah, I am eager to go take a look at it. It looks like it may have been a crack, and this is one of the things that we actually take incredibly seriously. You might think, oh man, a hole in the arena, that's what you really are worried about, and a crack, well, it's just a crack. Well, the trouble with a crack is, one, it's very large, and two, they tend to propagate.
Yep.
So if you get that area hit again and there's a crack, that can mean that when it gets hit a second time, that crack triples in size, and a cracked piece of material does not provide nearly the same protection. As something's trying to fly through it, it doesn't slow things down the way cutting a hole in an arena wall does slow you down.
Yeah, you basically create a stress concentration at the end of those cracks, right? And that's just going to propagate, whereas the holes tend to be much, much less so. So yeah, cracked the arena. A honey-cracked crack.
Honey-cracked corn and I don't care, something. We're going to go to cage one. We got another fight coming for you. Battlehawk is going up against, oh, who is that? Oh, Unstick Please. I love the naming conventions lately. A lot of fun. Battlehawk, I heard it being discussed multiple times today, which is interesting because I never got the straight scoop on what about it was so discussion-worthy.
Wow.
So I'm intrigued. There's something.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm looking at Battlehawk's stats here, and the driver's background is they're currently in college, and they are studying computer science, mechanical engineering, physics, electrical engineering, and computer engineering. That is a lot of majors.
I live that life. I don't envy them. I'm glad I left it behind. Whew.
That is a lot of majors. Not a ton of overlap between them. after the first year.
So we'll leave the mystery of Battlehawk aside for a second. Unstick, please, one of the coolest designs that we have here. This robot has one wheel. In fact, it really only has one moving part. It is a melty brain full body spinner, which means that the robot spins around using a single wheel, and it uses a complex algorithm to figure out when to increase or decrease the speed of that motor in order to direct it around the arena.
A single-wheeled Melty is impressive. We'll see how well it works here today.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Most
These
Melty
robot-
brains are 2 wheels.
True, there it goes. A lot of Melty Brains take a minute to spin up, more so with the one-wheeled ones.
Look at that nice little spirograph pattern.
Oh, it's got almost a engine sound to it. That is spinning. Battlehawk's not moving at all. Battlehawk has just decided to lay over and play dead, it seems.
Are they playing dead or are they dead? Can Unstick please move? This would be a great time to practice their driving around the arena. You don't get a lot of time in the main box, but they are spinning down. I think maybe they're just going to take the win here, but that was a wonderful sound.
Yeah, you don't hear things like that in the arena very often.
What's interesting about that design is it's sort of self-balancing in a way, you know, with just
That's a good
one
point,
wheel.
yeah.
It'll just kind of spin around whatever its natural point is.
Mm-hmm. Looks like a hardy robot. I don't know how this is going to proceed.
I think they've called for an unstick. I don't know. Now they're
Unstick Please
unsticking.
has called for an unstick. That's
Maybe he was just reiterating the name of his robot.
Or perhaps the match has ended. They are kind of pushing it.
Perhaps a tap out. I'm not sure what's happening. Back to the door. Yeah.
Something strange going on here. We never did see Battlehawk. Battlehawk certainly stopped moving before Unstick Please.
I mean, significantly before. But I guess if it overlaps with the unstick request and the other unstick, I don't know.
Yeah, this is up to the ref and the cage manager on how to handle it. It is possible to have a...
and did unstick please just spin down, or did it actually break? In a weird fight, I really wanted to see a hit after that wonderful spin-up sound.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out, get the full story from the cage side staff here soon. Two odd robots with a very strange performance.
Unstick please, really impressive.
It's possible that this, the way that this worked and the two robots overlapped enough in their being disabled that this became a double knockout. This is a rare thing that happens.
Because I guess, you know, when you stop moving and you request an unstick, you're not counted out.
Correct.
And if the other robot stops while your unstick request is happening, I guess there you go.
Yeah, it's true. If a unstick is called, there's a lesson for folks. Don't call for an unstick. I'm thinking this through, just the way the rules are written. If you call for an unstick while the other robot is being counted out, that's going to supersede the count out on the other robot.
Yeah, this is interesting.
So very strange set of circumstances.
Here.
Yeah. I'm really starting to believe that this will be. Yeah, There you go. Okay. This is look at this coin toss. Okay.
A coin toss to determine the winner.
This is an incredibly rare. In fact, I think this is the first instance we've had of this with the new NHRL coin. If you have a double knockout, and if neither robot showed any contact with one another, it means that the judges can't really judge what you did. And so it goes to a coin flip.
Wow.
I think that's the first time we've had that happen. It's definitely the first time we've had it happen with the new rule set.
I say, by the reactions, it's difficult for me to tell who even won.
Very, very unusual. It's neat to see it play out.
The official NHRL coin, which determined that fight due to a lack of engagement. Do you want heads or white? colors of the two
Interesting.
sides.
That's not the official coin even. We have an official coin somewhere.
The unofficial
That-
NHRL
the
coin.
the official. That's a player pog. We give those out to folks. They can.
Well, does that mean that it didn't officially count? Do
No,
we need to
I-
find the official coin?
The official. That's a good point. The official coin is whatever coin the referee, who is cage sides, deems to be the official coin. So, it's certainly a binding decision, but.
It's like when you're determining who goes first in curling and you flip the slider, you know? I know that's a reference everyone will understand. Lots of ardent curlers in the crowd.
Go for 55s myself if I'm curling. Maybe 60 if I'm going for like lean muscle mass instead of bulk.
Who is coming up next? Do we have some fights loading into these boxes? Oh, I'm hearing that it's going to be the Colony versus Scorpion.
I have
as our
really.
next fight.
We'll speak to the robot in a moment, but I've enjoyed the merch that I've seen from the Colony. People walking around in T-shirts. They're building their own lore. They've got their own in-jokes and memes.
There's not nearly enough lore to robots. You know, we need more lore.
Sit down with me, have a beer. I'll tell you all about it. I'm sure you've got your own. The problem isn't that the lore doesn't exist. It's that we're not disseminating it properly.
Okay. A good book, The Lore, all about combat robots. So the Colony is a 4-wheel drive drum and beater multi-bots going up against Scorpion, a 4-wheel drive overhead saw. This is a 12-pound fight. Both robots are 0-1. This is a redemption fight. The loser is going home. The winner will live to fight their way into the brackets. Scorpion is coming to us out of Mentor, Ohio. The Colony is coming to us from Shelbourne Falls. This is Tyler Keeper versus Michael Cross.
That's a really interesting
So I'm not
situation
seeing
here.
both of the Colony.
Yeah, I'm seeing half of the Colony.
Does that make it the colon?
It might. The Colo
The Colo.
or the Alany. The Alny. Alny is
Only.
town right
Yeah.
by. Yeah, right by.
The only. And also, yeah.
Yeah, and Scorpion's got a very different
Wait,
setup.
this looks like it's a totally different fight. Isn't
This-
that Blue Marlin?
Man, you were throwing me for a loop
My
here.
headset is lying to me. Okay, this is a very different fight. This is Blue Marlin versus Galaxy. Still in the 12 pounds bracket. Blue Marlin, the 2-wheel drive.
Oh, yeah,
from
now that we
Bob
get the close-up.
Ballinson.
5,
Blue
King of
Marlin
Press
coming in with a really sharp weapon this time around.
Beautiful looking fight.
Fight, robots, fight.
Galaxy's out of Cumming, Georgia. Shuffler vert.
Oh, massive hit. Blue Marlin going flying.
Big hit from Galaxy using that shuffler weight advantage to their advantage.
Yeah, you don't see Blue Marlin losing these kind of engagements often. They're on their heels now. Doing everything to get around the side of Galaxy and getting some success.
Blue Marlin's overall record, for those unaware, is 10-6.
Look at this. The front fork on Galaxy is turned up. That's exactly what Blue Marlin wants.
That is going to be difficult to come back from. That ruins your ground game. Basically, acts like a keep-away stick.
You can see the right side drive on Galaxy is down now. The shuffling pod jammed up.
Some massive hits out of Galaxy early, but with 2 minutes left in this fight, it seems like Blue Marlin's veteran durability is coming into play here. Great pin. Galaxy barely able to get themselves off the wall. They're requesting an unstick. Blue Marlin now circling in the background, waiting for its prey, if they can even free themselves. Difficult situation for Floop here.
You can see the drive on the right-hand side is trying to move. It's
struggling.
jammed up.
Something in there is not right. Maybe these big impacts in the verts might have applied too much force, or maybe just the vibration, the G-forces of it all. Oh, wow! Blue Marlin's got to be careful. Galaxy came down like a hammer saw. Now they're even more stuck.
This is great work by Blue Marlin. They definitely got off on the wrong foot, and now they are taking every advantage while still being careful, ripping holes in the base plate of Galaxy.
The weapon on Galaxy is still dangerous, even if that drive is barely functional.
Titanium sparks flying through the air.
Blue Marlin just trying to nick away here, stay away from the weapon. Another pin.
Ooh, look at that perfect positioning. Blue Marlin got Galaxy on the ropes.
With 33 seconds left in this fight, there is enough time for a knockout countdown. Oh, but they're able to free themselves.
Yeah, it wasn't to be. Look at that! The death wobble as they flew through the air.
Blue
Stunning.
Marlin has to be careful. Look, their left side drive is down.
Yeah, but
and their
Galaxy's
top
now
panel.
dead in the water, not moving at all.
Wow.
What a killer hit. A death blow on the staggered and struggling Galaxy. Blue Marlin is going to take home a undoubted win from the judges. Woo.
You got to hand it to Galaxy, taking it to the bell, but Blue Marlin showing what all that fighting does. Dialed in. Crowd loved that one. Team defective. Bob Bellinson, the driver of Blue Marlin, on the ropes a little bit early on, able to stick with it and get a resounding judge's decision, most likely judge's decision victory there. Sri Thada from RoboJacket is going to be going home to Cumming, Georgia with that loss. But back at the desk, let's welcome Sam. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, Adam. How about you?
I'm doing good. That fight was nuts.
I will have to take your word for it. But I'm excited to be at the desk. I've been running around a bit this morning. You can tell my hair is a touch all over the place, but the energy in the building today, Adam.
Yeah, I gotta say, I couldn't tell that your hair was all over the place. It just looked kind of,
Thank you.
normal wild hair, normal wild Sam. Sam, welcome to the desk. I'm Adam Wrigley. This is NHRL. For those who haven't been with us, we like to fight robots here.
I think it's our favorite thing to do.
Yeah, it's fun. And this is the qualifiers. We're figuring out who's going to be in the bracket. So, I mean, how have you been enjoying the day? You might have missed that last fight, but I'm sure you've seen some of them.
Oh, you were at the desk for it. There was a spring-loaded hammer in the 3-pound class.
Oh, yes.
That got me pretty excited.
There was a 3-pound spring-loaded
That's
hammer.
the thing about hammer bots. You're aware, and especially in the 3-pound class, it's tough. It's tough to do anything.
It looked great, came out of the corner great, and then after the first hit, it didn't look so great anymore. It was brutal. Yeah, a bit of a dismantling there.
Yeah. Did you see Apricot? I didn't miss their fight.
Yes, I did, and it was interesting. So they came out with a very big, heavy weapon, and it seems they were unable to run their kind of self-righting hoops because they didn't have the weight for it. They still had the mounting plates for those self-righting hoops. What ended up happening is they got a massive hit, shattered the wedge of their opponent. Looked like they were going to take home the win, but their opponent got a miraculous unstick from the wall, came back, flipped over Apricot, and then Apricot, without those self-righting hoops of shame, kind of got stuck upside down on the brackets for the hoops of shame, which were taller than their feet, and they just couldn't be self-righted themselves and ended up getting counted out. It was a real unfortunate loss for them, but quite an entertaining fight for us. Big hit. It was basically a bet they took, like put all the weight into the weapon, see if you can break the opponent with it, and they did, but just not quite enough.
Yeah, that's kind of the way it goes with big weapons. It's a bit risky, but when it pays off.
Yeah,
All right, let's take a look at how you're capable of advancing through the day. So we start out with our prelim rounds where everyone's 0-0 at the beginning. If you win a fight, you're on the cusp. You lose, you're in the redemption. From there, if you win and you're 1-1, you're in the bubble. If you win and you're 2-0, you're surely advanced into the bracket. But if you go 0-2 in these preliminary rounds, you're going home.
we've been seeing a lot of redemption fights for the last half hour or so. As we're in that part of the day, we'll be moving on to bubble and cusp fights soon and seeing who's advancing into the bracket. But these are basically all lose and go home fights. You can't lose another at this point. You might see a few cusp fights. Those are losable. We're gonna hop over to cage 1. And now we do have the Colony versus Scorpion. You can see Scorpion in blue there. That's the 4-wheel drive overhead hammer saw we were talking about. And the multi-bot Colony on the left with the purple wheels. That's a 4-wheel drive drum combined with a 4-wheel drive beater, or more of a disc, I suppose. This will be an interesting fight whenever you get a multi-bot. It is fun. These kind of hammer saws rely on that control, right? Getting the perfect hit. While they get that hit lined up, there's another multi-bot right behind them ready to hit their butt. So these can be interesting matchups and strategy. How do you take on which robot? If you're not decisive enough, you can get caught trying to make a decision, and then both of the multi-bots can get you. How well can the multi-bots work as a team? It's hugely important that they work together to stagger the time that they attack, to confuse their opponent and take advantage of the opportunities and don't hit each other. So this will be quite fun.
Adam, what would you do if you were in the position of fighting a multi-bot? Would you just focus on one the whole time until it was dead? Would you?
It is tough. I think you have to focus on one out of the gate. You know, as the fight goes on, some opportunities might present themselves, but at least for the first 15, 20, 30 seconds, I think you have to pick one. Try and go at it because you could just be overwhelmed if you're trying to go after both.
Fight, robots, fight.
Well, we will see if Scorpion focuses one of these two Colony members, or if they just
And you see
whack
now
away.
one half of Colony is upside down. They're self-righting themselves using the weapon.
That's one method.
Yeah, you can see it. Colony seems to be going after the kind of drum robot here. Unable really to get them. There we go.
And now we see some spin out of Scorpion.
Yeah, the Colony now chasing them down. Scorpion's weapon seems to be stuck in the extended position as now the Colony is just hitting themselves.
Yeah, a lot of friendly fire from the Colony team.
I don't know if that one was on purpose.
Solid pin from Scorpion on the Stag Beetle bot side of the Colony.
Yeah, I wonder if Scorpion is having some spin-up issues here.
Looks like an unstick was called. Floop gonna see what they can do.
I don't know what is happening here. It didn't look like the weapon was spun up before that hit. Hard to tell. Now trying to unstick the second half of the Colony, which is stuck on its head.
Oh, that was close. You'd think
Now,
the
give it
wheels
up.
would touch the ground in this position. I see them spinning.
It's odd that they don't. You know, sometimes it's difficult to design. I wonder if it looks like maybe you can see there some irregularities on the edge. It might have gotten some damage, just high center. Oh! Yeah, you can see the wires on Scorpion's hammer saw just dangling there. That's why it's not spinning, and perhaps also why it is not self-righting.
Scorpion called for their unstick now, so no more unsticks left in this match.
Yeah, I think before we saw kind of maybe a separation request, so they were able to separate themselves eventually. And then we saw the unstick. So yeah, whoever gets stuck at this point, that'll be it. Looks like Scorpion might still be stuck. Oh, no, there they go. Now, the fight doesn't actually pause during those unsticks, so Colony could have just come in and hit them. They held off. Colony kind of sneaking down now. Oh, great catch here by Scorpion. Can't get the pin against the wall, though. Having a little bit of drive issues. There we go. Into the corner, using their weapon against them as the Colony goes flying.
So each half of the colony is 8 pounds for a total weight of 16 going up against the 12 pounds of Scorpion. And this one's gonna have to go to the judges and
a couple late hits there. I didn't hear it was the end of the match.
All right, Adam, you're a judge for this fight.
Nope. No, I'm not.
A hypothetical
Look at that
one.
top panel there on Scorpion. That is some beautiful infill. That isn't like a standard infill pattern
that
there.
is so
You can
cool.
see it's kind of dynamically sized grid. It gets smaller as it gets to the edges, wider in the middle. That's a really nice looking top panel. There's a lot of damage on this robot with the wires and everything else, but boy, do those top panels look nice. That is impressive.
I feel like Scorpion would be weak to their own weapon with top armor like that, though. Kind of a rough match for Team Pandemonium there. A lot of self-inflicted damage.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly what cut the wires there. Kind of unfortunate. I assume they'll come back and have that more protected in future versions. It's a tough one to judge. I mean, I think the big thing here is that half of the colony was dead at the end of the fight. That's a lot of damage, and that's basically
5, 4,
half your row is fully dead, and then the other half of the colony wasn't driving well either. So although
Robots fight.
Scorpion had a decent amount of damage on it, I think the colony is going to walk away with more. Oh,
Jumping
big
right
hits.
away to cage 4, where we have Buzzkill and Catabatic. Buzzkill, the more triangular of the two, as in this beautiful dance they have going on. Catabatic, the teal-colored lifter.
This is another 12-pound fight.
Buzzkill won the 12-pound class, I believe, just a year ago in the 2024 June tournament.
They are ranked 7. There have been 12 events. This is the first event for Catabolic, sitting at 1-0 on the day. Unable to see what's happening, although I can hear what's happening right now. Some big hits as Catabolic is just bouncing off the wall. Buzzkill slowly falling to the ground menacingly.
Yeah, Buzzkill is famous for that shark-style circling.
You don't have to be super fast in this game. You just kind of have to be fast enough. Control of your motion is really important, and Buzzkill has immense control right now. You can see him there dialed in. Crowd looking on as Buzzkill is just circling Catabolic, and Catabolic really doesn't have much of an answer here.
But what can you do?
This is an opportunity, but it looks like Catabolic only has one side of drive, or at least one good side and maybe one finicky side, as they're having a bit of difficulty driving straight.
Yeah, sometimes it seems like it's fine. What do you think would cause an intermittent issue like that?
That's a good question. It could be a loose belt or maybe a few missing teeth on a motor inside of a gearbox, where it catches sometimes, doesn't catch other times. Kind of gets stuck in intermittent positions. Oh, and Catabolic is doing the thing. Don't see that a lot with these lifter robots. They've requested the unstick here. They're kind of like wibbly wobbly. 46 seconds left. Oh, able to self-right.
Yeah, not a bad unstick there.
Yeah, you can see it seems like one of those later hits has completely disabled the weapon on Catabolic. Just flip back now. Buzzkill circling around. Big hit. Yeah. Yeah, that drive just kind of, oh, I don't know, is that a belt? Oh, something fell out.
Yeah, what a chain.
Oh, a chain is falling out of Caldera. That could be from the lifter. Ironically, seems to be driving better now. And 12 seconds left. I'm not seeing a lot of motion out of Catabolic. They're going to make it to the bell, but you have to think Buzzkill is going to take this judge decision as Catabolic is just getting beat up
Yeah,
as the
weapon
fight
down,
comes to an end.
half the drive down. A lot of good exchanges went Buzzkill's way.
Now this is a cusp fight, both robots sitting at 1-0. That means that Catabatic does have another chance. They're not going home just yet. They can go back to the pits, they can inspect it, figure out what went wrong, and they can still make the bracket. They could still take home a golden dumpster today, depending on how it goes. But Buzzkill is now 2-0, and it's just punched their ticket into the bracket.
And we're taking a look up in the pits. Still a ton of robots up there, a ton of builders making the repairs, trying to get their robots ready to enter the bracket, ready to earn their way into the bracket still.
A lot of people heads down in their robots right now, trying to make those changes, fix those things that have gone wrong in earlier fights so that they can get to the bracket. That's what your mind is on right now. Once you're in there, you're gonna be thinking about that golden dumpster, but right now you just want to make it into the bracket. Here we are in cage 1.
Ooh. This is
Now
a
this
design
is
you do not see very often.
22 inches of Monarchy versus Lasagna. 2 giant overhead bar spinners in the 12-pound class.
Wow.
Now, Lasagna is actually an omnidirectional overhead bar spinner.
5.
They have 3
4,
wheels with rollers all
3,
over them, so they can kind of
2,
strafe around.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
How do you think that's going to work out for them here?
Oh, well, it worked out well off the start as 22 inches of Monarchy goes flying and gets stuck on their crown.
All right, able to self-right. Lasagna spins up slowly and stops.
Oh, boy! 22 inches of Monarchy is just destroying themselves at this point, spending more time on their crown than on their wheels.
It's like a breakdance battle.
Lasagna just has to step back. So Lasagna spins back up. Monarchy might be busted. I'm not seeing any motion out of them after they were able to get back on their wheels.
I'm honestly surprised, Adam, that
Lasagna's chassis is spinning.
This type of robot design is not necessarily known for being the most stable.
No, it's a tricky one to get right. It's very similar to building a full body spinner in terms of what you're doing, but instead of the shell, you put this bar on and you have some static armor. It's difficult because it can be hard to armor the robot, and if the bar stops spinning, your chassis becomes very, very exposed. So you don't get as much mass in the weapon versus a shell spinner. But you can get increased maneuverability. You can have forks or wedges sometimes if you want underneath the bar. And you can see 22 inches of Monarchy. Interesting design here. It's got a lot of the weapon drive system mounted up top. You can see it there. Inside of the crown, it looks like is where their motor is, maybe their battery. Unsure, but that enables them to keep their chassis lower. You can see Lasagna has a lot of that structure inside the robot, meaning their chassis is higher up. This is an interesting fight. 49 seconds left. Monarchy's weapon seems to be down. I don't know if they're trying to save it. Lasagna's weapon working, but Lasagna not really able to do anything with it. She's not getting up to speed enough as Monarchy's just shoving them around the arena, really winning the control game at this point.
You know, I don't feel like Jillian and Lyndon are the type of team to save their weapon. I feel like they put it all out there till it breaks.
Yeah, the first minute of this fight would lead me to believe that that is the case. Yeah, Monarchy getting some pins here, just having their way with Lasagna. 10 seconds left. Lasagna going to spin up here, show the judges, hey, I can still function. I've got all my bits and pieces. Monarchy just trying to get some last pushes in. That's going to take us to a judge's decision, and that is a tough one. No one really able to have the kind of big hits after that first engagement. It was a lot of Monarchy tossing themselves around upside down and then shoving Lasagna around the arena. We'll see how the judges kind of award control, aggression, and damage in this case. We are going to see Monarchy leaving with a non-functional weapon, and that could be the difference, as that's going to go to the judges.
It's definitely going to have a big impact on these judges' scores. I do think that they might have taken it in the control department, but we will have to find out later.
We're going to cage 4 in progress. I think this is Grim Ripper versus Carmen. Grim Ripper is a really fun robot to watch. That's the white dome undercutter going up against Carmen, the red beater bar vert. I was hearing a lot of fun sounds coming from this fight. I think it was Grim Ripper's weapon, which is now down. Does seem like Carmen's weapon is going a lot slower than I'm used to seeing it. And Grim Ripper's drive is also going a lot slower than I'm used to seeing it.
Some drive side issues on Carmen as well.
1 minute left in the fight as Grim Ripper is just getting tossed around at this point, moving enough to avoid the count out, but oh, somebody's spun up. Who is it?
That sounds like Carmen to me.
It does look like it. Oh, are they both spun up maybe? I don't know. No, Grim Ripper is not, but Carmen is.
And Michael Shore is very experienced with this style of robot. The vertical spinner that Carmen is, he knows how to handle when part of his drive side is down.
Yeah, this is a 14th fight for Carmen, 25th ranked, 12-pound robot sitting at 26 and 18 overall. Grim Ripper not far behind, 7 events, 15 and 10, actually ranked 13 this season.
And it looks like
so this fight,
wheel?
Oh yeah, Carmen's wheel's fallen off. Actually improved their mobility with that falling off. That's gonna be the end of the fight. This is going to the judges. Both these robots sitting at 1-0 on the day. The winner of this fight is going to make the bracket. The loser is going to have to fight again and go into the bubble. They'll have to wait for the judges to decide, see who that is. From what we saw, I'd have to think it was Carmen, but who knows how the first half of that fight went.
Right, we are at cage 1 for some 30-pound action.
This is Kill Switch versus Whack.
Okay. Kill Switch, I believe, is a drum spinner.
Yeah, Kill Switch is a red and blue shuffling drum spinner, so that means it's going to get a 50% weight bonus. Going up against Whack. Now that's kind of a Thagomizer style rear-mounted horizontal spinner. They're going to come at you with a wedge. And then after they can kind of engage, slow your weapon down, they're going to spin around and try and hit you in the side with their small horizontal spinner in the back. So this is Ryan Tarr driving Whack, and Jacob Painter driving Kill Switch. Sorry, Ryan Tao.
I love the percussive shuffling that's coming out of the Kill Switch there.
Always a great sound. Both these teams are coming out of Illinois. So a little Battle of Illinois here.
Interesting wing on Whack.
2 mechanical engineering students.
Kill Switch rocking the Nintendo Switch livery.
Yeah, it's I think it's a quite appropriate theme. It's done pretty well. I didn't even see the name. I saw them in the pits. I said, oh, it looks like a Switch. And they said, well, it's Kill Switch. There you go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
These robots are going to fight for 3 minutes or until someone is knocked out or someone taps out.
The room is rumbling right now with the feet from Killswitch.
Oh, I love it. It's thunderous. Not a lot of spin on the weapon for Whack.
No, I wonder if they're kind of keeping it in their pocket for now. A lot of these style of robots don't always spin up right out of the gate.
And they showed Killswitch their broadside, and it cost them. They are now inverted. Their weapon is spinning, though. Whack doing a triple gainer there.
Yeah, Whack is having maneuverability issues here, stuck on their head. Wheels don't seem to be touching the ground. Killswitch getting the pin here. They'll have to release it soon. They've released it, and I think Whack is requesting the unstick. Yep.
Here comes Floop. Everyone gets 1 unstick attempt per match.
Yeah, if this does succeed, they wouldn't be able to ask for another one. It would just be counted out. If it doesn't succeed, they'll just be counted out now. Doesn't look like Whack is able to touch the ground. I wonder if they're stuck on debris. It does seem like part of their armor package is hanging off there. There's a belt there in the corner of the arena, which would have been powering the weapon. And that is a tough way to lose the fight. You see your wheels spinning in free air, unable to reach the ground. Count out happening in the background. This is going to be a knockout victory for Killswitch.
Knockout.
All right.
Quite the performance. Killswitch drove perfectly against the Thagomizer style robot, able to hit the wedge, avoid the thwack, flip them over when they were given the opportunity, and that was that.
Adam, I'm just glad there was a knockout. It's been judge's decision after judge's decision up here. I think I prefer watching robots die.
Yeah, it's always good to get a nice knockout. You know, before you got here, we saw some great disassemblies happen.
Oh man, bummer.
Yeah, they were
for
going.
me.
They were going
Not
home.
for y'all. Well, Whack got D-winged. Looks like if they had forks, they're long gone. Here we see some of our decisions from earlier in the 3-pound class.
Yeah, so I believe that fight was a redemption fight. Both robots at 0-1. So that will be Whack going home after that knockout loss. Ooh, Ghastly is eliminated by above average. That is quite.
A lot of robots with human names this tournament.
Yeah, it's all Neil S. There's a Robert. Yeah.
All right, in cage 1, the Whack team is shutting off, locking their weapon.
We usually like to push the robots towards the door with the house robots. Sometimes they get stuck in the corners here. So you have to jump on in. Oh. Megatron is fighting in cage 4.
All right, we are hopping
take a look
right
at
over
that.
to cage 4.
This is Megatron versus Termigator.
Wow.
Tap out.
Oh, and there's the tap out.
Looks like Megatron won.
Megatron lined up that pin and hit, and the tap out came beforehand because they knew what was in store. Termigator is from Brooks Silber Gator Robotics out of Melbourne, Florida. And Megatron, of course, from Jameson Go, Cambridge, Massachusetts. This is Megatron's 11th event. They are overall 37-8, 24-5 KO record.
Wow.
Get another one with that tap out. And they're ranked 4 this season. Just a terror in the box. Even better since they've added the treads now, a lot more maneuverable than even they were before. Makes them very, very scary. Of course, the only robots to win the Golden Brett are Megatron and Emulsifier. So it is a tough class when you have to go up against either of those. Megatron here tonight has got to be the hands-down favorite and a tough matchup for Termigator here.
And Adam, you've fought JMO and Megatron with the Bots FC crew.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, we've won, we've lost, and it's not easy. There's no great strategy to use against JMO. He's just such a good driver that the best way to win is just to also be you just got to outdrive him. It's really hard to do. Yeah,
it's definitely hard to do. We're heading now to Cage 1, where we have Anxiety and Mirage. Anxiety in the gold, the undercutting horizontal spinner. Mirage, the shuffling vert. We saw them lose to jump rope earlier. So I'm assuming that means Anxiety lost earlier as well?
Yes, that should make this another redemption fight. 2 0-1 robots trying to make their way back into the bracket. Loser going home.
Anxiety fought Overlord earlier, I believe. So props to them for getting it back together after that fight. Overlord is a heavy hitting vert.
Mirage packs a punch when it's able to deliver its weapon, but historically has sometimes struggled to do so. The Shuffler gets them 50% extra weight. That's why they are so large compared to their opponent. Anxiety, a traditional 2-wheel drive system undercutter from RoboJackets out of Atlanta, Georgia. Evan Strakes is driving it. Matthew Marie is driving Mirage out of Palm City, Florida.
Okay, a southern battle.
Both these robots pretty good. Anxiety 11-10, Mirage 5-5 overall at NHRL. So, you know, roughly 500 robots here. Both have their weaknesses, both have their strengths. Who's going to be able to redeem themselves today and keep going? The sound of Mirage.
Uh-oh. Does Fluke need to help or just get out of the way?
Just needs to get out of the way.
And
it is
Anxiety
just like
might need some help.
Mechanisms when Mirage moves around, you know, just raw mechanical auditory experience. Anxiety not moving. Generally, you like to be moving at this stage and get over to your corner.
Yeah, this would be the ideal time to move, although not when the weapon lock is being applied. Uh-oh.
Yeah, so
maybe some
I think
lint?
the power switch might be on the bottom. I'm not sure why they'd be doing that. We do let the teams power cycle the robots if they are having issues. I don't know if they thought maybe they were getting high-centered. Can't quite make out on our feed here if the wheels were spinning or not. Not a good sign if you were getting high-centered. Yeah, they are able to drive over now. A lot of these undercutters do not drive so great upside down and generally don't want to be upside down going against a vert. This could be quite an interesting first impact. Both these bots spin up. That is going to be a lot of kinetic energy in that box.
You know, I think I like the inverted start. I think it puts their weapon at the height of the UHMW uprights on Mirage, as opposed to just that, I believe, titanium wedge on the front.
Mirage Madness on the side. Anxiety just trying to get into the corner and lined up.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
I think the biggest issue with some of these undercutters is when they're upside down, their center of gravity is just not where they want it. Oh, unable to spin up. Anxiety is going to be crossing their fingers with this one.
Slow spin on Mirage.
Yeah, Mirage having a lot of issues themselves. Of course, both these robots lost their initial fight. So not having the best of starts to their day, not having the best of continuations for their day either. Able to get a couple hits here. Really not able to get up to the speed that we've seen Mirage spin up to before.
Sounds like a lawnmower. Is it? It's just ever so slightly touching the ground, Adam? Is that what that
Yeah,
is?
it does seem like they are hitting the ground, and that's probably why we're not seeing the speed we typically do out of them.
It sounds like a lawnmower and a aluminum baseball bat.
Either
It's like
that or
the sounds of
maybe
summer.
they're having issues with balance. I don't know. I do like the sound though. It's Mirage makes great sounds. Anxiety only able to spin around their weapon at this point.
Okay, there's some smoke spitting out of Anxiety.
And that's a tap out. Mirage finally able to start spinning up, delivers a hit, and smoke immediately pours out of Anxiety.
You know, I don't know if the repairs after that Overlord fight really took for Anxiety there.
You know, I mean, when you can get in the arena and drive around at all, it gives you a shot to win. And there was a point there where it looked like they might be able to take home the victory because Mirage was not looking super mobile or super powerful either. But Mirage able to get their wits together, back off, spin up fast enough. Anxiety either being damaged from that hit or just kind of overheating themselves as they were trying to spin around. But a difficult day for RoboJackets here with Anxiety. That robot's going to be going home. Of course, RoboJackets have a lot of bots in the tournament today. But Mirage could still make the tournament here.
Yeah,
be
definitely not out of it. Just one more win for them and they're into the bracket. Which in the 30-pound class is prime time.
Prime time. 7 p.m. Eastern tonight on the main NHRL YouTube channel. Don't miss it. Make sure to stay around if you're here in person. We're at that time of the day where robots are losing and going home. The stakes are high. No more practice fights. These are all for the money, as it were.
Adam, I'm ready for a banger of a fight. I haven't seen many all day. I don't know. These past few have been kind of rough. I'm looking for that back and forth. That I want to use the edge of my seat only.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. You know, you get into that 0-1 part of the bracket. It's robots who lost their first fight. They're coming in with a lot of damage. They're coming in with issues. They're trying to fix them.
Are they not coming in with a hunger though?
Yeah. A little hunger. We're going over to Cage 2. Let's see who we've got here. This is Actual Size and Turbo Fiend.
Okay. These robots look hungry.
Yes.
Actual Size, the orange big wheel robot with the angry eyes. Turbo Fiend rocking the red.
Actual Size. It's not huge. It's just Actual Size. Turbo Fiend is one of my favorite robots. I just really like the name. Great name. Dima Papazian, two-wheel drive vert, coming out of New London, Connecticut. Actual Size is from Max Morningstar, coming out of Washington, D.C. This is the first event for Actual Size. They're sitting at 1-1 right now. Turbo Fiend is 30-9. This is their 9th event. They're not 39 today, of course. 39 overall. Both these robots at 1-1 today. The winner is going to make it into the bracket. The loser is going home. Who will it be? A 3-pound fight.
Traditionally, big wheel bot generally has the advantage over a compact vert.
Yeah. And this is generally their preferred matchup. You get a great look here at actual sizes, kind of composite, 3D printed and metal sandwich wheels. Nice sandwich construction there with the metal cleats on the inside. Now look at the back of Turbo Fiend, very compact, fully 3D printed chassis. You know, actual size is going to come in, trying to eat that chassis up, trying to avoid the weapon. Turbo Fiend, a very small vertical spinner in comparison to the size of actual size. Won't be able to reach the chassis. Will have to go after the wheels, will have to go after those forks at the back, and to do so will put themselves in range of that large bar on actual size. This is a great matchup for actual size. You've got to think they're happy with it, but Turbo Fiend is such a great robot. It might be able to overcome the matchup difficulties. They are the number 2 ranked 3-pound robot here at NHRL.
Robots fight.
Oh, right off the bat, Turbo Fiend flipped over by actual size.
And an awkward position. Back on their feet now.
And you can see actual size just getting a lot of hits on the top panel. Oh, okay, no, they're spinning back up.
Dima, the driver of Turbo Fiend, is going to be looking to hit those wheels exclusively, trying not to get straddled by actual size. It's much safer on the outside.
These big wheel robots can be difficult to drive, and they also can sometimes have difficulty spinning up. You can see actual size taking a little bit more time to spin up, kind of awkward. Ooh.
Those outriggers seem a little soft on actual size.
I don't think there's many left.
Yeah!
Actual size is bifurcated by Turbo Fiend.
Got a case of the splits on a Saturday.
Getting a salute from the crowd as Turbo Fiend able to get a hit on the chassis of actual size, and it was not built to take hits in that area. That will be their second loss of the day, and Max Morningstar and actual size will be going home. Let's take a look at a replay of that hit.
Oh, they were already bent right there, this next one.
And then that finished the job.
Dima stoked, Julian stoked. Good win. It's got to feel good to split your opponent in half.
You're going against the robot designed to destroy your robot, optimized to destroy your robot, and you come into the arena, you don't have any sort of fancy special config, there's no games you're playing, you just beat them at their own game. That's got to feel good.
Absolutely. We are back to Cage 1. We've got Synthesis 30 in the pink corner, Corey Nason. And that looks like Demon Core headed over to the blue corner. One of our only 30-pound Melty Brains.
This should be a massive fight since this 30 has such a huge weapon, and Demon Core is all weapon, 30 pounds spinning around. These Melty Brains, if you're unfamiliar, they kind of spin one wheel forward, one wheel backward, and then through a series of algorithms can pulse the speed of those wheels to drive around the arena while at speed. It's quite impressive. Synthesis 30, on the other hand, is a fairly traditional four-wheel drive vert with a massive weapon on the front. Both these robots had tough losses earlier in the day. Synthesis 30 and Demon Core, I believe, both kind of got stuck. They will look to not do that in this fight, and I think if we can find our way into the corner here, we should be in for an impressive first hit with a lot of kinetic energy. This is the first event for Demon Core, the 13th event for Synthesis 30.
And yet both of these robots lost their first fights.
Yeah.
Demon Core fell to Undertaker, I believe, in pretty spectacular fashion.
Synth 30 is, it's a bit of a glass cannon. That weapon has so much power, but you never know which Synth 30 you're gonna see in the arena. Is it going to be the durable one that can dish out a few hits, or is it going to be one hit and something happens? Their overall record is 15-20 The majority of those are knockout fights, 13 and 11. Only 8 of their fights go into judge's decision, and if that happens, they usually lose, sitting at 1-7. Demon Core lost 1 fight against KO earlier today. They're having a difficult time driving to the corner. I don't know if this is going to cost them the fight, or if they're just going to try and restart it. Unsure what's
Weapon lock
happening
went back in.
A weapon lock on this Robo, of course, more of a wheel lock.
There's not much you can do cage side besides power cycle, so if that doesn't work,
I would just kind of push it into the corner.
Yeah, it seemed like Floop was attempting that.
Yeah. I mean, you could reach from here, just,
Just toss it.
Toss it over.
It only needs to touch the blue to be starting in the blue corner.
Corey Nason and Synthesis 30 sitting on the other side, kind of waiting in anticipation. These are kind of the worst moments for me when I'm a driver, just waiting for the opponent to turn on the robot. I'm always worried my controllers are going to reset or turn off or something.
Go into Wi-Fi mode or something.
Yeah, sitting there, not doing anything for that long. But Corey Nason's a veteran competitor. He's been here a lot. His robots are really fun to watch. Have so much power, a lot of his personality in them. Great competitor.
You can tell Corey's experience. He knew instantly the door was going to open, so he jammed up Synthesis 30's weapon right against the wall, just to be on the safe side.
Safety first.
So weapon locks are coming off of Demon Core now, back into the pocket.
Shove it in the corner.
Come on, close that door. Let's get this fight going.
There we go. One of the most difficult things with the Melties is getting them to the corner at the start of the fight. They're designed really to spin.
That'll do.
Spin and move, so they don't always move without spinning. You tend to have to add a secondary drive mode in them, almost exclusively for driving to the corner at the beginning of the fight or driving to the door at the end of the fight.
I feel like that is almost necessary for Melty Brains, because you're going to end up in a corner at some point, and if you have to spin to get out, it can be very difficult. You got to have those modes, and the single wheel Melties don't even really have that option. Luckily, Demon Core's rocking a pair of wheels that aren't doing much right now. Oh, they are carving up the ground. All right.
The crowd is excited for this one. I think the build-up should be worth it if we're able to get this hit in here, and people are standing trying to get a view.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So many fans in the audience have their cameras out for this one. They know it could be big.
Demon Core is spinning the wrong way.
This is Synthesis's opportunity to take advantage.
Whoa. I don't know. Are they just going to wait for them to get counted out?
I would hope that Synth would hit them before they carve a hole through the floor. All the way to Australia.
Oh!
All right, you see the heading light?
Uh-oh. Oh, they're able to get off the wall.
Ooh, lack of stability on Demon Core, but it's ripping.
It looks like Synth 30 has lost the left side of drive. They're having a difficult time driving here. And of course, Demon Core also having a difficult time driving.
Touch.
Oh! Oh, how I wish Demon Core was spinning the correct direction.
Yeah, that was a dud hit.
Yeah, they're sort of just like ramping the opponent away on these hits.
Maybe that's their strategy, Adam.
Yeah,
they do that until Synth's weapon breaks.
Oh! I think what happened there is almost like the weapon of Synth 30 dug into the shell so hard it tossed him back. It's an interesting strategy. I wonder if that was on purpose.
They're translating now. Demon Core was translating there.
Yeah,
that's huge.
They're dialing that in. Oh, and Synth 30 is stuck upside down, requesting the unstick here. Their drive not functional enough. Demon Core kind of functioning as a little bit of a stop here. Unable to let Synth30 be self-righted. That's, of course, allowed. Great job by Floop. A couple great self-rights today by Floop.
The drivetrain looks much better on Synth. This is 30 now after that unstick. Demon Core is translating. Their heading light is working. Oh, what a hit!
Oh! I think the bearing on Synth30 is damaged. They were hitting themselves. They're stuck upside down, and they are not going to get another unstick.
Whoa!
Can hear the crowd chanting the knockout there, as Demon Core is now sitting at 1-1 after knocking out veteran contender Synth30. Now, Synth30 made the championships last year, did well, knocked out Emulsifier. Here, they're knocked out by Demon Core in only their second fight.
Wow.
They got that translating dialed in, spinning backwards and still taking the victory.
Yeah. If they could be pretty legit, Adam. This is exciting. I am excited.
It was interesting because you could see they were able to bounce off the walls and not really dig in like they usually would if they had been spinning the other direction. I do wonder if they did that on purpose, just relying on the opponent's weapon to kind of chunk their aluminum frame, and that's how they were delivering kinetic energy in that fight. Really interesting.
Well, the hits weren't the most spectacular, but they worked. So let's head on over to cage 2 for some 3-pound action. Looks like we have Boopster from Team Seems Reasonable and Aaron Hill. And they're going up against Performance Anxiety. Familiar with that as a concept, but not so much with the robot.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Boopster, a very cool 3-pounder. Overcutter, undercutter style. Or
Boopster.
overhead, underhead?
Boopster is a fun robot. I was chatting with Aaron up in the pits earlier today, working on this, getting the undercutting it's not even undercutting.
I know, it's hard. Underhead just doesn't sound right.
Yeah. Overhead, under butt? I don't know. Underfoot?
Looks like Performance Anxiety is an SSP.
Yeah, so another one of these SSP kits. We talk about these a lot. Great way to get into the sport. Very durable lifter kits. But here you can see the completely custom Boopster sort of having its way with Performance Anxiety. Going for a lot of these overhead hits does seem like possibly the way. Oh, no, there it spun up. It can actually like flex the entire frame and swing that arm underneath to hit the belly of their opponent. We haven't seen that in this fight.
No, not at all. But it seems like it has like a ratcheting mechanism almost.
Yeah.
Boopster is very cool, but
it's a really interesting robot. A lot of complex engineering inside of it. Of course, this is still getting dialed in. It's a new robot. But they're going to take home another victory here. Boopster was sitting at 1-1. Both these robots at 1-1 on the day.
So that means then Performance Anxiety is going to have to pack it up. Boopster is going to be moving on to the bracket. And once these robots hit the bracket, it is single elimination. So no matter what happened during prelims, if you lose in the bracket round, you're going home. And
Aaron Hill with a really stylish, Reasonable Fight Club jersey on today. You can buy those in the gift shop if you're interested.
They're super comfy.
That was, of course, from when Team Seems Reasonable joined up with Bots FC, Bots Fight Club, for the Teams event last year. We had a lot of fun doing that. You can watch it on ESPN The Ocho if you ever want to see it. Last year's event was a ton of fun.
All right, you can see some of the JDs. Those are judges' decisions, some of the match results. crawling across your screen there at the bottom. How about Big Frank? I think they won against, they won their first match and then they just got a win by forfeit. So I believe Big Frank's in the bracket for the 12-pound class.
Big Frank is in the bracket?
I believe so.
That is impressive. If so, let me see here. Oh, no. I'm seeing them at 1-1 on my screen.
Okay.
So they are going to go up against Catabatic, and they'll have to defeat well, whoever wins is going to make it into the bracket. Both of those sitting at 1-1 on the day.
That's a good matchup for Big Frank, a lifter versus Big Frank's walking dual hammer saw style. But we've got another 3-pound match loaded into the cage now. I believe that's Zach Knight's pink robot there, which is going into the blue corner. All right, and in cage 2, we have
5,
here
4, 3, 2.
Hexahive in the pink corner and the Lunatic
Robots
in the
fight.
pink.
Big hits from Lunatic on Hexahive here. Sending him flying through the arena. Nothing Hexahive can do.
These two robots are represented by some of our larger teams here at the National Havoc Robot League. Team Honeycracked is behind the Hexahive robot, and Team Defective is on the Lunatic side.
Lunatic really impressive. This is officially their first NHRL event with Lunatic. Sitting on 1-0 on the day, and they are just tearing into Hexahive.
It's Zach Knight building the exact type of robot that he drives exclusively and always builds and is good at, and it's meta as all get up, so not a big surprise there.
I suppose. Yeah, you can just see the drive motor of Hexahive sticking out. That's going to be a tap out for Hexahive. They are done for the day with that robot, but Zach Knight and Lunatic is moving on. That's going to put them into the bracket in the 3-pound class.
A clean fight, quick and clean. I would imagine Zach doesn't have a lot of repairs to do on Lunatic.
I don't think so after something like that. You're gonna, you'll run your standard inspections, check out all the wear components, see how they're doing, make sure nothing got, out of shape, a little bent, but it looked pretty good. Charge the batteries and come back at it.
Not bad. That was a decent knockout.
Did we get some good fights for you?
I mean, yeah, that one was decent. I like a good domination. And Zach did it. The Demon Core fight was cool. I'm pretty satisfied at this point, but I'm hungry for more.
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good.
So you recognize this fleet of robots up here at the desk?
I recognize a few of them. I hadn't seen this one before today. But
Daisy, Alex Grant brought this one over. It was so cute. I was in the pits yesterday. We did like a Friday pit party thing for some of our fans, and there's a little girl, and she had a list of the robots she wanted to see, and it happened to have Daisy on it, and so it was awesome. She got to hold it and pet it, take a picture with it.
It's great. Yeah, it shoots flames out the nostrils.
Yeah, which it didn't do while she was holding it.
No.
as soon as she put it down.
Yeah, there's no fuel tank. We're good.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's been a blast having these pit parties and seeing the interactions between these young fans and the builders, and it's really satisfying. But let's head over to Cage 2 and see some interactions between two robots where we have, looks like Wyo, the super flat green guy, and Swansaw.
Wyo is very interesting robot. It's so low. It spins up so fast. It is, as far as I know, not invertible. That's kind of the trick with it. But they're here from the Netherlands today. They're going up against Swansaw. Swan's an extremely aggressive, dangerous animal. They're coming out of Brooklyn, New York, so I got to root for them from where I'm from. Both these robots sitting at 1-1 today. So whoever loses this is going home, and whoever wins will be in the bracket. See Tim Bowen's there, the driver of Wyo. Second event for them here at NHRL. Sitting at 4-3 overall for them at NHRL. Swansaw getting their safety put on here. I think they forgot to remove the safety covers from their forks. You don't want those on for the fights.
No.
You want to be in your unsafe configuration for the actual fight.
As little safe as possible. Trying to hurt the other robot here.
This is interesting. The driver of Swansaw, Keith Tam, is actually an AI consultant.
4, 3,
That's cool.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Did you say alien consultant?
Yeah, totally.
Well, then it's good. He's going up against Wyo, which looks like a UFO. It is not a melty brain.
No, it's not a melty brain. It is a traditional shell spinner, but is incredibly low to the ground due to some insane engineering. And yet, despite being so low, it's driving over the damaged floor with no issue. It's quite impressive. So I saw Swansaw earlier today get kind of disassembled. I just saw a wheel fall off the right side of Swansaw. Still got their left side wheel, but it's going to hurt the maneuverability.
Swansaw. I was saying Swansaw.
No, Swansaw. Their weapon is actually a grinder wheel. It's not a saw.
Oh.
Big hits from Wyo. Wyo is also so quiet. You know, a lot of spinners make hums, sounds, you know, in a way that's inefficiencies. Wyo, very efficient, very quiet, very scary, as it just disassembles its opponent piece by piece.
Which it is doing right now to Swansaw.
Oh, and going flying across the arena there, but right back at it. Those green lights on the front like eyes stalking its prey. The Swan can't defend itself. But still moving. You gotta hand it to Keith Tam and Swansaw as that Swan refuses to die. No Swan song yet.
Thank you. Did you see the grinding wheel spin at all?
I have not, and it does seem that they are high-centered here. Oh, there's the saw spinning for us, and the neck moving. They're gonna request their unstick. That'll probably get them off their wheel there. They'll be able to move again, hopefully. Oh, but it does seem like the tread has entirely come off of that left wheel. Now they're stuck inside of a divot in the floor.
Is that a rubber band mechanism for their neck?
Oh, a rubber band retraction.
Yeah.
It does seem like it's an elastomer retraction
like a
system.
single acting servo in a way.
Wyo giving him a few love taps, but this is going to be a count out. Swansaw having their swan song with 12 seconds left. Ooh, accidental hit there as Wyo bounced off the wall. think that was purposeful.
Folks, shortly after our last tournament, last month, we lost a member of our community, and it sucks. And Alexander Richmond was truly special, and we put this little piece together for that.
Right now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Amphis Bana!
Team Stamina represent.
That's right, Alexander Richmond and his team of teenage misfits. Their toughest challenge of the day, perhaps of their young lives.
Yes.
Robots fight.
Both robots up to speed.
A little bit of a tentative start here, and Amphis Bana bringing it to Psycho.
No big hits. Oh,
But
and
Psycho on its head.
is the first one to go flying. Amphis Bana did they just roof them?
Wow, that was a big hit.
Wow, Amphis Bana not letting up. That's what you need to do. Stay aggressive when your opponent is upside down. Psycho having a hard time self-righting. That is unlike them. You got to give the first minute of this fight to Amphis Bana, but there's still 2 left. Psycho is having a hard time here.
Wow.
This is Amphis Bana's fight to lose at this point. Oh, we almost had another hat.
Incredible. They're trying to kick Psycho,
Psycho is
and
not
Psycho
moving.
could be dead. The lights are out on Psycho. Incredible.
That looks to be
Alexander
it.
sitting on the floor.
It
and
might make it to
Jameson
the
Go
bell.
giving a good round of applause to these teenagers from Team
There's the
Stamina.
KO official.
Wow. Alexander slaying a massive opponent here in Jameson Go and Psycho.
Team Stamina, although we haven't competed at BattleBots yet, it's still a team that a lot of my friends are in, and it's really nice to be able to have people to talk to and run through designs with, especially since we do some meetups sometimes and we get to build stuff together. It's a really nice experience to have people who you can talk to, who are in the sport and are really experienced, even though we're so young.
Lars, is there anything I should ask?
I don't know. Why does Foxtrot suck so badly? Why'd you make so many mistakes designing it?
How does Lars hold you back? That's not a real question. Do you have anything else you want to
Yeah,
mention?
he has a laundry list of those answers, you know? Hold him back so much.
Sucks.
Adam, I knew Alex for a while, and he got good fast. He started out as like a vapor sort of CAD guy, and just went from that to a skilled builder to a champion so fast, and along the way supported so many people.
Alex was a great part of the community. His passing is extremely tragic, heartbreaking for all of us here at NHRL. I didn't know him as well as you did, but man, watching him win with Amphis Bana was huge. I was chatting with him at the last event with his new robot, and it was such a treat to see him talking about the passion he had, and not just for the robot, for the whole community. You know, just chatting with everybody in the pits. Great guy.
Yeah.
And
definitely gonna miss him, but his designs are gonna live on, and he's influenced so many people. So, all right, let's watch some fights.
5.
We're gonna go to
4,
Cage
3,
2. This is
2,
Peekaboo
1.
versus
Robots
Under Destruction.
fight.
These robots are four-wheel drive lifters. Real drivers battle here.
Kind of a mirror match here.
Yeah, you see both teams trying to get around the side, trying to get something going. It can be difficult when you don't know who's going to win the ground game front on. You're trying to get around the side. Under Destruction with a couple good flips there, really starting to own this fight as we're 1 minute in. Have to give the first minute of this fight to Peekaboo, or sorry, to Under Destruction, as Peekaboo is not really able to get much going, spending more time on their back as Under Destruction really planted, grounded in this fight, controlling it. It's what you want to see out of the lifter robots if you're the judges. Who's got that control? Who's staying on their wheels? Peekaboo, to their credit, very aggressive, but just unable to do much with that aggression so far as they lose the ground game here.
Nice.
Great suplex from Peekaboo, or from Under Destruction on Peekaboo there.
It's wild the power that Peekaboo has from that rear mounted lifter. It's a lot of leverage. And is Under Destruction, they're not 4-bar, are they? No.
That's the fight. We're going to be going to the judges there. I think Under Destruction probably did enough to take that one. Not seeing a lot of damage, both showing function here, both moving great, lifting great. Judges will have their work cut out for them trying to pick apart the winner.
Gonna be tough. We were struggling hard enough to tell which one was which. Driver 2 seems a bit stoked. And there we have one of our staff members, Brian Roos, Matt Welligan, doing some iPhone repair, making sure everything's looking right, the LUTs are where they need to be, the fans are cooling these iPhones down, the angles are just so. Here we are up in the pits. I see a clear table now. We must be past the point where folks have lost twice and have packed it up.
Yeah, we're starting to see the pits empty out a tad. Those who are still here are working hard. I can see JMO eating a bit of lunch here, getting ready for the evening when things get tight as you move into the brackets.
That lunch reminds me that we have food trucks here that I haven't hit yet. And
Great
I
food here.
need to put that on my agenda.
3:15 in the afternoon, that is when you eat lunch at robot tournaments because the time can get away from you really fast.
I don't know if I've ever eaten lunch at a robot tournament.
It's a good point. That's when you eat lunch if you even have any time at all to eat lunch.
Is there someone on your team that is kind of responsible for the well-being of the rest of the team?
It's usually my fiance Mary who will remind us that we need to eat when we're all in our heads and down in the robot, and it's extremely helpful because you know, that much intermittent fasting accidentally is not good for you. We get a little grumpy when we're not fed in the pits.
I get really grumpy.
Whenever we're getting too angry at the robot, it's like, wait a minute. Did we forget to eat for the entirety of today? Yes. But we have plenty of food options here, a lot of snacks in the pits for the builders, a lot of food trucks outside, a lot of drinks. Remember to hydrate. It is the summer.
It is a beautiful day, though, here in South Norwalk.
Yeah, nice day. You never know this time of the year. Is it going to be 90? Is it going to be 60? All over the map. But a good day today.
Ooh, I'm excited now, Adam. We are at Cage 2.
Oh, and is this another Dutch oven fight?
I believe so. That is Alex Grant, Will Stanley. They're the two drivers for Dutch Oven. One's on the flame and the arm, the other's on drive. And they are going up against Cairo Fang.
Dutch Oven is sort of an infamous robot. I mean, the flames are just so incredible. This is their third event. They haven't been super successful. They're sitting at a 4-3 record, but honestly, I think they're my dark horse candidate of the day. I'm knocking on all the wood that I have available at this point.
And you know, I think Alex sees success differently. He just wants a humongous flame that does something, and he doesn't have to win.
It has been successful in that regard.
Oh, yeah.
4.
Boy, does this flame look good.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
This is a turbine-blown flame, internal combustion chamber, a heater for the gas tank.
Oh!
Look at that power.
There's an inlet on the back of Dutch Oven, and when it's sucking the flames back in and shooting them out, I love it. I don't know if it's good for Dutch Oven to do that, but I like the look. And
that's a little bit more flame coming out of Dutch Oven than we're generally used to. Oh, and a tap out from their opponents. Dutch Oven might need a little help extinguishing here as they are still on fire.
Oh, right in front of the camera.
Hey, Alspod, do you have a fire extinguisher? Is that only in the big bots?
It's only in the big ones for now.
Well, they've extinguished at this point. They have a lot of fuel in that combustion chamber. They get very, very hot. This is the hottest, biggest, most powerful flame in NHRL. The crowd is saluting the performance as you see 294 degrees on the robot and on the floor.
Toasty.
Ooh, that means that with that victory, Dutch Oven is officially in the bracket, bringing the record to 2-1, yeah, on the day. They're checking the temperature here before they pick it up.
Now I have the poor melted eye on Dutch Oven. Definitely susceptible to itself.
Oh, man, it almost looks like it was designed like that. That is great. Whenever I see a flame like that, it puts a smile on my face. For a 3-pound robot to make a flame that big is impressive. It's better than most, 250-pound heavyweight flamethrowers. And with the rules in the arenas at NHRL allowing them to run that at full blast, anywhere in the arena, they can get these pins, they can hit that fire, keep it sustained on the opponent, and we talk a lot about, unseen flame damage, but the damage from Dutch Oven is not unseen. It is extremely obvious when it literally melts its opponents. That is a tough matchup for anyone.
let alone a pair of new builders.
New builder, that's Cairo Fang from Noah Morrell, Leesburg, Virginia. They are going to go home with a victory today. Not going to make the bracket, but some good sportsmanship there with the handshakes after the fight. They'll be learning a lot. Hopefully we'll see them again.
And this is their first event. I think their whole family came out to this one. They brought some really cool robots, and they went hard.
Yeah.
These robots are well designed. They brought multiple copies. They have team jerseys in their first event here.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
Great to see people come out, and your first event, you're probably not going to win it all. But you come in, you learn, you get better over time. Safety first here with the gloves. The robots are going to come out of the arena, and they're going to be hot after a fight like that. A lot of thermal mass in there. It'll take a while to cool down. A lot more heat inside a Dutch oven.
Yeah, you can see the softening of that top armor.
Wow, yeah, it's just kind of caved in. See like the infill or something underneath of it holding it up.
Well, that fight could have been worse for our arena. It seems like we won't have to swap any Lexan panels after that. Dutch oven's still getting probed, making sure its internal temperature isn't at a point where it could be dangerous with the existing gas that's inside.
Yep. All these arenas are running negative pressure. Any fumes, any smoke, all that's exhausted out the top, out the roof of the building. So we're not having any of that get into the enclosed space here. But we do need to let it cool down a bit, as these can be quite toasty after a fight like that. We'll see. I have full faith in the team to get that bot back together. Again, if you want to celebrate with the team, you can go buy some of those team jerseys in the shop. Support Dutch Oven. Team seems reasonable, and the Reasonable Fight Club jerseys.
They're pretty smart.
Yeah.
And you can get whatever name you want on back, so go nuts.
They are fun.
All right, cage 2 is our main fire cage, so just about every 3-pound fire match goes right in there. It is set up specifically to handle flames like those that come out of Dutch Oven, and we built it up in this fashion, one event at a time. We learned lessons after Dutch Oven melted us hard. We've learned lessons after Mixtape has melted us, after Clyde has melted us. We've definitely had to make improvements on that cage to be able to run fights like that, and nowhere else on Earth can you see Dutch Oven. He is only capable of fighting right here at the National Havoc Robot League, because we like fire more than we like our arenas.
The design and engineering that goes into the arenas to allow us to contain all the power in these robots, from the kinetic energy to the flame heat energy that we see, is incredible, and that's what gives us these great fights. You don't get that anywhere else, but by building these arenas, we're seeing these new strategies play out. You couldn't have a flame robot win a fight like that before we could build an arena that could contain it. So props to the team building these arenas. I know Ricky, who's on the desk a lot, puts a lot of effort into these arenas.
Yeah. I'm so happy for Alex Grant. I can't wait to see it into the bracket. But right now we're going back to cage 2 for some more 3-pound action.
Oh, is this another flame bot?
Exciting. All right, Unicorn Sparkle is the pink-colored flamethrower robot with those wagon wheel style wheels. It's very Mixtape-esque.
It's going up against Helicoboptocopter. Third time's the charm.
You can always call Kyle. He's practiced that more than anyone else.
Helicoboptocopter.
You got it right
there. We go. There we go. I got it.
Everyone's got it now, Kyle.
They call me 3-Take Adam.
Ooh, I wish I was only 3-Take Sam.
Unicorn Sparkle, I saw this robot earlier today, had a fun flamethrower. Once it gets going, it's big. This is more traditional flamethrower. You're not going to see a turbine-powered, preheated tank here, but you are going to see a directly ejected butane tank onto a glow plug, which makes some great-looking flames. They had some drive issues, but hopefully they got those dialed in.
Yeah, there's something to be said about
Robots
a simple flamethrower like this.
It's got a lot of fuel in it. That's kind of their big advantage. It's almost entirely fuel tank. Now, Helicoboptocopter is a nice-looking full-body spinner. Not much success win-wise in the arena for them, though, sitting at 1-6 overall. Unicorn Sparkle at 1-1 on the day. Both these robots looking for a win to get into the bracket. Unicorn Sparkle, as the fight goes on, tends to slow down, at least earlier. That's what happened. Such a long chassis can be hard to turn in place with these cleat wheels. I think it kind of draws on the battery.
Oh,
Look
yeah,
at
good
that
point.
heat building up in the floor.
It seems to be tanking the hits from Helicoboptocopter pretty well.
Yeah. Helicoboptocopter also hitting the wall a little bit here. But if this fight drags on too long, I'm not sure if Unicorn Sparkle's going to be able to maintain the aggression. That flame looks beautiful, though. And this is heating up the arena, heating up the floor. All this kind of thermal soak into the electronics of Helicoboptocopter is going to build up. You might see them start to slow down and start to have issues. But right now, they look strong. Still unable to do much damage to Unicorn Sparkle. We are halfway into this fight. You can kind of see what I was talking about as Unicorn Sparkle is slowing down here. So those drive batteries kind of empty. Or heat up, one or the other.
Definitely struggling to turn like you had mentioned. And when you have to aim the flame.
Oh, but the flame is still looking good. They're upside down now, and it looks like maybe one of the wheels is a bit twisted. That could be fatal here, as I am not seeing any movement out of Unicorn Sparkle.
Yeah, just a little bit of a last wobble.
A wibbly wobble. That's what happens when you have this kind of you just can't push enough current to the motors. Can't overcome it. You see that wibble, like the wibble, the wobble, something's jammed, maybe just not enough battery power. That's the kind of stuff you'll learn over time. That you'll fix that for your second tournament out. Not much you can do in the moment. Helicoboptocopter looks like they're going to take this one with 25 seconds left.
Still no count out. Still no tap out, and 12 seconds left in the match. Oh, there's the count out from Ref Gwen. And that is a knockout for Helicoboptocopter.
Knockout.
Decent showing from Unicorn Sparkle. Always love a flamethrower, always love a themed robot, and when a flamethrower is a themed robot, I get pretty happy. Something else that makes me happy is Kyle Cross at the desk.
What's up, Sam?
How you doing?
It is so nice to be here with you just at the end of a Helicoboptocopter fight. Literally my favorite robot to say.
Were you proud of us?
Yeah, you guys did such a good job.
You are the best. So.
I practiced that name even at events that they're not here, just because I have nightmares about saying it incorrectly. And the purpose of that name was to trip us up. That's like why they made it.
And it didn't, so try again.
So chill with that, all right?
Yeah, you were saying your wife says you mumble it in the middle of the night?
That's been known to happen, yes. I do, I talk in my sleep, and one of the things I say is Helicoboptocopter. It's just so fun. It rolls off the tongue. There's a pop to it, It's nice.
Yeah.
Sam, how you been today?
Running around a little bit, hanging out here and there, changing clothes again and again and again.
It's hard to not run around and get soaked. It's absolutely raining like crazy today. I've noticed that there's been a pretty good amount of safety-conscious robots today. Lots of fire in the arena, so lots of folks outside doing those kinds of tests and things, which has been fun to see. It's been genuinely a good day of robot fights. There's just been so much fun.
Yeah, I crave more carnage. I want more.
We got more on the way. Don't you worry.
Yeah, good. I'm not satisfied yet.
So we have been doing the qualifying rounds here, and then we are now into the bracket in the 3-pound division. So we do have some 12-pound action coming your way, including a returning world champion, which is going to be in one of the upcoming fights, which I am very excited to see. That's Full Court and Coleman Christie. Amazing driver, and one of the more interesting robots in that 12-pound division. You know, the 12 pounds is kind of known for those meta designs, those death machines. Full Court goes way outside of that. It does something completely different.
Yeah, they go wide with it.
Exactly. They swerve wide with it.
And that might be an understatement as well. Maybe if I said wide.
Now this is an upgraded Full Court. The original version of Full Court wouldn't work in today's rule sets, right? We now have the kind of dummy rule,
right,
where you have to be able to lift the dummy a certain amount of inches off the ground.
What's a dummy?
A dummy is literally like a test that we throw at our robots. So your weapon has to show that it can weapon, it can be effective, it can move stuff. Okay. So it is a weighted object that we throw into a test box to show that your weapon can lift it a certain amount of inches off the ground, manipulate it in a certain way, and if you're able to do so, then your weapon's a weapon, right? Yeah. The original weapon for this bot, actually, my favorite version of the weapon for this bot was a tiny little steel chair. I loved it. But now it is a full-on, fully articulated lifting mechanism that actually lifts the whole front of the bot up. It's awesome.
And you know what, Kyle? They're locked into cage 1, so let's head there now and check it out. Prom Hetta is on the left, and there it is, the wide boy Full Court on the right.
Prom Hetta has already walked out of here with a golden dumpster this season. Zach Knight has been driving on a level we have not seen before. He's just been crushing it all season long. He's got a big, wide challenge in front of him. You saw that lifting mechanism. It's amazing. That whole front of Full Court can actually lift up. So if he gets under you with any part of that fork mechanism, he can pick you up and slam you against the wall, throw you behind him, whatever he wants to do.
So hard to approach a robot like Full Court. You gotta try and get to the drive pods, but he can spin in place faster than you can get around. So this is gonna be a tough one for Zach Knight. I believe they have faced each other before, so Zach probably has a strategy going in.
I certainly hope so. Yeah, this is definitely a tough driving matchup for an amazing driver in Zach Knight. One of the most, I'd say, intuitive drivers in the game. Look at this mini-bot that they've got with him, Prom Hetta.
What?
That's weird.
I mean, you can still have them as long as they have an active weapon, but you just don't get a weight bonus for them.
Yeah.
But that looks like Prom 3-da, maybe?
I think it is.
And it is stuck in the lifter of Full Court.
And it looks like Prom Hetta is stuck on the ragged side rail of our arena right now. Look at that. They're unable to get themselves off. Their fork kind of digging into the ground before them. The unstick has been called for, and they are right back at it and caught up in the forks of Full Court. Nice pin there.
Coleman Christie and Full Court are going to be looking to take full advantage of their full length of pin.
Yeah, this is a bubble fight right now, so high stakes for both of these bots. Oh, there you go. Yes, Zach able to get himself off. Congratulations, Zach, but the lift with Full Court right afterwards. Nice. Oh, man, Zach's driving ability not able to be on display with all of this insanity, and you can see Prom 3-da, Zach's minibot, just stuck up on the lifter mechanism of Full Court, unable to move anywhere, unable to help. Wow, yeah, get out of there, Zach. You got to be able to move, and Coleman is just not letting him breathe.
It looks like the forks on Prom Hetta can get under Full Court, but Full Court is just smothering.
Yeah, big smother, and they're able to release the pin and come back in and re-engage it pretty much at whim here. Zach's got to change up this strategy. Oh, nasty.
The mini-bot is finally free. That's something I haven't expected to say all year. And it is bouncing around the arena.
I mean, you can see why Zach decided to have one in this tournament. You need one to help you with a bot like full court. So giving up a little bit of weight on your main bot so you can attack the sides of full court is a really good strategy when your mini bot isn't caught up on the lifting mechanism for half the fight. Okay. Nice shot there, beautiful. Yeah, I'd say that this adding the mini bot in was good strategy for Prom Hetta. Yeah, just to clarify what Sam said earlier, mini bots were not done away with, right? We could still have a mini bot, you just no longer get a weight bonus for it. So you have to sacrifice weight on your main bot now in order to have a mini bot on the field. So a very rare choice to see, and I think it makes a lot of sense in this matchup. We'll see what the judges say as this match comes to its end.
Wow. That was a good fight. I enjoyed that one.
Genuinely good fight. Two of the best drivers we have here. Coleman Christie, just legendary driver with any type of weapon you give him, any kind of bot you give him. And then you have Zach Knight, who has been operating on a different level this season. We saw him at our first event, taking home that golden dumpster in the 12-pound division.
Well, I think the multi-bot is the way to take on full court.
That does seem to be the right move, absolutely. Yeah, full court is just too much for a single robot to really handle without being smothered against the wall.
And even with a tiny robot as your partner, it worked.
Yeah, there were some good solid hits from that smaller robot. Yeah. That weapon worked great.
This one's gonna go to the judges though. We will find out how they scored this in just a bit. But I'm pretty pleased. That was a cool fight.
Yeah. Did not think it would go that way, but I'm very pleased.
And I like the full court configuration now. I wasn't as into the little chair that did nothing.
Yeah, a lot of people weren't. I'm here for the funny. I'm here for the lawyer ball, the weapons in name only. I think it's funny. I'm a big fan. I love when people are like, I spent $2,000 on this highly tuned, amazing weapon system that's custom built from head to toe, and this other guy's like, I brought plastic fork boys and a metal chair. And I think it's great. I think it's really fun that we have kind of both dichotomies in this sport. But yeah, there you see Coleman applying his safety mechanism to the bot, getting everything covered up and heading on out. Coleman is an amazing driver. He also brought a 3-pound robot today, Loopy,
Yeah, I haven't seen Loopy yet either.
He's driven with Loopy at a few events now. He's held on to it for like almost 2 years for Tommy Wong, and he's been operating it, moving it around to different events. Brought it here today, and I think it did very well.
Full court seems like a hard robot to fly with. And I know Coleman came from California.
Yeah, he definitely flew here with full court. I watched him when he loaded in yesterday. He had the bot completely disassembled. Each one of those kind of panels all kind of unbolts from each other, so it doesn't have to go in the suitcase in that full length. It can bolt together.
Okay.
Yeah. It's layers. It's layers, you see.
That's smart. He's an engineer. Makes sense.
He's a very good engineer, yes. All right, so let's have a look-see here at how judges decide the fight. This is our rubric that we use. We have damage, control, and aggression. So for damage, we see how much damage does your opponent have. Notice that doesn't say how much damage did you do to your opponent. How much did you control the fight? And how frequent and ferocious were you attacking? Were you the one actually showing aggression? Some bot types actually are a little bit disadvantaged in that realm because it's hard to be aggressive with certain bot types. So you really have to consider all of these rubrics. So like a big-wheeled robot might not have the best traction on the floor.
Okay.
So they might need to readjust their position and look like they're kind of running away when really they're just kind of dogfighting to find the right position. But from what the judges are seeing, they're just seeing them kind of pivot themselves away from their opponent over and over and over again. Yeah, sure, in their mind, they're chasing their opponent, but it doesn't look like that to our judges. It's very disadvantaged.
But they always have said, you know, you never want to let it go to the judges. You want that KO.
Well, in the meantime, let's go ahead and head back to Cage 1. We've got more big bot action, and there's no bigger bot in the box right now.
That's a big Frank.
That's a big Frank. We love Big Frank around here. I am a Big Frank stan.
And Tom Farkas and Big Frank will be going up against Catabatic.
That's right, Aiden Welsh's bot. Aiden is a welder and a fabricator from New England. From Nebraska. He is an interesting guy. Look, this is his second event here. He's gone 1-1.
Oh my God.
And it's supposed to be a fun control bot. We're not sure. Now, this is the second set of legs for Frank.
Frank is so goofy.
The first set of legs for Frank got utterly destroyed in their first matchup, and then Frank got a bye in their second matchup. So this is Lifter Frank, and we saw Saw
cool.
Frank in their first matchup.
Okay, a lifter on lifter match. This is awesome. Tom Farkas is awesome. Frank is a super cute robot.
For all of our 3D printing friends out there, it took 2 full spools just to print Frank's body.
That's like 5 pounds of TPU.
That is correct. And then the leg mechanisms. So the actual legs survived the first fight. You can tell it's the feet on the bottom there that died and got chopped up. That's why they've been replaced by this black TPU.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And Tom was saying that at this weight, Frank pretty much barely holds himself together. This is the limits of 3D printing robot technology right here. Uh-oh. And Frank still can't self-right, by the way.
Maybe he doesn't need to.
No, he can run on his side.
Yeah. And maybe,
there he goes.
There we
Hey, thanks, Catabolic. Catabotic, that was awesome. You just made him right back on those feet. The crowd is now chanting for Frank, and why wouldn't you? He is such a hard-working boy, that Frank.
He's really just trying to provide for his family.
Oh, no. Catabolic 2, quick flips on Frank. Frank is just running in circles like a dog chasing his tail.
It's like when you put a little dog right above the water and it's trying to swim. It's so cute.
Poor Frank. He just wants to play. Come on, Frank. You can do it. Nice. Nicely done.
Oh, he's almost done it. Come on.
He wiggled down. Those forks are kind of digging into the ground. He's got to lift those up to get those out of the way. He's almost, he did it!
He did the shimmy! He did the shimmy!
Frank is the hardest working bot in bot business. You gotta love it. Catabotic trying to get him lifted up. Not sure how that worked out for him, but no. By the way, if you heard that noise in the background, yes, we are ignoring a high kinetic energy fight in the 3-pound box because these 2 lifter boys are such good boys. Come on, Frank. Turn around, buddy. You've got this.
Frank refuses to quit.
One side of Frank's walk isn't working. So all Frank can do is turn in circles. One of the things Tom was really struggling with is apparently the way the top plate was fitting on was stretching the sides of Frank's body out too far, and the walking mechanism wasn't really working. So maybe that's part of what's bound up right now. But look, half of the drive is down on Catabotic too. These bots are even.
Frank has used his unstick. So one more position that Catabotic could put him in where he couldn't recover from would do it.
You mean like that? No, Frank was able to get back down again because Frank is the hardest working bot in bot business, and we're coming to the end of this matchup. This one will go to the judges.
Oh, Frank the Shimmy King.
Frank was not happy about how that fight ended. You could see it in his eyes at the end of that matchup, but also Tom Farkas was happy at how that matchup looked. You could see that in Tom's eyes as well.
At least Frank kept his eyes.
Yeah, that doesn't always happen out here, you know? Eyes are optional for robots.
They help you see.
That's not necessary when somebody else is controlling you, Sam. When somebody else is driving you around.
One of our crew, Thomas, you know Thomas?
Yeah.
He built a killdozer recently, a remote control fighting robot.
Okay.
With a FPV camera in it. Fought it first-person perspective. Released that video recently. Pretty cool.
That is really cool.
It seemed a touch horrifying, and then also like it might make you sick.
Yeah, I don't want that. We've seen a couple of people do that out here. I'm still waiting for somebody to like full-on VR headset their robot. I don't necessarily want that in life, but I think it would be fun to watch.
I think AR is the
way to
sweet
go.
spot.
Yeah,
so you can
I hear it.
actually see what's going on in the cage, but you could have an overlay that's perhaps like the temperature of your robot or a feed from the overhead camera.
Oh, yeah, maybe you could wear those Apple goggle things. Remember when people were in those for like 5 minutes?
I do remember those 5 minutes. I only wore them for 2 minutes.
All right, so there you see Frank getting safetied and ready to be taken out of the arena by the charming and delightful Tom Farkas, robot builder for all of humanity, and lover of cats everywhere.
Tom has a Sparky tattoo. I think it's on his leg. I'm hoping we get
to
see it here.
He has a Sparky tattoo on his leg. Yeah, he's one of the many Sparky tattooed folks running around in the world, truly showing their dedication to the National Havoc Robot League.
There it is.
Thank you, Tom. And those, by the way, are the legs of a man who was a letter carrier for a lot of his adult life. You can see those just units of calves from carrying around mail for years and years and years. Look at all of that damage on this floor.
Yeah, the Demon Core samples.
That Demon Core hole saw, like, look at that thing. That's amazing. Remember back in the day when we used to Bondo that stuff?
Yes.
I'm glad we just swap out the plywood now.
Me too. Bondo's gross.
It smells terrible.
It smells bad. It's like a different consistency than the wood. It's
yeah, it's
dusts up. Not into it.
Not ideal.
Not into it.
It does hold up pretty well.
Meh. Okay, loaded up right here in cage 1. It looks like Mirage and Doppelgator, I believe.
Termigator.
Oops.
Termigator. That is an amazing robot from Gator Robotics from Melbourne, Florida. This one is being driven by Brooks Silber. It is just all drum. I mean, like, just so much drum. It is a big, wide boy, and then it's got these cool tank treads. It's been a really effective bot from the Gator Robotics team this season. Over on the other side, we have Mirage. It's a shuffler vert, also from Panama City, Florida. And this thing, it shuffles, and its weapon works, and not always both things at the same time.
Yeah. It's shuffling. I hope that's not a bad sign for the weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really unstable looking shuffler too. Like it kind of rocks back and forth. I think it's really interesting, but
it sounds cool.
It does. It is
Thunderous.
the loudest robot of just from walking around in the arena.
Damn, that's a wide drum there. Whoa.
Oh wow! All right, just had to blow off some steam over there, I guess.
Floop just sneezed.
Add a Floop. That's great. Yeah, there we go. Termigator looking all ready to go. I love this machine. It's just what you're looking for in a modern combat robotic. Tight, low to the ground, big old weapon.
Fight, robots, fight.
Looks like Termigator having some drive issues right off the bat. Wow, that weapon-to-weapon hit just shook me to my bones. My jaw hurts from that. Ow! Yeah, Mirage is not looking happy after that. That was intense. Nasty shot there. Oh no, that side armor panel is gone.
think it's going to lose the other one too?
I would not be surprised. Termigator has now gotten its mobility back, and it is just having its way with Mirage. Mirage
smell an unstick coming.
doing the thing. They really can't get up from that position. They're stuck there.
Oh,
yeah, no surprise there. Termigator's got a habit of smacking you when the unstick has been called. And I think Mirage has gotten enough damage today. They are done. A little celebration from the Termigator team there. Brooks pretty happy with the performance, and they should be. This is their third event overall. Really happy they were able to make it out here today. And yeah, they win by knockouts. That's what they do.
The Florida team is good.
Yeah, I agree. Florida team is really good. Florida's just a hub of combat robotics, like engineering prowess, in my opinion.
Yeah, and there's like no off season because they don't really have a winter, you know, so they can build all year round.
Okay. All right, guys, so we have a big announcement. Officially set for the main event. We have a 3-pound bracket. Check this out. This is what we're going to be looking at for the rest of the day. So we can see that we've already filled out most of this bracket. It is single elimination in 3 pounds from this point on. If they lose, they go home. We've got several Golden Dumpster winners in there. We've got several people trying to get their first Golden Dumpster, and a whole bunch of people trying to qualify for the World Championships at the end of the season.
Kyle, I am excited to see Jelly Baby still in there. I'm hoping for maybe a back-to-back.
We haven't had back-to-back Golden Dumpster winners in the 3-pound division in, what, years? It's been like 4 years at this point.
I'm assuming it's since Jameson brought Silent Spring twice in a row.
Way back in the day, right? Like way back in the day. We're talking, you know, old building back in the day.
You know what else is cool? There is a lot of robots on this list that I haven't heard of before.
Yeah, right? You gotta love
that. Charge Pump. Polish Hammer?
Yep. And Charge Pump is one of those seems reasonable robotics robots. You gotta love that. What I love is the return of the Wicked Wedge down at there at the bottom.
Yeah,
that means
Remy.
we've got several lifter bots now still left in this division. You gotta love that. And you know what? Speaking of Remy, we've got Monkfish right up there. Dude, if this goes well, we could have a Jelly Baby Monkfish fight later on in the bracket, which would be epic. 2 Golden Dumpster winners going at it. That would be really cool.
We could also have a husband versus wife match.
Yeah, depending on how that goes. That's exactly right. That's very true.
Caldera is still in it. Yo, this bracket is awesome.
And
Sad
Robbie,
Octopus. Yo,
Robbie
so
the robot
excited,
is
Kyle.
still there,
Nice.
which I really appreciate because it's partially made out of street signs.
Power Surge is in it. The wall, we've got some Hammer Saw representation.
Raid X is back. And of course, Loopy and Caldera, 2 of the horizontal death machines. Very excited to see this. All right, we are now going back to some more big bot action. Let's go back to the 30-pound division. This is 2 really great robots. On the right, we have Phenomenon, Brandon Bennett Young, his optimized meta of a machine. I love this robot, and Brandon is one of the best drivers in the field, but he's going up against Demon Core. This is a melty brain spinner made out of a giant billet of aluminum in the 30-pound division. This used to be a 60-pound robot that they have now just shrunk down, essentially put a different billet around it to make it a 12-pound robot, or sorry, a 30-pound robot. And look at that spin off!
All right, some translation right off the bat. They got to their corner on their own. This is looking good for Demon Core. They went right into their hole that they made last fight.
I was gonna say, yeah, you notice all these circular damage points on the floor. They are all from Demon Core.
Whoa, and it can move around without spinning. All right, I like Demon Core as a melty brain for sure. To have those different modes is crucial.
Well, and their improvement throughout the day, right? They weren't really able to translate so well at the beginning of the day, but now, with the floor as messed up as it is, they're ready to go.
the ring chassis of Demon Core is kept from a single aluminum billet. Yeah, just like you were saying.
One big old chonky billet. Now, Demon Core can do the thing. You see those flat sides kind of in between the weapons? And they actually ended up losing a match earlier today because of that. So that is the one big kind of glaring design flaw. Hopefully Brandon,
the flat side.
See those? Yeah. Hopefully Brandon, who does have this lifter spinner combo, can take advantage of that and get them up on that side.
Gonna need to lift.
2, 1.
I don't know. Do you want to hit that big of a chunk of
Robots
aluminum?
fight.
Yeah, Brandon wants to hit that big of a chunk of aluminum. No, they're both now stuck on the wall after that. Who's going to call for an unstick first?
Brandon should not call for an unstick with Phenomenon.
Yep, the unstick has been called. Who's going to get unstuck? Who called it? Brandon called it. Okay.
All right, well then Demon Core might not need theirs if Brandon goes in and hits them.
Why would Brandon do that?
Because it's awesome.
Yeah, but Brandon likes to survive. Yeah, they called for their unstick.
Oh, there's that flat side you were
Yeah,
talking
there
about.
it is, doing the thing. And can the house bot get them down?
I don't know if the house bots are capable of removing a robot from that position.
No, they are far too gentle.
I
Smash
think
the wall.
Phenomenon is.
Smash the wall. I hear what you're saying. I just think Brandon's here to win,
Yeah.
not necessarily to help out experimental Demon Cores.
Yeah, but I just want to be entertained.
I agree. All right, we are now 1 minute and 55 seconds left in this matchup. Will Brandon listen to Sam? Yes, he will!
Maybe one more time, Brandon, please. Demon Core team is asking for it. They're saying, hit us,
Hit
come
us. Look at the treads on those Demon Core wheels. That is an intense tread profile. Demon Core desperately spinning those treaded wheels to get down. Can they come down? I don't think they can. The spikes on the wheels are just spinning. Brandon actually coming in for some hits. Oh, no. He made it worse.
Oh, he keeps missing. Okay, this is good target practice for Brandon. And Phenomenon, yeah!
Nice shot by Brandon Bennett Young, but now they're high-centered on something.
I think they are twisted up. Oh, no. A huge
chunk. I see that. A big old curl of metal has been ripped off of that plate. Look at that. Exposing the interior of Demon Core. That looks like that might be where the batteries are, too. That ain't safe. I'd be tapping out if I were them.
What is that? It took like 4 hits to get to the center of a Demon Core?
That's way less than what you need for a Tootsie Pop. Wow.
Beautiful. Love it. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Phenomenon. Thank you to the Demon Core team for encouraging that. All I wanted was some big hits.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do believe that means Demon Core is going home. But thank you so much for bringing this amazing machine here, guys. They were really impressed with the NHRL facility and the setup that we have here. So I am hoping they had a delightful time and will bring this machine or something equally as wacky here in the future, because this bot was a lot of fun to watch. Look at all of that damage they did to our floors. Huge, huge cuts in the floor from those wheels, those spiked profiles on the wheels from Demon Core. Acting basically like a hole saw on our arena floor. Safety mechanism put in. Safety crowbar to pull them out. Oh, nope. There we go. And that's the on-off mechanism, and they're good to go. All right. Big old mess in the arena. Now joining me here at the set, Richard, welcome back, buddy. Good to see you.
This is weird.
Yeah, it's weird, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've never been on this side of you, or anybody for that matter.
Yeah,
in the
that's
entirety
true.
of my time here.
At the beginning of this, I was always on this side, so this feels like home to me.
Okay,
I'm fine here, but yeah, I've been over there for a while, so yeah.
Okay,
it's all
we're
right.
mixing it up here.
You know, you look good from this side, though. It's not bad.
It is my better side, so I appreciate that. I'm glad it's being noticed. But
All right, let's go to Cage 2, where we've got some 3-pound robot action loaded in. We got Frog Spawn and Snuggle Muffins, two of the weirdest name bots here. I love this. So we got Kevin Kane with Snuggle Muffins from Charlotte, North Carolina, and Frog Spawn brought by Daphne Yan, and she's from Livermore,
4,
California.
3, 2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Snuggle Muffins. Nothing snuggly about it. Going in for the hits quick now.
Yeah, Snuggle Muffins is a 4-wheel drive bird. The bird on it is actually relatively small. It's kind of made for a 1-pound robot system, but it's dialed up in the power for this 3-pound division. So even though it is tiny, it packs quite a bit of a punch.
It's a bot you can hear the weapon and you feel the hits. You love to watch a fight like that.
Yeah,
and
nasty
Frog
end over hits there. Frog Spawn taking the shots pretty well. Weapon and drive still all working on Frog Spawn.
Frog Spawn sticking the landings on those hits pretty well. I'd say at least 7 out of 10 so far. Great form. Great form.
I don't really rate landings, but that's a good idea. That's a good thing I imagined it. Now you can see that weapon profile on Snuggle Muffins is small enough that they could possibly reach that belt drive system, that hub where the belters landed on Frog Spawn. Might not need to win this fight, but that is definitely a risk factor that Frog Spawn's going to have to look out for there. And Daphne just not able to get any control in this matchup.
No, the Snuggle Muffin, man, doing work. I watched one of their fights earlier and was so impressed. I was like, this is a bot that I was not expecting to be this vicious with a name like that. But I love it. Like, I am a Snuggle Muffins fan right now.
I am also a big fan of the Snuggle Muffins. Look at this guy go.
Now we're a little hung up here. And unhung up. Less than 90 seconds, so Frog Spawn still has time to make up ground. But that might be the most that we see from them in this fight. Under a minute. Okay, there's a pin. Let's see what's going to happen with under 45 seconds left. Snuggle Muffins going in for another hit, possibly.
Oh, no, maybe. Yep, a little bit, just a little bit. That weapon's still fully spinning on Frog Spawn there, it looks like.
Yeah.
But those forks are askew, and they are not able to get themselves down on their wheels.
Definitely not a fork you want to eat with. That's one that you probably throw away or put back in the drawer and be like, you know, we'll save that for a special occasion.
I don't know what kind of special occasions you have at your house, Richard, but I am not eating with that. I don't even think that's food grade. All right, now you can see they're back on their wheels, but look at how they're kind of askew in their body shape there. They have been completely twisted in that fight. Nice job, Daphne Yan. Thank you for bringing this robot to this event. But it does look like this will go to the judges. And if I was a judge, I'd be pretty Snuggle Muffin-y right now.
Yes, and looks like also Snuggle Muffins will go to see Robbie.
Yeah.
Of course, we're not the judges. The judges judge judgingly.
You know, it used to be that we were always like really hesitant to say who won these because the judging rubric wasn't like as dialed in as it is now. But now, like, I have a good enough idea that I'm like, okay, I feel a little bit more confident being like, yeah, this is probably where the judges are going to go.
I mean, we watch them. You know, we watch the fights.
Yeah, we watch them. We
mean,
don't
most
judge
of
them though.
Right? We don't judge them.
That's a lot of math that I don't necessarily want to do.
But another impressive showing from Snuggle Muffins. And this is unfortunately the part of the tournament where I get a little sad because, you know, we've watched some great fights earlier. And, and you've seen these bots perform well and advance. And you're like, okay, yeah, they go on to fight again. But then we're at the point now where
everybody goes
lose,
home. Yeah. Yep. Single elimination from here on out.
There is no more next time.
But this is where the glory comes from. This is where all of the fun comes from. Yes, and then Frog Spawn or Snuggle Muffins. Probably Snuggle Muffins is going to go on to face Robbie in the next round. We've got so many good fights coming up. My favorite one that I'm really interested in is Turbo Fiend versus Boopster. Turbo Fiend has just been consistently good all day long. Boopster has been on this kind of incline path all day. We've been seeing them get a little bit better, a little bit more reliable as the day has gone on. So I hope that they are able to peak in their performance when they go up against Golden Dumpster winner Dima Papazian and Turbo Fiend.
Well, looking around at the 3-pound bracket, I mean, earlier I was very impressed with Brute Force. That was one. Lunatic, oh my goodness. I mean, that was one that Ricky and I were both looking at each other like, what in the world did we just witness? And so there's a lot of really good competition. As we mentioned earlier, stacked is the word of the day.
It's the way to describe it, absolutely. All right, there you see down at the bottom of the bracket, I just wanted to point this out. Termigator does advance. That is no surprise there. They had an amazing showing in that fight. Termigator looking great in that 12-pound division, so we shall see. We shall see how that goes. Or sorry, in that 30-pound division. We'll see how that goes, but that does mean Mirage is eliminated.
Yeah, unfortunately, as you also saw down there, Demon Core, which was the fight just before I got up here, is eliminated. Man, what a fun bot that was. That's what I mean when it's like you see these bots early on and you're like, okay, let's have another one. Let's have another one.
Yeah.
And now we're at the point where there might not be another one. So
This was their first NHRL, and they were just utterly impressed with everything we had here. Talk about some cool bots.
Ooh,
okay.
yeah.
So right here we have Wyu. Wyu is the shortest robot in the 3-pound division. Quite frankly, probably the shortest robot in any weight class that we would have here at NHRL. Comes from Tim Bowens, who's a mechatronic engineer from the Netherlands, and this is such an effective robot. It really only has one kryptonite, and that's getting flipped over. They're going up against Under Destruction by Nora Guerin.
5, 4.
This is
3,
a lifter
2,
flipper bot,
1.
so it's not the
Robots
right thing for Wyu to be going up against. It's a little bit disadvantaged here, so hopefully Wyu can get up to speed, stay up to speed, and not get flipped.
A little bit of air hockey action going on early. Wyu trying to spin up to full speed, which dangerous bot when it does. Under Destruction trying to get under Wyu and doing so, but not quite to the effect that they'd like. Again, you hear the contact, just not quite the kill shot or kill flip that either bot wants. Let's see. And airborne goes Wyu. Some more contact there. Spinning up, still spinning and spinning, so nothing ineffective there. Just about picking your spot. Oh! Into the side of the cage, and now Under Destruction still looking for its spot to really flip Wyu over, and just not there yet.
Now, I wanted to point out, Wyu is not a multi-brain spinner. It is an old-school ring spinner robot. And the fact that they're able to fit all of those kind of mechanics into such a tiny package is just brilliant engineering. Truly just a smart machine, all custom parts to get it to this size.
All right, we've got just over a minute left. And really, I'm not sure which side I'm leaning so far on this. Both bots functioning just fine, but neither able to do what they would clearly like to do in this fight. Oh!
Yeah, it's interesting. These kind of charging hits from Under Destruction are popping Wyu into the air, but not a whole lot of flipping to follow it up. So Wyu just stays on those wheels. They're spinning and winning, as they would say.
Spin to win, man.
Oh, no. Dangerous position for Wyu to be in. Can Under Destruction come in and capitalize? Knock that coin over.
And now it's
Wyu is running away on its side.
It's literally rolling around.
Oh, no, that's not okay. Super dangerous position for YU to be in. Can Tim Bowens right the ship, as it were? Oh no, it's upside down. She's dancing. Nora is super happy. But look, YU able to get a little bit of movement.
5 seconds, 3,
Yeah,
2,
this
1.
one's gonna go to the judges, but Nora ends this fight, putting YU on its head. She's clearly pumped about that outcome. Nora Guerin, nice driving there.
Well done. I don't know how I would score that. We just got done talking about like how we feel pretty confident.
Yeah, there's a lot of times I'm really glad I'm not a judge, Richard.
Now we're like,
I'm like
I don't
super
know.
pumped about that.
I don't know how this one was going.
That was amazing driving there at the end of that matchup from Nora Guerin. She just found the right opportunity and took full advantage of it. Really well done.
To see YU just kind of roll around the cage like that was interesting because it looked for a minute like it was going to get stuck. It was going to do the thing.
Yeah, very close to it. Very close
to it. But not this time. So it goes the distance. Very excited to see who will advance. Either one, I'd be excited to see another fight from. And now the waiting game. See what the judges saw. Did they see what we saw? What did we even see? We saw a good fight, that's for sure. Fighters will, or teams will clear the cage, get ready for the next one. I'll tell you, I don't think that there's a thing in the House of Havoc more excited for summer break than the cages. Like,
you're gonna get a little bit of a makeover before
seen
prime
some
time this
fights.
evening, but yeah, it's been rough. You can see the traces of YU there on the floor. Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Cage 1 is fantastic because you can see certain markings from bots that it was like, what happened here? And you had to see it to believe it. So the cages probably very happy to have a little breather this summer. But man, the action today has not disappointed. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, really impressive work from all of these competitors today. Some really unique bots making it into the tournament here in the 3-pound division. I am excited to see how this one goes, especially with so many former dumpster winners still in the competition. Let's go check out the pits now and see where we're at. We do have some people clearing up, some people going home already, but it's still pretty full up there.
Yeah. Plenty to do, you know, either you can come down and watch some fights or you can be up there and tinker away and I guess evaluate, you know, what went right or what went wrong. But it's a beehive. I love the environment that is the pit.
It is where so much of this competition actually takes place. Did you bring enough spares? Are you able to successfully finish those repairs? That last-minute upgrade, can you get it done? And in many cases, can you finish building the bot by the time your first fight comes around?
Did you remember batteries? That's an important one.
Somebody will loan you batteries. Hopefully somebody will loan you batteries.
The countdown to prime time is officially underway. What a finale it's going to be tonight. Beyond words for what we could potentially see as far as matchups, action. We've already had a highlight-worthy day as far as like top 10 hits or top 10 plays for SportsCenter. Da-na-na, da-na-na. I can't wait for prime time. Looks like we've got a few updates on the tournament. Snuggle Muffins did get the win, so they will face Robbie.
I tried doing like
No surprise there. There you see Bam and Aaron getting ready for their fight. Bam here with the Seems Reasonable team, captained by Aaron.
Yeah, he's a very reasonable guy.
There it is, the chop and the undercutter chop there. There you go. Good coordination, guys. There you see behind them, it's the Papazians.
Yes.
Dima and Julian ready to go. This is going to be an awesome fight. It's the Boopster.
The Boopster.
Listen, it's a Boopster. It's just a little Boopster.
Yes.
You know, it's just a little Boopster.
I love the name. This has been a great tournament of great names. In fact,
They're taking on the Turbo Fiend. At one time, Demon brought a bot called the Turbo Friend, but now, now it is the Turbo Fiend. Forever the Turbo Fiend.
Forever the Turbo Fiend. I can get behind it.
And now Slayer of big-wheeled robots in their last fight, which was really impressive to see. They actually sliced that big-wheeled robot in half.
I did see that. I was at the back and I was like, what in the world? Oh, there it goes. Some future bot builders. Or maybe they're building bots right now. That's the beauty of this sport, is that you can never tell at what age they're going to come into the field and be like, I am going to compete in this thing and rip it apart. Like, I'm going to make a name for myself.
So we've been talking a lot today about all of the Merca friends out here, but we have quite a big California contingent too. The Seems Reasonable team is out here in force. Aaron Hill is known for building really unique robots and eventually getting them to be murder machines.
Yeah, he's really good at what he does.
Extremely good at what he does. Just really smart individual all the way around. And this robot has an overhead attack style, but it's fully invertible and can, in fact, pivot that weapon underneath to do an under attack, a belly boop, if you will.
A belly boop.
On the bottom plate of a robot as well, once they've achieved a pin. It's a fascinating design concept, and Aaron's been working on this for quite some time. It just takes a lot of moving parts to get that to work. Now, you can see they went under and worked on that center seam.
Yes.
On that box. There you go. There's one of our henchmen just taking care of the center seam, getting everything working for us.
Yes, a round of applause. That was an interesting camera cut. We were looking at Aaron and then a man emerging from underneath the cage.
Hey, the seam got a little cattywampus. They were trying to fix it by smashing it with a broom earlier, so I'm glad they were able to get under there and make it more flush. That's going to make this fight, where everybody has pretty long forks, a little bit more fair. So I'm happy to see it.
I saw that and I was like, if he's going to run in and interfere in a fight, he's a little late or early.
It'd be a really funny way to interfere with a fight. Like, just be under the arena, just popping it every now and again like it's a pinball machine.
Yeah, don't tell.
Now, children, pinball machines were a thing that you would get at movie theaters or arcades sometimes back in the day. Sometimes they'd even be at Pizza Hut, and you would play them, and it would be a ball, 2 balls, sometimes 1 ball, but you'd smack it around this field with flippers and try to land it in certain holes to get points. It was amazing.
Some of the grads back home, I got disposable cameras for to use this summer, and I said, now if they haven't started teaching you about these in history class, here's how you use this.
Yeah, you gotta coil the film up and snap the next shot. And by the way, once you snapped it, you don't get retakes. It is what it is.
Yeah. Can't pick the best of 5 and delete the rest.
There you go. Dima's getting over into that corner, and the Boopster down there in the blue corner. Similar sized robots. Those forks are about the same distance out from the front, but that's where the similarities end.
Yep.
Boopster is an overhead and underhead attack bot. Underbelly attack bot?
I don't know what you would call that, but I will support that description. Underbelly attack bot. Okay. So
5,
we're ready.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
Just keep in mind, Dima Papazian, Golden Dumpster winner, ranked 2 overall at this event with Turbo Fiends.
Nice pin by
nasty.
the Boopster.
But Dima does tend to have a hard time against overhead attack style robots. So let's see how this works out.
And another pin getting up underneath the wheel.
Oh no, that's a perfect shot right there. I mean, yes, that's a lot of armor, but the judges don't care if it's armor. If you're hitting, you're getting damage.
Yes.
You hear that spin up and
it's
the
time.
under attack with the belly shot there.
And are we gearing up for another one?
No, that's Dima's weapon spinning up. There's no spin up on the Boopster. Not sure if that under attack stopped the weapon or if they're just saving it. Looks like they're saving it. I saw a little bit of twitchiness from it. Yep, there it is. Big old shot coming in right on the top plate. Double hit with the top plate there. Nice shot, Aaron Hill.
Hammering away. Still.
Aaron Hill able to get underneath Turbo Fiend, pinning them against the house spot. Will they fire the weapon into Turbo Fiend's weapon? I hope not. That's a pretty bad idea.
Yeah, especially when Aaron's been dictating the pace of this fight for lack of a better term, completely in control of this one, even as pieces fly off.
Yeah, that was a nice piece of armor there. Ooh, nasty shot there. Will Aaron take advantage of it? No, too much chaos. Didn't want to throw the weapon into that. Good pin there. Aaron's got both the wheels up in the air. He can basically do what he wants for the next 5 seconds.
There we go.
No! Bam! Celebrating that suplex there. Shot into the top plate that's stuck, and then Bam able to throw the bot back. Bam operating the weapon system on Boopster.
Wham, bam, boop by Aaron there. Under a minute. And this one's still plenty of time for either one to do something.
No weapon spin up on the Boopster. Did they tweak that weapon when it got stuck in Turbo Fiend in that last exchange? Or will they be able to fire it here in the last 41 seconds? Nice pin yet again. That weapon still going on Turbo Fiend.
If they can get off the wall for the next 30 seconds and start to take some control, they have a functional weapon.
Oh, nice underbelly shot there from the Boopster. You saw that under attack. It's awesome when you have options. You don't necessarily have to throw your weapon into their weapon. You can find a different angle. I'm starting to see the advantages of this design.
Indeed, as do I.
Nice job there with Bam being thoughtful on that timing for that shot. This will go to the judges, but I gotta say that celebration by the Boopster looks pretty warranted right there.
3 fights go to 3 judges' decisions, man. Who said this was gonna be easy tonight?
Dima Papazian really struggles against those overhead attack style robots, which is ironic because her brother drives one of those overhead attack style robots.
Crowd enjoying their time here in the House of Havoc as we get ready for more action. And we're still not even in prime time yet. All right, so another fight goes to the judges. That one, though, I feel like I'm leaning one way, but it was tough there at the end because you can make arguments for both bots.
I don't know. That seemed all Boopster to me. Just too many boops, you know? Too many boops.
So the thing I love most about this sport is that you can never be certain of anything, because when I heard what Aaron's bot did, the notes and the description, I said, oh, okay, I know how that's going to work. And then I get up there and I see it, and I was like, this is not what I pictured at all.
It looks like a clock in there. Like there's gears and all these weird little mechanisms to help with the flip, and it's really not that many motors to let it do that, so it's all these kind of different gear sets and shafts in order to let them do that flippy thing. It's really strange. It's a very strange robot.
Like, for it to be able to bridge itself and then swing under, I was like, wow, why are you making this so complicated?
But that's what Aaron does,
he
right?
Does,
put
man.
the weapon on a track. Put the weapon on a weird leaf flipper thing. Like, it's very strange.
Oh, did you see the decision for the last fight?
I did not. What's going on?
All right, so Under Destruction moves on.
No surprise there. That was a great driving match from them.
They will face The Wall Part 2. So, round of 32. Starting to fill out here.
And a whole lot of, non-kinetic energy weapons making it in that 3-pound bracket. You gotta love this. I love to see it.
I love the flamethrowers today. I mean, they deserve some props because it's not easy, but it's so entertaining when it works.
All right, so let's have a look at who has already qualified for the World Championships at the end of the season. Here's the 3-pound weight class. We have Silent Spring, Basics, and Pine Victus back in February. And Marg, Lars, and Impact, Counterpunch, The Wall Part 2, and Jackalope. In April, Chainsaw Kitty, Caldera, Strike Point, and Beam Supreme. And that's right, last event, Jelly Baby, being the 3rd ever lifter bot to go home with a golden dumpster in the 3-pound division. Vapor Trail and Repeater and Sad Octopus also qualifying. A bunch of these bots are here at this event.
Hard to be sad when you're, qualified. I should be happy, Octopus.
It's very true.
All right, 12-pound Prom Hetta, Maximizer, Caldera 12, no surprise there, and Buzzkill qualified in February. March, Psycho, Grim Ripper, 12-pounder, Synthesis, and then Meliodas. April, Cherry, Void, Budget Boy, and Minen and Plusle, such adorable bots. And then in May, we rounded it out with huge Battle Tots, Torrent, and Sievert.
That's right. It was the return of Huge. They hadn't been here since 2023. Came in and got themselves a golden dumpster. Just first time back. You gotta love it. Let's go to our 30-pound division. February, Chonky, Undertaker, and Goose all qualifying with Vorion. They are taking up the end. In March, the first flamethrower with a golden dumpster in the 30-pound division in Kazaa Light, Ares, Synthesis 30, and Emulsifier all qualifying. Anxiety qualifying in April, Lil Lash, Allen, and the Emperor. And last event, the return of MIT and Waddles, Colossal Avian, Dead Rise, and Kratos.
That's such a good field at the 30-pound. And, one name that sticks out to me as far as who's qualified among the rest is Jelly Baby.
Yeah.
Because when I went up to the pits last night, like I do, and talked to Paige, I said, so, you're back and competing. Why? She, without missing the beat, goes, because I had already registered before I won last month.
Yep.
And I said, so, okay, what are you hoping to take away from this time around? Another gold dumpster. Like, just on it, just firing away.
Yep.
And wants to make history.
What I love about where Paige is at with Jelly Baby is there's just tiny little improvements
Yes.
that she's doing to that bot.
Yep.
She was having a problem where the forks would get stuck under it, so that she printed these little tabs that will prevent the forks from springing under it. It'll spring them right back into place. She was worried about it doing the thing on its side. It was the only flat part of the robot. And by the way, this hasn't really happened to Paige, just something that Paige has been a little bit stressed about. So what does Paige do? Prints a tiny little nubbin on that side that's just enough to prevent it from landing there and staying there. Super smart. Just at the point where that bot is so dialed in, it's these tiny little changes, tiny little improvements is all she's focused on right now. And those tiny improvements are the difference between losing a match and winning a match.
Well, I tried to throw her a curveball, and I said, okay, so is this something where experience is experience is experience? And she's like, well, there's always data that I can take from each fight. Like, I have data that tells me how much damage these parts can take before I got to replace them.
Yep.
And, yeah, the nubbin, the little thumbtack, brilliant.
Yep.
I said I would have gone with a curved side. Nope. Just
a little. And she asked me, she was like, do you notice the difference between this event and last event? And I said, nothing looks different to me. And she was like, that's because it's just this. And she points to this tiny little printed dot. And I was like, okay, that's where we're at. Got it, Paige. Yeah, I would never have noticed that at all. Amazing builder, designer, and really phenomenal driver. You have to be when you're a control bot driver in this game. Never let Paige Clayfield get a bot with a really powerful spinning weapon, because that 3-pound division would be in huge trouble.
Yeah, like I said earlier, the competitive spirit in this place. It's, you can say it's for fun or it's for this or that, but the second that cage door gets locked, you want the win. And she wants to make history. She wants to have a second golden dumpster. I mean, how crazy would it be to do that back-to-back?
In the 3-pound division in modern NHRL, it's like unheard of. Back when NHRL was a much smaller event, it could happen, but in modern times, that's been completely unheard of. It would be crazy to get back-to-back golden dumpsters in that 3-pound division.
I mean, you could start to think about mentioning her name in the same breath as like a Jameson Go, because this field today, stacked.
Yep.
I mean, the competition, chef's kiss.
Yep. And I would say in that 3-pound division, she could probably take on Silent Spring. Jameson Go's 3-pound robot. I think she could handle him. That'd be a really fun fight, honestly. I'd like to see that.
He said it, man.
So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that goes. Let's go to Cage 4, where we have some robot action ready to go.
All right, loading up. RoboCat and Galaxy, I believe. And if it weren't for the name itself, how it performed earlier makes me a fan of RoboCat. Vicious, ferocious, all the isses.
You really like the cat theming on the robots?
Well, there's, I got 4 of them at home. Like I said, they're probably watching it. My wife probably left it on for them before she went to the salon. And they're probably watching the sounds and the sparks and wondering what's going on. But yes, big fan of the cat theme.
So RoboCat brought by Ben Haas. And, from Cincinnati, Ohio. Bringing the pain. He's part of the UCCR Bearcats.
Bringing the pain.
You gotta love it. Over there on the other side, you do have Galaxy from the Robo Jackets team from Georgia. They do have this naming convention where they're robots, where with the different versions of the robots, they add an I to the end of the robots. Yes. So this is still the first version of the Galaxy. And today being driven by Shri Thada, computer science major, ranked 54, and this is their 3rd event at NHRL.
Okay, let's see what kind of fight we're in for. Judge's decision. No, just kidding. I want to see a knockout. Let's see a good, almost to the wire knockout fight.
12 pounds is a great chance for a knockout. It's a bunch of murder machines. Galaxy is definitely one of them, and you've seen that happen with RoboCat today. That's a really well-driven bot, so we'll see how that goes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Both bots up to speed, taking it cautiously. No box rushes, just trying to find the angle.
Okay. There we go. Some weapon on weapon. And sparks are flying. RoboCat really getting in there on Galaxy. And now Galaxy doing the thing.
Stuck. Are they going to call for their unstick? No, they are not. Galaxy tapping out. That Robo Jackets team says no thank you. They don't want any more of that smoke.
Wow.
Wow.
They didn't even ask for an unstick.
No, they're done.
Yeah. Like, wow.
Nice job, Ben Haas.
So once again, Kitty goes meow and RoboCat another win. I've got a feeling about some of these bots.
Man, that does mean Galaxy going home. Not able to carry that Robo Jackets banner into the rest of the tournament today.
That is, wow. On my bingo card, I did not have that or Synthesis 30 going home as early as they did. Like, this is...
Synthesis 30 is a bit of a glass cannon. On the days where they get all hits, they do really well.
All right, we will now continue the action over in Cage 6.
That's awesome. Shameless self-promotion versus Mako. Shameless self-promotion is Seth Schaefer's robot. Seth Schaefer builds this kit and sells them. So when he drives with it, it is in fact shameless self-promotion.
I see what you did there.
You gotta love it.
I like it. All right, so Mako is doing a little bit of a bot tango right in the middle of Cage 6. As we approach the 90-second mark, let's see what Mako does here. Shameless self-promotion, kind of running circles around him. Quite literally.
Seth Schaefer, YouTube star and fantastic combat robotics driver.
Okay, there we go. A little bit more contact. Mako trying to get that hammer saw to do something, but shameless self-promotion.
Yeah, really avoiding it. Trying to get, you can see kind of the fork game.
Yeah.
And the forks are slightly longer on Mako, so shameless self-promotion, desperately trying to get these side shots there. Nice hit.
Yeah, that was very calculated and a little luck too. That's what they've been trying for. That or the backside all together, and Mako comes to life.
And you can see this. Normally you see a lifter mechanism on Shameless Self-Promotion, so Seth has started to sell new modules for this robot. So this is the spinner module.
Oh!
And you
now
can
we're
see what
talking.
happens when you shove that saw directly into the top plate of one of Seth's bots.
So pretty. All the sparks. Yeah, there we go again. So in the last 45 seconds, things have taken a turn. And Mako now inflicting some punishment as we're under 5. This one's going to go to the judges. Wow. These fights are getting harder and harder to tell, like, who really had the edge in that one. Because that was all shameless self-promotion, and then Mako just comes to life. So another good fight. Mako functioning. So it doesn't look like they'll need to do much in the pits if they're the ones to advance. Shameless self-promotion, though. They might need to think about their approach in the next fight if they're the ones to advance. But either way, solid fight. That's what I've been waiting for in this home stretch of the evening before we get to prime time tonight.
Yeah, Shameless Self-Promotion, an SSP kit from Just Cuz Robotics, Seth Schaefer's own personal combat robotics brand. He sells parts and these awesome kits. But yeah, that was a tough matchup. Julian Papazian really bringing it with that saw at the end there. I would give the edge a little bit there to Seth, just because controlled a little bit more of the fight, but we'll see what the judges have to say on that one.
So there are 2 fights in the 3-pound bracket that I'm especially intrigued by. So Boopster did get the judge's decision. They will face Snare.
No surprise there.
But the one that, ooh boy, Jelly Baby and Lunatic.
Yeah, tell me about Lunatic. I haven't seen a Lunatic yet fight yet today.
It was a fight where I looked at Ricky and I was like, that guy's a lunatic. Like, yeah. that bot is out of control. Like, that was amazing. Like, in the best way possible.
I'm very excited to see that. Listen, Jelly Baby can take those hits and keep dishing them out, too. Yes. That's part of what's awesome about her, is that bot is literally so flexible, it's almost impossible to damage it.
Yes, yeah. So we got great matchups coming through, and now we're going back to Cage 1, loading in. Well, he's the man that everybody loves, Kyle.
That's right. We've got Glenn Boxall loading in with Caldera 12. He's going to be going up against the Grim Ripper 12. Nelson Byros. This guy is an electrical and software engineer from Franklin, Massachusetts, ranked 13, but Glenn is ranked 12 in this division.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, okay.
Both of them have been here a ton, 7 events for Nelson and 11 events with this bot anyway for Glenn, but he's been here dozens of times more than that with his other robot.
Well, he lives here. You saw his cot up in the pit, right? Yeah.
He has a cot? I don't even have a cot.
Oh.
The last time they fought was in May of this year, and guess who won that one? That's right, Glenn Boxall. He got 1 knockout and 1 judge's decision that day.
Oh boy. So this one, I love those fights that you just get chills thinking about it. They haven't even happened yet.
Now this armor package on Grim Ripper, it's kind of old school, right? It's this kind of bent, plastic armor. Works really well when you're going up against vertical spinning robots.
Indeed.
Not necessarily the best when you're going up against Glenn Boxall and Caldera 12, but you see this plate of metal put on the back here, hopefully to absorb and maybe even break Glenn's weapon. That's the thought process here. That's an anti-Caldera 12 armor defense, and you can see he's starting with the horseshoe crab facing backwards.
So, strategy already, and the fight hasn't even started, but I appreciate it because that means that these guys are taking it
5,
serious.
4.
Nelson
3,
takes this sport very,
2,
very seriously.
1.
That is for sure.
Fight, robots, fight.
Okay. No cage rush. Both picking spots. And yeah, that armor. Already a factor. getting under Caldera 12 a little bit. And the contact isn't what we would like to see, but that's the point.
And you can see a little bit of that white armor has been shaved off. There's pieces kind of flying around the arena. Just from the force of these two weapons, Nelson has to be very, very careful.
I mean, Glenn is nothing if not patient, and he will chip away at this bot all 3 minutes if he has to.
Yeah, it's like death by 1,000 cuts is how he likes to play the game, for sure. No big hits, no big rushes, just slowly but surely taking you apart piece by piece.
Yep, he is a tactical driver, that's for sure. You're witnessing it right here. It's not the contact that you ooh and ah and oh my at, but it's contact nonetheless, and that is points.
And at the end of the matchup, you look at his opponents and you say, oh yeah, he really ripped him apart. That's, wow. That ain't good.
And then we get a little bit of contact on the side of the cage there.
And you see every single one of these hits, a piece of the plastic from Nelson's armor is just flying across the arena.
Yep. There we go. And Glenn still chipping away. One shred at a time. 90 seconds left in this one. And man, I mean, not the damage that you can see from here, but there's a little bit of contact. And now Caldera 12 hung up. Everything's still going fine though, so, All right, unstick is complete, so that was an official.
Oh, no! This has been happening to Caldera 12 this season, where they get stuck in that side rail. That's just wood. So if you dig into it, you really can't get out. There's not enough traction in the world to pull you out of that situation, Glenn.
And they already used the unstick, even though he didn't really need it.
No, this is really not good. This is a pretty bad situation for Glenn to be in. There you see Glenn's wife coming with him for the first time to this event. Will he get eliminated in this matchup? Nelson's already doing a victory dance. The knockout happens. What a way to go out. He used the unstick probably too early.
Didn't need it and then did. Jeez, what a turn of events there. I mean, Glenn set the pace of the fight, was doing exactly what he needed to do to get the points. He wasn't getting the heavy visible damage that we like to see in fights like that. But man, for it to end with an unstick that wasn't needed, and then you need the unstick right after, that is heartbreaking for Glenn. But it's not like it's the last time we'll see him.
That was so rough.
Wow, man. You think you've seen it all, and then that happens. So, Glenn Boxall, that is the end of the road this tournament, anyway, for him. And, well, what else can you do? I mean, what else could you do in that scenario? It's just the luck of the draw. That actually could be a category for luck sometimes, I think, in the judges card. But that one doesn't have to go to the judges. So, as you mentioned, Glenn brought his lovely wife, Donna, to a second event, and I talked to them last night, and she had, hands down, the quote of the entire event weekend. I said, what do you think of this hobby? And she was like, I like it. I was like, but, it might be expensive, but at least, your son, he's into it too, right? And I was like, what do you think of that? She's like, I love it because that's not my money.
That's true. That's very true. Yeah, the original version of Caldera was built by Brian Boxall for his dad, just so his dad could come play with the team. But it is now taking a life of its own. Glenn has rebuilt that machine and changed it and tweaked it, and it is a very different machine now.
It's different when it's your money, your hard-earned money going into that bot. But she's a trooper. She was a real treat to talk to. So Glenn, can't wait to see him at another event.
All right, let's go ahead and look at where we're at for the 3-pound bracket. This is the bracket that's going to be going into the prime time tournament this evening. Big names, new names, and a bunch of different bot types. This is not what you normally see in the 3-pound division, but there is so much variety here.
Yes, in a stacked field, this is what we hoped to see. Some old, some new, something used, something blue, whatever the saying goes.
A whole lot of lifters here too, right?
Yeah.
We got Wicked Wedge, we've got the Wall Part 2, we've got Jelly Baby all hanging out there on the left side. We've got some weird bots like Boopster coming in there. We've got Monkfish, the shuffling horizontal spinner. And you know what? Unga Bunga's back. I'm pretty happy about that. We'll see how it goes.
Just 2 spots with no name in that round of 32 as we wait to see what the decision is.
What the judges have to say,
for
yeah.
Mako and Shameless Self-Promotion, and then we still have to see Pipeline Punch and Dutch Oven. But Jelly Baby and Lunatic, I'm going to oversell it here, but trust me, you will not be disappointed when you see this fight.
I'm excited about that. Let's get this 3-pound action going on later on today. But in the meantime, though, let's go to Cage 2, where I believe, we got some fire ready for you to go.
Yes.
Things are not, seems reasonable is the name of the team. I don't see much reasonable coming out of this team at any point. I think that name is completely wrong. Yeah. Oh, hey,
look,
what's
Peter.
that Texan doing here? What's up, Peter?
Hey, buddy.
There's Peter. He runs a company called Repeat Robotics, where they sell robotic parts. You can buy a whole lot of robotic parts from them. And Peter is a really prolific driver here.
Well, I mean, according to him.
He's driving all the time. He's just nonstop driving at these events.
So, that weapon's firing up. That's a good sign as we get ready for more action here. But yes, the flame from Dutch Oven, very unreasonable. I felt like it was just a little bit excessive, but didn't disappoint.
Yeah, nothing's reasonable about that flame. This is the 4th event for Dutch Oven and Alex Grant. It's got a 5-3 overall record before today, and it's mostly knockouts because it just melts its opponents.
Robots
So,
fight.
here we go. There's the flame.
Beautiful work there. You can see just gorgeous, very oxygen-rich flame just spilling out. Or fuel-rich flame just spilling out. Nice cook there.
Oh, man.
A lot of those flames lingering behind on Ian Talbert's robot. Ian Talbert's Pipeline Punch.
Yes, do it. Let him cook.
And you can see he's just holding them with the forks in that position. Now that's a really dangerous place to be if you're Pipeline Punch. And yeah, he's just slamming him with the teeth to get him off because he can't hold the pin for much longer. They cannot separate those kind of the barbs on the end of the forks on Dutch Oven, holding him in place too well. They have to be able to separate after 10 seconds, and they cannot.
It's a little hot in there. Things are getting a little tense. Right.
Understandably so. That they should have been disengaged a long time ago. There we go.
Here we go.
Oh, I see what happened. That fork on Pipeline Punch got stuck underneath the body of Dutch Oven at that weird angle, so they weren't able to get off.
And there's the flame, and it engulfed, but yet doing just as much damage to itself as he is his opponent. This is the stuff of dreams in combat robotics, folks.
Yeah, very much so. Change the flame profile to something that's a lot less hot, but a lot bigger for this fight. And I think that was the right call. This is what the judges want to see. This is what the crowd wants to see.
Yes, let him cook.
Campfire of death. Let him cook. That's right. Oh, no. That is a very dangerous place for Ian Talbert and Pipeline Punch to be. And you can see just like the beginning. Yeah, no, that's not good.
Wow.
How does he fit this much fuel inside of that robot?
Like, is he officially on fire at this point?
Oh, yeah. Well, with flamethrower robots, that's kind of, 6 of one, half dozen the other.
Less than a minute. Oh, man. Both eyes are completely melted off of Dutch Oven, so it has an expressionless face.
Yeah, Dutch Oven is not for the children.
No.
It's a terrifying machine. Just pure chaos and death all the time.
That machine started off with eyes and basically a smile when it came into this competition tournament today, and now there's no eyes, there's no smiles.
Are we going to get any more flame? We've got a nice pin here. Last 14 seconds left of this matchup. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's what you want to see. Lingering flames left behind onto Ian Talbert's Pipeline Punch.
Oh man,
This is going to go to the judges.
Somehow goes the distance after all of that fire. Wow. That was worth your price of admission right there, folks.
Yeah, Ian not happy with how that matchup went. I think he didn't like how much his bot got entangled with Dutch Oven. You know, their forks really did kind of get entwined with each other several times there. Oh man, that's really intense. We'll have to see what the judges have to say on that one. In the meantime, we are going to go to Cage 1, and we're going to toss it to our friends Adam and Ricky in the play-by-play booth to call this action. All right, guys.
Thank you. I am excited to be back in the play-by-play booth here with Adam Wrigley. How you feeling about this fight?
We are surrounded by views on these screens. We'll be able to see every angle of the gigantic full court as it takes on the multi-bot Honeyfied, although it seems more like a single bot.
Robots fight.
Excellent start for full court.
I guess it's not a multi-bot. There's two in the picture.
Yeah, they have a habit of doing that sometimes.
They just like to mess with me.
Yeah. No, full court has been having a pretty good day. They're always an effective design.
There is a belt hanging out of the inside and a motor hanging inside of Honeyfied.
Yeah, no kidding. The entire motor assembly is falling out, and of course that leaves no tension on the belt whatsoever.
Yeah, the motor's not supposed to fall out like that. That is going to cause some issues for Honeyfied. Full court is going to look to take full advantage here. Little waggle sticks on the side. They're not even needing to waggle at this point.
For a robot like full court, if it comes down to a control match, they've got it in the bag. This is one of the best control robots we have here at NHRL. Incredibly effective at corralling opponents, including horizontal spinners, even when they're running.
Yeah.
Honeyfied is going to be at a type disadvantage to some extent.
We're in for 2 minutes of Honeyfied running away and hoping that for some reason full court overheats or gets stuck high centered, because as soon as they run into that wedge, they are just food for those forks.
Now, I actually watched full court in the test box earlier today as they were preparing. As much as we mentioned them being waggle sticks, they have a really effective lifter flipper mechanism if they choose to use it.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, right now, they have no need to do so.
I kind of want to see him try and get some driving practice in. Halfway through this fight, and it has been all full court, just chasing down Honeyfied. Nothing Honeyfied can do. No wedge, no forks, no weapon. They are just getting shoved around the arena. And another pin.
I am starting to hear some interesting noises coming out of full court. Really pushing their opponent around a lot, and it may be taking a bit of a toll on that drive system. I wouldn't expect it to fail within the confines of this particular match, but it's got me on the edge of my seat. You know, what if? There's a flip.
Oh! That's pretty good.
Full court's going to want to do this on occasion. Make sure that they can show the judges they're being aggressive, not just controlling.
Yeah.
To show aggression, you must use your primary weapon, or at least attempt to do so.
Yeah, if they didn't use it at all for the entire duration of the fight, I'm not sure how that would be judged. But now a great suplex from full court. I don't think I've seen that before.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Adam, this is a dialed-in robot. It has some tricks up its sleeve. Doesn't seem like it's having to use them in this match, though. It will be going to the judges, but that decision is all but certain. See, Team Honeycrack looking a little puzzled.
They're saying the weapon motor spins, the weapon doesn't. I'm not sure that would count for function.
I don't think so. I certainly would have counted that way, but you know, kudos to them for trying.
Very impressive flips there in that fight by full court. Not much Honeyfied could do after losing the belt early and the entire motor. I'm not sure how that happens. He forgot to put the screws in.
So, although this seems like a pretty clear judge's decision, let's take a minute to review the criteria that the judges take into account when they go through their process. There's 3 main topics. Damage is the obvious one. How much damage did you do to your opponent? How much did you cause them physical problems with their robot? That's worth 6 points.
And a point clarification there, too, is it doesn't necessarily need to be damage you caused.
That's a good
point. It's just what damage is on your opponent.
Right. If you show up in the box and your robot never works properly, that's on you, and it's going to be held against you.
If you run into the wall and your robot explodes, your opponent is going to get those damage points.
Yeah, because it's, well, for a lot of reasons, but in part, it's hard to judge whether or not someone, you know, did a Toro, like, pulled the bull veil out and caused you to run into the wall, or if you just did it on your own. Either way, that's not a good day for you. It is getting held against you. The next topic is control. How much did you control the fight? How much did you put your opponent in a bad position? How much did you dictate the pacing? What else can you tell us about this, Adam?
Control is, how much did you shove the opponent around? Tends to be what that category is a lot of the times. Are you getting the pins? Are you getting the pushes? That's a lot of how we award control, but there's another aspect to it. If you can kind of control where your opponent is going, if you can make them run away, if you can make them go where you want them to go. You don't necessarily have to physically push them, but if you're controlling the momentum and the flow of the fight in other ways, that can also get you those control points.
Beautifully put. And then, of course, our last category is aggression. How frequent and ferocious were your attacks? This is how all in are you? How much do you want this win? How hard are you coming at your opponent? This is where your scrappy strategies, this is where your full violence approach, that's when it all comes into play.
And this category, in a way, I think is helping reward us with better fights. If you didn't have aggression, then a lot of people would get ahead in damage and sort of back off. You know, but aggression is the category that makes sure they keep coming in, they keep going for it. In a way, it's like the opposite of strategy, right?
To a certain extent, yes. And of course, we have 3 judges. They will work their way through those 3 categories, and those 3 scores will be tallied up, and we will see who wins and who loses. We're going to go to Cage 1. We've got Blue Marlin going up against Behemoth. Another Team Honeycracked fielded robot in the blue corner.
Really liking a lot of the treads in use on the Honeycracked team these days.
Fight, robots,
they must be getting a quantity discount. Quite the hit there on Blue Marlin out of the gate. Behemoth seems to be winning the ground game with those small forks, just cutting between the larger spread forks on Blue Marlin.
This is exactly the kind of fight that we saw Blue Marlin on the giving end, and now it's on the receiving end here.
Blue Marlin turning into a flying fish here as Behemoth is having their way, and looks like they've either got stuck on debris or the base plate is so bent that the wheels are not reaching the ground. Unsure what is happening.
I think there's a big piece of metal. Yes, there is. There's a big piece of metal chewed up on the bottom of Blue Marlin, and that's keeping the wheels from sitting on the ground properly.
Yeah, I think they saw that too, and they're going to tap out to save the robot. Not much you can do if your wheels can't touch the ground. Behemoth is going to take the victory.
A wise move for Blue Marlin. Not exactly what they would have liked to see, but very strategic. That can cost a lot of money to have to replace something like that. And if you don't have even a path to victory, which you might not. If your wheels don't touch the ground, it's hard to imagine how you're going to win that.
I say a lot of the time, never tap out. In that instance, you're really unable to move at all. I think a good tap out. Behemoth going to move to 3-1 on the day. They're advancing. This is their first event with this robot.
Of course, Stack, the driver, is very experienced on a number of robots. This is far from his first event, but this is the first outing for Behemoth itself.
The Honeycrack team really dialing in their robots more and more every event. They have a full test arena in their facility. They're able to get these robots to a really high level.
Oh,
you
there's
can
the
see
shot.
there, yeah, the bottom of the base plate just damaged, poking out just enough so the wheels don't touch the ground.
That appears to be a UHMW base plate. That can be a really good strategy. It's light, it's durable, it takes a lot to go through it, but you see it curves up like that. It kind of peels away like clay almost.
I've always been afraid of doing a UHMW base plate for that reason, getting damaged, getting high centered, and then being unable to move. You can see the robot look undamaged beneath that. It's a great material, great armor, but if you can't move, it's going to cost you the fight. And so, yeah, real double-edged sword there as that tiny piece of plastic peeling up. That was the fight. Trim that off with a saw and it'll work again.
Yeah, they'll be able to throw that in a cage for a grudge match later today. In the meantime, we're going to head back to the desk, and they're going to take us into the next fight.
Oh, thank you, gentlemen.
Absolutely. Wow, that was pretty impressive damage on the bottom of Bob's robot. Just a little bit. That's all you needed, and your wheels can't touch the ground. There's nothing you can do.
I will admit I had high expectations for that fight, but a win is a win is a win.
Absolutely. Yep, Bob Bellinson, one of the best drivers here, just an all-around great guy. Blue Marlin, phenomenal robot, but them's the breaks. You go home sometimes because of something silly like some curled up UHMW.
That floor has seen better days, and I always talk to the builders, the night before in the pits, and I'm just like, are you concerned about your bot and its ground clearance and the cage floor? And they're like, not really. And it's just like, you've seen it, right? Like, that this thing gets just torn to shreds and there's debris everywhere, not just the floor itself, but your own bot or other bots that maybe, the pieces didn't get swept up completely. Like, it's a serious hazard in there.
Yep. Absolutely. All right. Well, that was a pretty devastating matchup there, but we've got more action coming your way for the rest of the evening. We've got a bunch of different bot types still left in all of these weight classes, so I'm very excited to see some of these upcoming matchups. And
so fun fact for you
is
that we have new viewers out of Montana every event because my wife, she works at a salon, and she puts on NHRL while she does her client's hair all day Saturday. And she's gotten like 4 or 5 new NHRL fans throughout the process. Like, they go home and they turn it on at home, and they're like, I am a robot fighting fan now. Like,
I totally get it. That's exactly the right way to do things, for sure.
So, I mean, what's wrong with little robot fighting background noise while you get your hair cut and styled?
Yeah.
I love it. All right, it looks like we are headed to Cage 2 and back to the booth.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. I'm excited for this fight. I have not gotten to call a Boopster fight today.
Boopster is a robot I'm so excited to see work. I want to see one of these under hits hit a base plate of an opponent. This is such a crazy robot, and it's still in the tournament. It's still going.
I am enthusiastic. It's definitely a new design. It has some teething issues to work out, but it is really neat seeing it do its thing.
Aaron Hill always bringing something unique when he comes here, going up against Drew Hull and Snare, a 2-wheel drive vert out of Brookings, South Dakota. Currently in college studying mechanical engineering. 2-0 on the day. Going up against Boopster at 3-1, coming through the losers side of the bracket to make it here.
Well, you get to this point in the day, and there's no shame in where you came from at this point.
All things are reset. We are in the bracket. The winner is going to move on to the round of 16.
Now look at the modifications here. This is a bold strategy that Snare has taken on. They've raised their armor package around the outside of the robot, hoping to defeat that hammer saw.
This is risky.
It is. Just one, even getting up on their side, this is going to be really
5,
problematic. And if they're
4,
upside down, they're
3,
done.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And what Boopster has shown today is an ability to flip people over, control them, even when the weapon might not be the best.
Ooh, an excellent pin there from Boopster. Snare had a moment, and then...
yeah, there was a good impact. Didn't do much. Not seeing the weapon on Snare spin anymore.
Yeah, it's tough. That weapon is still very much locked horns with Boopster.
Not seeing the weapon on Boopster spin either. Had a shot lined up there, I thought.
Oh, the weapon coming back on Snare, although probably not full
that
blast.
Was close. Almost stuck on the side there, able to just get out.
Oh, each one of these, every time Snare attacks, they kind of go up a ramp on Boopster.
Boopster winning the ground game here easily, and that's a wheel off of Snare.
And a big hit right on the back.
Denting in that added armor on Snare. Sounding a bit like a snare drum on that hit.
But don't. No, Snare moving impressively well for having only one wheel.
Quite mobile.
A big hit. It looks like that armor package is doing a good job against this hammer saw.
And Boopster unable to get them stuck despite only one wheel, and this crazy armor package limiting their ability to maneuver. Boopster really isn't.
Oh,
there it is.
That is the spot they don't want to be. This is going to be a real struggle for Brett to right Boopster and get them free.
Uh-oh.
That's not the direction that Snare wanted to go.
As we mentioned, this armor package, a bit of a double-edged sword. Snare now upside down, the wheel unable to touch the ground as the armor is taller than their upper side ground clearance. See the damage there from Boopster against that armor package, holding up well enough, but it's going to cost them the fight here with 55 seconds left.
You can see a little victory dance from Boopster.
Boopster might not be able to get any belly hits yet, but it's got a great victory dance.
A little energetic.
Boopster is going to move on to 4-1 into the round of 16, and we are going to move over to Cage 4.
Fight is already in progress. Carmen is going up against Honey Bombers, Honey Bombers, of course, yet another entry from Team Honeycracked.
Carmen from Team Defective, another sort of super team here with a lot of robots. Is that a light on the ground?
Yeah, it
what
seems.
Did we miss?
Seems like we could have missed a roof shot, or at least a chunk of robot hitting a roof.
Yeah, Carmen's weapon is down. One of Honey Bomber's weapons is down. The other half of Honey Bomber's is stuck in the wall in an angle I've never seen before. They're going to use their unstick here to get free. Honey Bomber still has a great shot, as they still do have... Oh, well, they don't want to do that. They hit themselves. Now having trouble self-righting, but they're able to do it. Carmen, very impressive considering it has no weapon, going up against two opponents, really still controlling this fight as we've been watching.
Carmen is a fantastic control bot, even with the weapon removed from the equation, especially when they have this particular wedge configuration installed.
Yeah.
Combine that with just great driving from Michael Shore, and yeah, never count this robot out. If it's moving, it's still in the game.
Now, we didn't see the start of this fight, whatever big hit caused this ruckus, but with Carmen able to control what we've seen, half of Honey Bomber's weapons down and the drive not performing as you would expect it, you got to think Carmen has a real shot here, even without their weapon.
I also want to point out just how hard it is to control a match against a multi-bot opponent. And to do so without a primary weapon is fantastic.
Really impressive to do. Of course, we don't give extra points just for doing something impressive because your opponent's design is better, but
sure.
But it is very impressive to control against a multibot. Hard to do, and that's going to be a tough one for the judges, I would expect.
Better give me this one too. Thank you.
Michael Shore seems pleased with that. Carmen putting on a pretty good show.
Yeah,
no shame in how it finished that match.
For joining a fight without a weapon, and only a partial weapon there at the end on Honey Bombers, that was enjoyable. Quite a driving performance from Michael Shore and Carmen, showing what you do with a robot when the weapon goes down. You see a lot of robots, they don't really design it to work with the weapon down. It's sort of like if the weapon goes down, well, we're gonna lose that one. Carmen here, it's really designed to still work when the weapon goes down. They put that on show there as they controlled pretty much the entirety of what we saw. Can't forget that Honey Bombers did have to use an unstick. Not sure if Carmen might have used one before we joined. Honey Bombers ranked 57 in the 12-pound weight class. Carmen ranked 25. This is the 14th event for Carmen, only the second for Honey Bombers.
Gotta say, I'm kind of impressed or surprised that Carmen is down on 25.
Yeah.
We're gonna jump right over to cage 5. We've got a fight for you here.
Caldera getting tossed by Berserker.
Yeah, Berserker is definitely a hard counter to the horizontal spinner on Caldera, taking it to full advantage.
Yeah, the wedge design on the front of Berserker really just leading the weapon into their disc, getting big shots.
Still, Caldera is holding it together. That is one durable robot.
You gotta hand it to Glenn Boxall, the durability of his robots. It is difficult to wear them down. Is Berserker's weapon still working?
It does not appear to be. It is definitely not moving at the moment. They could be holding back, but I can't imagine why this early in the fight.
Do that, and that is how you see the veterans beating the newer robots. This is the 3rd event for Berserker, the 28th event for Caldera. Caldera is dialed in and durable and reliable. You might be able to get some big hits early on. Can you do it for 3 minutes straight is what separates the greats from the good. Today, Berserker came out strong. It's looking like Caldera is going to take the second half of this fight with 1:30 left.
Yeah, don't count Berserker out, but it is definitely an uphill battle. Now here's where they can come in. This is what they need to do. This kind of control, these pins, if they can reliably do it, if they can consistently do it, they have a real shot.
Yeah, that is true. Berserker has a great wedge on the front, and that can be a great counter for a horizontal. And Caldera, oh, well, there they go spinning up again. Was not spinning very fast for a while there.
Well, we talk about hard steel and titanium wedges. Berserker has a TPU wedge, which isn't always what you want against a horizontal spinner, but boy, they're using it well today.
It is an interesting material. I do find sometimes it can apply, a little bit different, sort of like current spikes to the spinners when they dig into it versus hitting something harder.
Now, Adam, take a look here. Berserker is starting to have drive issues on its right-hand side. It's not disabled, but it's definitely not working to full power.
See their kind of wheel armor cap has come flying off of that left side wheel. Might have taken a hit from Caldera. You can only drive into a weapon so many times till it starts to hit where you don't want. But Berserker driving well here. This is Mark Kansberg driving Berserker as Caldera spins down until they're able to get back in control. That's going to be the end of the fight, and we're going to shoot it over to cage 2, and the desk is going to be announcing this one.
All right, we are so happy to call this action for you. We've got Sad Octopus taking on the Mothership by Tayshawn Jackson. This is an electrical engineering student, and the weapon motor is mounted to the rear of the chassis with the weapon belt running around the entire drive motor system on this bot. That's why it's able to maintain such a tight little profile.
There we go.
Sad Octopus already qualified for the World Championships. They are here to win a dumpster.
Yes. Goal, plain and simple, win definitively. Sad Octopus, though, is the biggest threat to the mothership, according to their team captain yesterday. When I was talking to them, he said, Bert is just not who I want to see in this tournament. Well, here we are.
Mothership, a really cool, small design, interesting take on that egg beater spinner. But taking on a disc spinner like Sad Octopus has quite a bit of challenges for a egg beater like this. As long as that weapon speed on Sad Octopus is higher, they're going to win a lot of these engagements. Oh, they're not winning right now, though. Wow.
Uh-oh, they are upside down now and right side up again.
Yeah, able to self-right on the wall and then launched all the way across the box.
That was a hit that was worth it. And another one. And another one for good measure. Still over 90 seconds left in this one, and they're just going blow for blow.
Nasty shot there. You gotta love it.
Oh! Again and again. Wow.
Up to full speed, waiting for their shot. That unstick was called for. And now they're ahead.
Oh,
and
we
they're
had a
thrown
brief
right
hat.
off.
A brief hat moment there.
And they're stuck up in the side again. He cannot get out, and he's already called for his unstick. Is this the end of Tayshawn Jackson's robot? Will they be going home? The count out has started. The wheels are spinning.
Knockout.
And that is the end for Tayshawn Jackson and the mothership. They are going home. Nice job, Sad Octopus. Cameron Guerin putting on a driving clinic. Not able to win every one of those weapon engagements, but at the end of the day, it was that excellent driving and finding those good angles that got them the win.
He said Avert was his biggest threat in this tournament and proved so right there. But still, a great fight. I know it ended in a knockout, but I mean, to be able to take blows like that and just keep on trucking along, it ultimately ended in a sort of pinning predicament and then unable to get another unstick. Tragic loss there, but a learning experience nonetheless. I think that bot has a very promising future. All right, they're getting ready to clear the cage. Sounds like we're on the waiting list for more action here, kind of that calm before a storm. Good job, Mothership. That was an entertaining fight.
Truly it was.
I think we'll see them again very soon. Sad Octopus, can you be sad anymore at this point?
I mean, maybe it's sad for an octopus. It's certainly not sad for a combat robot.
No. No, not only has it qualified, it's making another run.
Yeah, the goal for a lot of these bots is just to qualify for that World Championship. Sad Octopus took care of that. That's done. Cameron Guerin is ready to go. He just wants that golden dumpster before heading into that World Championship tournament at the end of the year. It'd be nice to get one before that long summer break as well.
Yeah, talk about bragging rights, you know. 3 months where you can enjoy that golden dumpster win before somebody else comes in, and you have to either defend it if you're at that event or watch somebody else claim it in your weight class. But, 3 months, 90 days, that's a nice little break to be like, I got a golden dumpster. So looking forward to that. I know a lot of the teams are going to regroup, recharge, and get ready for the home stretch of this NHRL season. But one thing that Ricky and I mentioned earlier, and we kind of talked about this, is that, you know, you mentioned the goal is just to qualify for some. Very true. But the names that you see of who is already qualified, a lot of those names you see at event after event after event, because they don't want to just qualify. Like they want to be that bot, that team, that name in their weight division. Like, it's not enough to qualify, they want a golden dumpster. It's not enough to have one golden dumpster, they want a second one. They want a third one.
That's absolutely true. All right. So we have Charge Pump versus Buzz Thrill, Liam King's 3-pound offering.
Seen a lot of those black and yellow jerseys in the pits and now throughout today, prelims and into the tournament. Team Honeycracked came to play.
They always do. Charge Pump, one of those seems reasonable robotics teams coming out here by William Stanley. Really cool little robot from Los Altos, California.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Okay, let's see it. Buzz Thrill coming out early. You hear the weapons and you see the exchange. Sparks are flying. Here we go. Wow. Buzz Thrill taking some punishment is upside down. Charge Pump dishing some punishment now while Buzz Thrill tries to, I guess, self-right if they can. Oh, weapon is askew.
Yeah, it's just hanging out of there. That is not going back in either.
No.
You could see the belted system's kind of off of it there. Liam is not going to get that back up to speed at any time. And it's just jammed into the weapon there on Charge Pump.
It's sort of an accessory now. Charge Pump, though, not an accessory. That thing, you can hear it.
Wow, look at how Buzz Thrill is high centered on its own weapon, but still able to move.
Wow. Now it's going to deliver some boops and bumps from Charge Pump as it's going to go, I think, probably for the knockout. If we haven't had a tap out yet from Buzz Thrill, it's going to have to either go the distance or be unable to respond on its own.
Wow, nice job there.
Yeah.
Charge Pump doing a great job controlling this fight. William Stanley showing some driving prowess, but now look, that high center on the weapon, it's gone too high. They've called for an unstick. Oh, they got back on their wheels briefly. Can Liam pull this one around? I don't know how Liam's going to control anything with his fight. Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Yeah, now he can just drag the weapon around. Just throw it at the opponent. Ooh, nasty shot there.
And that might just do it.
Yeah, the unstick has been called for. There's still 54 seconds left in this matchup. That's going to be a count out right there. I think you're right, Richard.
Wow, Charge Pump drove a near flawless fight there. And it does result in a KO. So one less in the field for Team Honeycracked. The team seems reasonable, though. More representation in the field for them. Very well done. I mean, really started out early, some weapon-to-weapon exchanges, but then I guess Team Honeycracked hoped maybe they would just cease functioning, you know, at some point, and you get a lucky break there. But wow, that was all team seems reasonable and a great victory for them. Weapons just dangling from the bot. I'm not thrilled about what they have to do to probably repair that and fix it. Hopefully it's not much, but as a fan and combat robotics enthusiast, those are the kind of images you like to see coming out of the cage. It's just the guts of the bot.
Yeah, that was really impressive.
All right, some more cage maintenance. What a busy day for those cages it's been. You can hardly read what cage is what anymore. Like,
yeah, they've had to come in and fix the seam on this when it got so damaged.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and look over at our friends at the VIP pit area. Look at that. Slowly but surely, everybody's migrating over as their bots are ready.
That is where you want to be. You want to earn your spot into the prime time pits.
You get a table to yourself, or if your teammates all make it, you get several tables to yourself.
Yeah, as we saw, Team Pandemonium last event occupied, I think, like some 40% of the tables in the primetime area. A few teams that occupy quite a bit out there, but man, it's starting to fill up. That's the excitement. That's how you know, okay, we're getting to that stretch.
Yeah, we're getting there, right? This is where everybody's going to be for that primetime tournament starting tonight. 7 o'clock Eastern. Come on by and check it out.
Oh man, to be in those primetime pits, to be a fly on the wall and just hear the conversations, the strategy, or maybe the banter, maybe the jokes. You know, this is one of the friendliest and funnest competitions out there as far as professional sports go, is combat robotics. So who knows what conversations are being had.
All right, we are going to go to cage 6 where there is a fight already underway. This is Murphy's Law taking on Unga Bunga.
Cowabunga.
I think Cowabunga is slightly different than an Unga Bunga, but they're in the same family.
Yeah, I believe so. All right, Murphy's Law, Unga Bunga, the shredded cage floor, exchanging blows. This is a fight.
Nasty in there. Look at that.
Sparks are flying as Murphy's Law pins Unga Bunga. And now a hush in the cage. Both weapons. Oh, Unga Bunga called for an unstick. Seems like we have to keep track of those more and more, as you only get one. And there's been a few times that a second one would have been needed, or maybe kept that first one in your pocket. But they're trying to give Unga Bunga a little jump start there, a little boop start. So far, no luck. I hear counting. Okay, that is how that one will end. A knockout. And another bot moving on, and sadly another one going home. It's the heartbreaking, well, bittersweet part of the day, you know? Because I don't think they're going home, like they're going to stick around and watch the fights, but the field is getting narrower.
Drive, maybe they'll go home. All right, let's go ahead and check out the action happening in Cage 2. And this one we're going to call with our friends in the play-by-play booth, Ricky and Adam. How's it going, fellas?
Going great. I am always excited to see a fight like this. Jelly Baby has just had this meteoric rise. Such a cool robot, so well driven, and they're going up against Lunatic, which has delivered some big hits today. A robot like Jelly Baby is all about being able to wait it out, take those hits on the chin, and keep on chugging. And Lunatic is going to put that to the test.
Paige, Clayfield, and Jelly Baby. This is their 6th event, sitting on a 24-6 overall record. Super impressive to watch her dial in her driving with this robot.
Robots fight.
A pleasure to watch. So simple looking, but so dialed in. Just controls everybody. Look at this. Lunatic can't do anything.
Yeah, you can see the front, I like to call it baleen, but oh, look at this move! Ooh. Oh, what a perfect pin. They have put Lunatic up against the wall. There's no way they're getting out that, and look!
Now they're gonna stop the unstick. If she can hold the house robot there for 20 seconds, then that will prevent the unstick, and that will be it.
Nope, they are not able to do it. Oh, the
Lunatic out
camera's
the
down.
camera. Oh, and that is the risk. And now Lunatic gets a couple great hits. Unable to prevent the unstick, getting run over by, how heavy is that house robot?
That one's about 60 pounds, Adam.
60 pounds of steel running you over, and a couple big hits, but right back to the smothering control that we know Jelly Baby for. Zach Knight doing his best here, getting some good hits in the sequence, but again, pinned by Jelly Baby. Great escape from the pin.
Yeah, really impressive work by both of these drivers. You can tell Paige really wanted that win the first time. Make it easy and quick. Lunatic is not going to give it to her.
No, and this is kind of a tale of two halves, at least in the first half of that fight. We got another half left, but Jelly Baby was really smothering Lunatic, though, having some good moments. As are they starting to tear up the wedge a little, get a little bit more bite?
They certainly are, but they're able to keep up. It's not like the pins. Look, another great pin, but you can hear that weapon chewing away.
Yeah, it's not as definitive as the fight is going on, although Jelly Baby's still getting a lot of control. You see those moments like that where they're unable to keep it, but then right back to another pin.
Both of these robots very aggressive. No big differentiating factor there. It is all about damage versus control. And so far, both of these robots are functioning almost flawlessly.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of great driving, but from both drivers here. Paige smothering control, but Zach able to get hits in when given the opportunity and winning more and more of these ground game battles. 15 seconds left, and the judges are going to have their work cut out for them. And Jelly Baby getting so many pins. Wow.
Oh, interesting. A little bit of a struggle now on Lunatic. They're struggling to move on the left-hand side.
Wow.
What a difference in the final moments of that fight. It was so neck and neck. And now the damage is really going to sway towards Jelly Baby.
Looks like the frame of Lunatic almost a bit bent. I can't tell if maybe it's high-centered, but that is potentially going to cost them significantly in the damage score as this goes to the judges. We were looking at basically being even in the damage, and now we're seeing what looks like significant drive issues on Lunatic coming in right at the end of the fight.
Yeah, this is even more pronounced because when there isn't a big difference in damage, the little bits and pieces that we saw shredded off of Jelly Baby would have been somewhat of a factor. But when you have entire systems of your robots starting to malfunction, it completely dwarfs the effect of what we might call ablative damage.
Yeah, sometimes it seems like maybe Jelly Baby doesn't have a weapon, but they have a very effective lifter and using it right at the end of that fight to cause what could be kind of the determining damage.
Yeah, very, very well done. Honestly, very well done from both of these competitors. Fantastic work from Paige and from Zach. We're going to have to see what the judges have to say, but I definitely have my theories.
Yeah, that was quite a good fight. The winner of this is going to move into the round of 16, and they're going to have really earned it. It's a back and forth battle there. Both robots looking like they had it in the bag at different points. Just love how Jelly Baby like moves and flexes around the arena. It doesn't really make sense, you know.
I'm going to be honest with you. I have been building robots a long time, and there's still something. Maybe it's just the fact that I've got some old school mindsets. There's still something I can't get my head around TPU. The flexibility is just stunning, and I use it in my robots, and I'm like, this should not work. It feels wrong. And then you see Jelly Baby take it to a whole nother level. It's fantastic.
It is crazy how the 3-pound materials function compared to the bigger weights. and these things flexing and flopping and taking big hits and then nothing happening to them. Yeah, it messes with your brain, and a lot
Boggles
of this,
the mind.
Yeah, and a lot of this too is because these are sort of like I don't know, they're like macro materials, because you're using the 3D printer, the way it has infill and it has a skin, to create new materials even based on the filament you're using. You know,
Right.
you're changing how they react.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can get very different material dynamics from the same material, just used in slightly different ways.
Just a different infill pattern can completely change how it works.
The temperature you print at, or how long you age or dry your materials, so many factors. And these competitors, some of them have it down to a science. They really do.
Yeah.
Bravo.
And
to them.
it feels like every month there's a new printing technique to change how your parts print. I was just reading about brick infill for your walls, where instead of laying your wall layers directly on top of each other, they kind of offset by half a width.
Yeah.
So you're laying it more like a brick, and it makes your walls stronger.
Yeah, it's
than if they were
really
straight
impressive
on top.
stuff.
It's pretty wild.
Now we're going to continue to get ready for the next fight. We've had a lot of good fights today. I think we are coming up rapidly on the prime time break, but we definitely have a few good fights for you before then. Let's take a look. We're going to take a peek in, shall we say, on the VIP area. Excuse me, the prime time pits.
They are getting ready. The big bots are moving into the prime time pits. We're still trying to figure out who is in prime time in the 3-pound class, but we've already determined who it is in the 30s as we see them getting ready. I think the 12s too.
We are working our way through the 3s, but yeah, I believe you are correct. We have fully seeded now the brackets for the second half of the day in our other 2 weight classes.
Prime time is going to start 7 p.m. on the main NHRL YouTube channel. That's 7 p.m. Eastern. Don't forget to tune in. When you make it to prime time as a competitor, you get these wonderful wood and bench tops, more space to spread out, and we get great camera views of what you're working on as you do so. And as we whittle it down to the golden dumpsters later tonight.
Yeah, we have some big names today in the primetime section of the show. Megatron and Phenomenon are going to be slugging it out. Red Storm's going to be taking on Termigator. We've got Minor Threat going up against Grin Ripper in the 12-pound class. Full Court's going to take on Behemoth. And then we've the 3-pound class is just absolutely stacked. That has been our term for the day. Power Surge, Monkfish, Anubis. You know what? Let's take a look at that 3-pound bracket. We can talk. Wow, look at that. This is the first time we've gotten a peek at a bracket that is this complete. What do you think, Adam?
I like seeing it. It really puts into, you can really feel the scale of what we're doing here when you see the entire bracket. Let's not, forget that there were other teams that didn't even make the bracket today. So this is not even all of the Beatles that were here. But we are starting to determine the round of 16, and we're still going to have them play out to figure out who's going to be in the quarterfinals and make it to those prime time pits later tonight. Or I guess we've determined all the 16 now, actually, with that Jelly Baby Lunatic fight once we get the judge's decision in. Or, wait, no, I'm looking at the other side. See, this bracket's so big I can't even see the whole thing, Ricky. We've still got Loopy versus Dutch Oven and Misdirected Aggression versus Shameless Self-Promotion to determine the 16.
We have a ways to go. I will
Loopy
say.
Dutch Oven fight.
It's going to be something else. Loopy is a terror. That robot hits so hard. I'm interested to see how it goes up against a robot like Dutch Oven. Dutch Oven is so good at melting plastic chassis robots, and so much of Loopy depends on the fact that it has this squishy outside armor. Plus, you have that overhead clamping mechanism of Dutch Oven is so good.
The thing about Dutch Oven is it doesn't really have the best armor. because it has so much weight in that flank system. But Loopy isn't really that fast, and Dutch Oven has a ranged weapon. Are they going to be able to drive around, get that flame from afar? I mean, yes, they could try it with the arm, try to grab them. That's going to be tough. But if you can flame them from afar, overheat them, start to melt them, you might not even need to touch.
It's true. It's true. They could keep a distance. We're going to head back to the desk, see what they're excited for and how they're looking at the rest of the day. Guys, how you doing?
We're doing absolutely fantastic over here, Ricky. I am very excited about where this tournament is going. We've got some really weird bots making it to the end game in all of these weight classes. Yeah, we still have Loopy and Dutch Oven coming up in that 3-pound weight class. I think we're all very much so looking forward to that. But one of the things that I'm really looking forward to is we've got Buzzkill coming up against Carmen in that 12-pound weight class. And that's right. The match is set. Megatron versus Phenomenon is going to be coming up in that 30-pound weight class down the road. 2 heavy hitters. Love to see it. It's going to be a great matchup.
Yes, I could not agree more. Stacked. That's the competition field today.
Stacked.
And
yeah.
I wonder how much of Dutch Oven is left.
Yeah, you know, flame bots are made to shoot flames, and I guess to a certain degree absorb some flames, but that was excessive, wasn't it?
That was very excessive. But man, entertainment not even in question. Like, that was such an entertaining display and fight. But you start the day, I want to see a time lapse of the bot from fight to fight and just see this is how it started, how it's going. Because things have changed for Dutch Oven, but they're in it still. I mean,
they're in it to win it right now.
Yes, they are. So we've got great fights for 3-pound. You announced the 30-pound matchup. Oh, Jameson Go, Megatron. It's going to be so good. And then, of course, 12-pound, which we all know is a slugfest every event.
I'm very interested to see how that full court versus Behemoth matchup goes. There's just not a lot of bots here that can handle full court. You know, that is a difficult problem. You have to build kind of specific to full court. And I don't know anybody that really has just a base system that's ready for that full court model.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, though, let's go see what's going on in Cage 2. We've got a fight there.
I love to see it. It's Loopy taking on Dutch Oven. And by the way, speaking of full court, this is the same driver for Loopy. This is Coleman Christie, incredibly talented driver. He's been operating this robot for, I think, the past 2 years. It was originally built by Tommy Wong, who is a former world champion in the 3-pound weight class. And that's right. Coleman is a former world champion in the 12-pound weight class. So a lot of pedigree in this robot right now.
Yeah, and a lot of action that Cage 2 has seen. There is some burn marks. There are some scuffs, some scratches. But what better place to have a fight between these two bots than in Cage 2 for everything that's happened today. Certainly a fitting setting and setting the appropriate vibe for what we're about to see. Hopefully another classic fight here as we get ready for prime time.
So this is a gear-driven robot in Loopy, and you know, those are plastic, the gears, and they are going to be going up against the hottest flame bot that we have here.
Quite literally.
Dutch Oven. So what happens to plastic gears when you start throwing a fire at them? I'm very curious to see how this works out.
Yeah, that is the question, and we're about to get the answer here, and I just want to see another really good fight. But yeah, I think we're going to get a lot of questions answered real quick here, as there are no eyes on Dutch Oven any longer at all.
Nope, and that's Coleman Christie's going to be operating these two nearly 1-pound horizontal spinners on Loopy. Very interested to see if he's able to get those and bring them to bear before they melt. This is a tough matchup in many ways for Dutch Oven, but the material science is definitely in their favor. That's the one thing they've got going for them.
Well, and it's been talked about throughout the competition or event today is that Alex and Dutch Oven, he studied the science. Like, he knew what kind of flamethrower bot he wanted, and he feels like he's perfected it. Certainly been a sight to see, but now let's see if he can bring it home and advance another round.
Fight, robots, fight.
There it is. The flame is burning. Let him cook.
Oh my goodness. Let him cook indeed. Okay,
Loopy.
you see Loopy got a little bit of flame protective armor on, but not as much as you would nearly expect. Of course, the booty is still exposed.
Yeah, Loopy, I don't know if they're intentionally walking that way, but if they were looking for a shot, they got one right there.
Yeah, that's just how Loopy walks. That's the motivation. So each of those weapons, as you speed them up and slow them down, they'll kind of lurch forward. So that is how it gets around the arena.
Wow.
So you can see those are two 1-pound blades, and the faster you spin it up, the more it goes forward. The more you slow it down, the more it goes backward. So that's how they're kind of able to walk.
Some self-inflicting damage there for Loopy, as now...
That's pretty inevitable with that kind of a weapon. You know, the weapon is the motivation is the weapon. It is what it is. Look at the fire now coming out the sides, the edges. You have to wonder if Loopy's puncturing any sides of Dutch Oven and causing that flame to come out of orifices that it should not be.
If you weren't in the mood for summer and camping trips and gathering around a campfire for s'mores, this should definitely put you there. We've seen Dutch Oven.
Loopy just, they might be stuck inside of them now. Yep, that's not good. That means everybody's getting a little too hot. I don't know if they'll be able to get out of that situation. And keep in mind, that weapon is how Loopy moves. So getting out of that situation is pretty difficult for Loopy to do by themselves. Ooh, that's a dangerous position for everybody to be in. Look at those flames lingering inside of the Dutch Oven.
Wow, and they've stopped moving, but the flame's still burning.
Yeah, they've called for the unstick, and I don't know if you could let a human in there to do the unsticking if the bots are still on fire. Okay, it looks like we're separate there. Are they? Yes, they are separated. Nice. Okay, we can have a matchup. No, yeah, I see that happening right now. That was a tap out for the Seems Reasonable team and Dutch Oven. So that means your winner, Coleman Christie and Loopy.
And sadly, the end of the road for Dutch Oven, and what an entertaining day it has been to see them, and just the way that they started, the way that they're finishing, literally going out in the blaze of glory. I salute you, sir.
Look at they can't turn the fire off at this point because the fire is the bot. The bot is the fire.
Wow.
It's always impressive when your bot becomes its weapon, you know?
That bot is on fire.
I didn't know where you were going with that, and I'm glad it ended there.
A subtle reference right there. Had to get one in.
Oh, that was great. I loved it.
Oh, wow.
Wow, look at that thing melt.
Can this, just as it is, as soon as it's done burning, obviously, just go into our NHRL Hall of Fame, like on the display of the rest of the bots here on the desk? Like that's a perfect fit for what we've got. Wow. Dutch Oven's run comes to an end, but man, what a run it was, as the fire extinguisher on full blast, as we have one final bow from Team Seems Reasonable and their flamethrower bot that has really just ignited, quite literally, the excitement here in the House of Havoc. Young and old fans alike, you can't be disappointed with your ticket purchase when you see that kind of action, that kind of flame today.
Yeah, nice job to our safety team putting out this fire, getting everything good and safe. You know, that's the idea. You come in and you hit it with the flame dispersal, and then you just wait a second, and you come back and hit it again. Wait for it to fully extinguish before you let humans come in there and start dealing with it. And then they're going to throw it in the rolling sandbox and get it out of the way. Get it on home.
So how long do they have to wait? Looks like they're already in the box now, but how long since a bot was literally on fire.
They have to wait basically to make sure that no flames will erupt out of it again. You got to remember there's components in here like lithium polymer batteries, things that if they catch, they don't stop, right? Not until all of the material is gone. So it's important to just wait as long as you can, you know, give time for our thermal cans to determine if the bot has cooled off enough before humans can touch it so nobody gets hurt. And you can see Coleman doing a little tap test on his robot before pulling it out just to make sure it wasn't too hot to the touch. You know, you got to double check those things.
So Loopy advances, and wow, they stood the proverbial test of time. It was really outlasting your opponent in that one, and they did so. So they'll have some tinkering to do.
Do not be surprised if Loopy makes it very deep in this tournament. Like I said with full court, there's not a whole lot in the field that as its base model could really take on full court. It's the same to be said in this 3-pound division. There's not a lot of bots that their base model can really go toe-to-toe with a bot like Loopy. Some modifications have to be made to be effective against that robot.
Yeah, I just wonder how much, if anything, you know, is melted inside of Loopy. And we'll see if it's beyond repair. Did they bring a spare, backups, a completely secondary built bot like some teams do? I feel like if you're going up against a flamethrower in your field, a backup bot might not be a bad idea.
Amen to that. A backup bot might not. I don't think there is a backup Dutch oven. I think there is like enough parts to make an extra Loopy. From what I saw up there, you got to remember Coleman flew in from California, so bringing two fully completed Loopies is difficult. But the parts might be okay, you know.
Yeah. Well, they won't know until they crack that thing open. So I'm wishing the best for them because I want solid competition throughout the rest of this tournament and into the prime times. But you can't help but wonder, like, just how hot did it get in there?
Yeah, that is a very, very good question. I am very excited to see how this day goes for Loopy. I think they've got a great chance.
I want to see if we can get a close-up of Dutch Oven right now as they bring it out of the cage and just see, yes, that was once a functional fighting robot, where it looks maybe deceiving, but trust me, it was. And it was kicking some bot butt with that flamethrower. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. There you see Rob taking it out safely. This is what you do. You got to get it out of the building. Just make sure that there's no risk of it harming anybody else or bursting into flames again.
Yes. Thank you very much, Rob. Thank you, our safety team. Those guys are just absolutely amazing. Been hard at work today.
Yep.
Oh, Cage 1's getting some TLC. Guess they couldn't wait for the break, but hey, better now than too late.
Yeah, you got to get those floors redone.
But that's just another prop shout out to our team is having things ready to go. So we're going to go to Cage 1 now where you will see them in action. This is what you don't typically see at home, folks, is the replacing and repairing of the floor or the cage itself. Hey, there's the number 1. I can read it now.
Yeah, that's what you do. You see we're kind of reuse these materials as well. But we got to bring in the fresh plywood for the prime time event. We want the shot to look good. We also want the competitors in prime time and those final matches to not lose a match because of something wrong with the floor from 5 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours earlier.
Yeah, you never like to see that. I mean, I know it's part of the game or whatever you want to call it, but it's still one of those things where if you can avoid it, you'd like to see it be at least in as high, tip-top condition as possible, so that then it really is, builder versus builder, team versus team. And there they go, and just like that, in a few seconds here, it'll be as if there was never any damage on that floor at all because they have completely covered it with brand new floor. They're going to move the house bot out of the way and put in the final piece of the puzzle. the wizards of NHRL and the behind the scenes of just what it takes to make this thing what it is every month. Yeah, they're having a little trouble with the last piece there.
Always hard to get that last
5,
one. Yep.
4, 3, 2,
All right.
1.
Let's go to cage 5.
Robots fight.
And Gil is going to do play-by-play on this one for us.
Hey everyone, so we have Boopster versus Monkfish. And that obnoxious sound you just heard is Monkfish going up against our arena floor. And that's a quick tap out. I believe that's from Boopster, who didn't get much movement. So along the competition comes Monkfish. They're going to move on and fight Anubis in primetime. It's Anubis's primetime debut, which is very exciting. I know Anthony from Anubis has been grinding, and now he's got a tall task in facing Monkfish in his first fight in primetime. That's coming up in, at 7 o'clock. So we're going to have a few other exciting fights coming up. We've got Jelly Baby versus Power Surge 3. We've got Murphy's Law versus Misdirected Aggression. We've got Sad Octopus versus Loopy. That's going to be a banger. We've got Caldera versus Charge Pump. And we've got Radix versus 5 microliters of blood, which is probably the most precise bot name that we have so far. But we've been going at this all day. We've been having a great time fighting robots. There have been some really wild and interesting designs so far. And we're really excited to bring you all of this. Now, the 12-pounders have already fought, and they're all set until prime time. So your 12-pound contenders are the Invisible Hand versus RoboCat, Minor Threat 5 versus Grim Ripper, Full Court versus Behemoth, and Buzzkill versus Carmen. So there's a pretty heavy honey-cracked contingent in 12-pound. And we're going to head over to cage 6, and we've got Radix versus 5 microliters of blood. So that's Radix out of the pink corner and 5 microliters of blood out of the blue corner. On the line is an appearance in primetime and a chance to qualify for the December World Championships. So very exciting stuff. So we'll see if 5 microliters of blood can head into its corner. Radix is all set. Now, anytime Radix is fighting, there's going to be a lot of chaos. Radix is a horizontal undercutter, and it tends to be very, very chaotic, sending robots all over the place. Meanwhile, 5 microliters of blood, I believe, is at least has the base of a Peter Bar kit from our friend Peter Garnache, Repeat Robotics, who is in the house. He's brought a bot called Above Average. Had a good run today. Peter, always great to see him. So, still a delay over here. I'm not entirely sure what this delay is. In the meantime, we're waiting on a few other fights. We're going to get to them as soon as we can. We're just coming out of a repair window, so that's why there's a little bit of a delay. We had our previous round just before. That was the round of 32, wrapped up fairly recently. And so these bots that are fighting now are the bots that fought relatively early in the round of 32. Oh no, the doors are opening. That's not a good sign. So 5 microliters of blood, they're going to take a look at it, and they're going to figure out what's going on with that robot. You see that screw over there? They're either trying to turn something on or they're turning something off. Probably turning something off while they work on this bot. So this is Nicholas Navin is the driver for 5 microliters of blood, going up against Aiden Reichenberg. Both these bots are ranked at NHRL. Radix is ranked 33, which might sound like a high number, but a ranking of 33 is really good. There are a lot of amazing 3-pounders here, so Aiden has really pushed his bot. 5 microliters of blood has fought quite a lot here and has worked its way up to a ranking of 287, which sounds like a lot, but I'm the person who came up with the ranking system, so I can tell you all about the ranking system. Since their record is 6-3, there is a little bit of a penalty they have because they haven't fought enough fights. And that little penalty ensures that when a new bot starts fighting, they don't start in the middle, they don't start in the top. Like if you go 1-0, you don't become the number 1. So you have to go through 10 fights before these dummy fights that weight you down disappear. So that's why 5 microliters of blood is ranked 287, even though it's ranked 6-3. Once it gets one more fight in, if you can get one more win, it's going to do pretty well. Meanwhile, we're working on some other fights and hoping to get some fights. Oh, we're going to hop over to Cage 2 while we wait for this fight to get set up. Over here in Cage 2 is Caldera versus Charge Pump. Caldera is an old standby that we know.
1.
Charge Pump is from Team Seems Reasonable.
Fight.
See those jerseys over there? Let's see the first hit, a few sparks, and Charge Pump winding up on its head. That's a big hit, and that's the front wedge of Charge Pump that just got disposed of, flung across the cage. So that's going to be an issue for Charge Pump because they don't have any more front armor. But that's a good hit against the side of Caldera. That's what Charge Pump wants to do. Oh, when they go head-to-head on Charge Pump, Caldera has just full access to that weapon. And now Charge Pump, upside down, they're going to have to call for an unstick. And Caldera trying to stop the unstick, which is completely legal. You can do that and a tap out. So Caldera will win the fight. Caldera punches their ticket as Glenn Boxall punches the air. And we will see Glenn again in primetime very soon. They're going to fight the winner of Radix versus 5 microliters of blood once that fight gets going. It looks like they're still working on that bot over there. Now, in Cage 5 just now, well, maybe not just now, but recently, the Wall Part 2 faced off against Wicked Wedge. These are 2 really, really good bots. And it went to the judges, and the Wall Part 2 made it in. So that means the Wall Part 2 makes it to primetime, and we'll have a shot at qualification for December. Wicked Wedge, meanwhile, had a really good run when he made it to the round of 16. That's a good run, but they're going to have to bow out for this competition. So we got a few fights left. We're still hoping to have that Radix versus 5 microliters of blood. Oh, it looks like they're both readied up. So they're going to start fighting really soon. So we're going to head over to Cage 6 and see how that Radix and 5 microliters of blood match is going. Both bots fully operational. Both bots taking the measure of each other. Both bots also having their wheels on the floor, which for a fight that involves Radix is rather unusual. At some point, one of these bots is going to kiss the air. Oh, is 5 microliters of blood, is their right side drive unhappy? Certainly looks like they're having a little bit of drive issues. Oh, they're able to drive a little bit, and that front wedge doing a lot of work against that horizontal undercutter. 5 microliters of blood wants to keep that front pointed towards Radix at all times. So when you see them spinning around, there's a little bit of bluffing, and that's 5 microliters of blood stranded up on the side of the arena. Now, are they going to call for an unstick? Yes, they are. So there's an unstick, right, unsticking them. And that's their one unstick. They cannot ask for another unstick. So if they get stuck again, that's pretty much that. They're going to have to find a way to get out. Both bots, that's a good hit from 5 microliters of blood up against Radix. And now they're starting to change the momentum of this fight. Massive hit in the middle of the cage. And has 5 microliters survived that exchange? Has Radix weapon survived that exchange? That was a massive hit in the middle. Yes, you can see the weapon belt on 5 microliters of blood is broken, so their weapon is not going to be a factor in this fight anymore. I don't think Radix has a functioning weapon either, so this might be a pushing match for for the last minute of the fight. So that's going to be tricky for the judges because that was a fairly even fight between the two of them. I mean, you could make an argument for either bot having control and aggression for those first 2 minutes. So this last minute, Radix with a big pin, that's going to be a big factor in the judge's decision. 5 microliters is going to want to reply with their own pin. It looks like Radix has a really strong drive, a little bit stronger than 5 microliters right now, but they're not configured to be a push bot the way that 5 microliters is. So they're going to have a hard time pushing their opponent just because they don't have that wide flat surface that 5 microliters there's a great pin from 5 microliters. So that's going to even out the scores even more. Oh, that's going to be a wild judge's decision. 15 seconds left. And Radix not moving from the corner. They asked for their own unstick and they get it. So both bots have used their unstick. When you see that blue light, that means an unstick has been requested. One more pin from 5 microliters as time expires. It goes to the judges. They're going to decide which of these bots is going to advance to primetime and face Caldera. So we've got another fight down. Looks like we have, I believe, 3 fights ready to go. So we're going to be seeing pretty soon Murphy's Law versus Misdirected Aggression, Jelly Baby versus Power Surge 3, and Sad Octopus versus Loopy. Now, I say we're going to see them. There's a chance we're going to run these fights simultaneously, and if we do, we'll do our best to cover them. You know, obviously, it's we can't cover them all, but be sure to go to bretzone.com, and if you go there, you will get to see every one of our fights in their entirety with full camera angles. So that's a thing that our competitors actually use for scouting, because they go ahead and they scout their opponents using all these different angles, and they get a lot of intel on their upcoming opponents that way. In the pits, a lot of people connect to Bretzone, and they do it that way. Now, a lot of people may not know this, but Ricky Willems, in addition to being an excellent builder and an excellent announcer, apparently is now an HVAC technician also. He is currently in the play-by-play room fixing the air conditioning. Ricky, you are doing a saint's work. Thank you. It is so much cooler in this room now. So a lot of people, you know, don't know that this building used to be a warehouse before NHRL purchased it. And we converted it into robot fighting paradise, and we've made a lot of adjustments to it. We are heading to Cage 5. We're going to see Murphy's Law in the red corner. That's the neon yellow bot versus Misdirected Aggression in the blue corner. So bot's loading in right now. Referee Alex looks like he's going to take a look at Bert. Either switching Bert on or switching Bert off. Hopefully switching Bert on. Making sure we have a house bot for this fight. So these bots loading in. Hopefully we get a working house bot. Now we know a couple of the 3-pound matchups for primetime. We know we've got Anubis versus Monkfish. We know we've got Caldera versus Radix. We know we have the Wall Part 2, and they're going to fight either Jelly Baby or Power Surge 3, whoever wins that fight. And then we have this fight, Murphy's Law versus Misdirected Aggression. Whoever wins this fight is going to face the winner of Sad Octopus versus Loopy. Now, both bots have their weapon lock still in, so we're not quite ready to fight yet. But hopefully we'll get there soon. Obviously, if another cage starts up with a fight, we'll jump to that one. All right, I see a transmitter. That's a good sign. Transmitter switching on. That means they can turn on their bots. That's good. We're going to have a fight. You see the screws coming in. That's how they turn on those bots. A little LED on the back of Misdirected Aggression. that tells us that the bot is on. A little more about these bots. Misdirected Aggression from Thomas Kenny is the driver. Murphy's Law from Brian Jackson. Now, Thomas Kenny is a senior R&D engineer for LG Electronics, while Brian works at the U.S. Coast Guard. Misdirected Aggression coming from Clarksville, Tennessee. Meanwhile, Murphy's Law, not far from here, Groton, Connecticut. This is Murphy's Law's first event, and they're going quite deep.
4,
Now, Murphy's
3,
Law,
2,
Brian describes it as a control bot disguised as an undercutter. So let's see how that goes. So a good first hit. You can see what Brian's talking about. Oh, but it looks like has Murphy's Law lost their right foot already against a violent spinner like Misdirected Aggression? That's a very, very likely outcome. And now we have Murphy's Law pitting Misdirected Aggression. Just what Brian was talking about. Murphy's Law being a control bot in reality, because he is getting a bunch of really good pins. He is missing that right fork, but that doesn't seem to be bothering him at all. Misdirected Aggression, meanwhile, Thomas needs to, he's getting a couple of good hits. That's a very good hit. Bouncing off of Bert. Obviously, when you got a horizontal spinner like this, chaos is your friend. So Misdirected Aggression wants to be unpredictable. They want to come at Murphy's Law from a weird angle, but right now it's Murphy's Law pitting Misdirected Aggression in the blue corner. We have 2 minutes left in this fight. So far, it seems like Misdirected Aggression has really controlled it so far. That's the right word also. Despite their undercutter, they're going to be doing a little bit of damage to Misdirected Aggression's wheels. It's really those pins that are doing it. By the way, Jelly Baby and Power Surge have started in Cage 6. Unfortunately, I don't have eyes on that fight, so I won't be able to tell you how it's going. But of course, once the fight finishes, you can go to Brett's Zone and check it. That's brettzone.com. And also, if you scroll down a little bit to the YouTube description, you can find our True Finals brackets and follow along with the competition there. There's a really good pin from Murphy's Law. They've been pinning all fight. It's been really, really good so far. Now, can Misdirected Aggression turn this fight around? They did seem to remove a fork at the very start of the fight, but since then, it's been all Murphy's Law. Some more chaos, courtesy both of these bots with 45 seconds left. But that chaos always seems to end in a Murphy's Law pin. Will Murphy's Law make primetime in their very first event? That would be absolutely wild. Beating some very good bots along the way, I might add. There's another good push. See that undercutter still going on Murphy's Law. It has an active weapon, and according to our rules, it needs an active weapon to actually be able to compete, like a useful active weapon. We actually have a test we call the dummy. I believe that stands for Designated Unit of Minimum Measurable Yield. Thank Mike Jeffries for that excellent name. Is that a wheel? That is a wheel! Misdirected Aggression with a little bit of aggression at the end of the fight and a little bit of damage. That's going to add some spice to this JD as the judges figure out. You see there's one drive side down on Murphy's Law. Meanwhile, Misdirected Aggression seems to be working just fine. So our judges judge off of 3 criteria, and one of them is damage. And those last 10 seconds of the fight, where Misdirected Aggression managed to open up that right side of Murphy's Law, that's going to change the damage equation considerably. And is that going to be enough to offset the control and aggression that Murphy's Law was showing? Well, definitely the control. The aggression score is going to be up in the air, and that's going to be something that the judges are going to need to consider as well. So the judges are also working on Murphy's Law and Misdirected Aggression, and we have enough judges that we can evaluate both fights at once. So it looks like, other than these 2 JDs, there is 1 fight remaining. And once that fight is over, we're going to take a short break and we're going to come back for prime time at 7 o'clock. And that's going to be amazing. That is our best spots. That's the quarterfinals in each of our weight classes, all the way to the finals. There is one fight remaining, but we are going to have to cut away because we need to take a break. So that's Sad Octopus versus Loopy. You can go to Brett's Zone to see the result of the fight. You can watch True Finals to monitor how those fights finish. Thank you so much, everyone. We will see you at 7 o'clock for NHRL Prime Time.